Jinjetsu Hozuki clenched his fist. The second Mizuki was not a happy man these days. It was due to multiple reasons, most important of them being the fact that he was losing a war. His village was on the back foot, unable to fight against the combined might of Land of Earth and Land of Lightning. The Second Ninja War had started with a great promise for Kiri, but like other great nations, it had also suffered due to the chaos. The second Hokage was dead. So was the second Raikage. Yet both Konoha and Kumo had plenty of skilled shinobi to fight on despite the fall of their leaders. Both nations had great armies which they were using ruthlessly to carve each other up. Meanwhile, Kiri was locked in a dual war against Kumo and Iwa. It had just been 2 months since the war began, and already thousands of shinobi were dead, at least 1,000 from Kiri's own lands. The death toll didn't only include the common shinobi ranks, but also Ombu, hunter ninjas, and even most of the 7 great swordsmen. Jinjetsu cursed his own petty rivalry with the second Tsuchikage that made him take impulsive decisions that led to the deaths of 4 of his 7 great ninja swordsmen at the hands of Mu and his student Anoki. Now, Kiri was on the back foot with its strength dwindling and the shinobi morale collapsing as news of 4 of their strongest falling to enemy hands reached the masses. But Jinjetsu was not one to give up so easily. Despite the losses, he knew Kiri had plenty of skilled fighters in its ranks. Men and women ready to fight for their motherland and honor their fallen comrades. It was from them that he had already chosen 3 of the 4 vacant spots in the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen. A woman from the Hunter Corps who would now wield Nuabari, sewing needle, her ice release and sharp instincts would make her the perfect new master of the blade now that its former wielder was slain. He had chosen 2 of his most powerful and dangerous jounin to wield Samahata, Shark Skin, and Kubikurabocho, Executioner Blade. Their violent nature and monstrous power would serve them well in handling those dangerous swords. Amiri Ringo was still serving him faithfully as the master of the twin blades Kiba, Fangs. While Mangetsu Hozuki, his own son and heir wielded Kabutawari, Helmet Splitter. Jinjetsu knew his son had potential not just to lead the Hozuki clan in the future, but also Kiri with his power and cunning. Jinpachi Munashi had survived his battle against the Tsuchikage with his blade Shibuki, Splash, and was eager to blow his enemies to oblivion despite the wounds he sustained. Unfortunately, the last of the holy blades Hiramakiri was destroyed alongside its master when he fell in battle against Mu, the second Tsuchikage. The loss of the swordsman was a heavy blow, but the destruction of one of the 7 holy blades was an unforgivable sin, one which the people of Kiri would make Iwa repent in blood for. Unfazed, Jinjetsu had ordered the creation of a new sword. In order to make his mark in history, he decided to create twin swords, but while the Kiba, Fangs, allowed its master power over lightning and destruction, he wanted these new blades to be the embodiment of his own rage, which was swift and brutal. His weaponsmiths had outdone themselves and prepared a dangerous weapon. Now, the Mizuki had to find the one most suited to wield them. Learning from his mistakes, the second Mizuki had chosen his greatest swordsmen not just for their power, but also for their personality. He looked at his sides and observed the 6 dangerous swordsmen watching the arena below them with different expressions across their faces. Zabuza, Kisame, Jinpachi, and Amiri were excited for the fights that were happening. The 4 of them were the most fiercest among the group and stroked fear in the hearts of the enemy when they stepped on the battlefield. While Haku and Mangetsu didn't betray any of their feelings and impassively watched the battles happening below them, but in their sharp eyes, the Mizuki saw a keen intelligence as they searched for the one who shall join their group. Jinjetsu himself nodded proudly at the 6 of them. They were not just powerful shinobi, but were soon going to be his trusted lieutenants who shall lead Kiri's army to a glorious victory against their enemies. It was why he frowned on seeing the senseless slaughter happening below in the arena. His veteran gaze caught sight of quite a few Ombu, hunter ninjas, Jounin, Chunin fighting to the death in order to make themselves immortal in Kiri's history by becoming the 7th swordsman. Many of them had already died or were badly injured in their quest to achieve eternal glory. More would soon follow. Jinjetsu sighed when he saw one of the hunter ninja butcher two jounin in a hail of poison needles. The two men dropped dead instantly, just as two jounin joined forces together and stabbed a lone Umbu. However, their victory was short-lived as the dying Umbu beheaded them both before falling on the ground. They really don't understand, do they? Asked Mangetsu with a sigh. It would seem that they believe the strongest and most brutal shall gain place among us, lamented Haku bitterly, earning a snort from Jinpachi and Amuri, the oldest serving members of their group. That's the way of the mist, brats. You would do well to remember, warned Jinpachi fiercely. This is a tradition even you had to go through, and so shall every other swordsman of the future, reminded Amuri, earning dark smirks from Zabuza and Kisame. Even as the group squabbled amongst themselves, Jinjetsu's attention was diverted towards the dying Umbu on the ground. The Jounins had skewered his lungs and neck, leaving no room for recovery. Watching him choke and drown in his own blood was a gruesome sight and made the Mizukage wonder as to why he even agreed to allow this tradition to happen. It would be acceptable in times of peace, but he needed every shinobi during this war. But he also knew he had to tread a careful line with Kiri's elite ninja clans who preferred the old ways and tradition even if it was senseless at times. If he was to win this war, it would be best if he sated the desires of those clans. Being a Kage was a bloody, gruesome business, after all. However, he was surprised when another man dressed in Umbu gear stepped before the dying Umbu. The new shinobi was a tall man with shining blonde hair and sharp blue eyes hidden behind his plain Umbu mask. He was dressed in traditional Umbu gear and black pants with gauntlets protecting his arms. He wore fingerless gloves, and Jinjetsu saw a face mask protecting the skin of the man behind the Umbu mask. In his hands was a traditional sword. To the Mizukage's surprise, the dying Umbu weakly raised his fist before thumping it against his chest. That stopped the squabbling amongst the people beside the Mizukage as they all saw the strange scene. A salute. The blonde Umbu gave a single nod of acknowledgement before he slashed his sword. Most fighters would have missed the attack, but not the Mizukage and the other swordsmen. The wounded Umbu was freed from his agony as a swift strike speared his brain and gave him a merciful death. That little display had not gone unnoticed by the remaining 10 fighters in the arena, all of whom warily stared at the last Umbu in the arena. Hope you last longer than your friend there, mocked a hunter ninja. Umbu are pretty pathetic if that's the standards you hold yourself up to these days, mocked one of the two jounin who had killed the other Umbu. The remaining 7 jounin nodded to their other competitors as they all ganged up and surrounded the lone Umbu from all sides. They all had to jump back when the lone Umbu picked up his fallen brother's sword and threw a kunai 5 feet ahead of him. "HN, ready to die," snarled one of the jounin, earning a hidden smile from the blonde Umbu. "We'll see," he replied. The Mizukage had only a moment before all the ninjas charged at the lone Umbu at once from all sides. It was then the power roared. The intensity of the killing intent grabbed the instant attention of the remaining great swordsmen completely. They all watched as 2 chunin and 1 jounin collapsed instantly. The rest of the enemies flinched but charged forth regardless. The Umbu raised his swords, and Jinjetsu saw a razor-sharp aura cover them completely. Wind chakra. The first to reach the Umbu was the hunter ninja, who expertly threw a storm of poison needles at him, all of whom were effectively torn to pieces by one of the Umbu's swords. It allowed the remaining jounin to close in and try to skewer him from his sides and rear. Mangetsu Hozuki narrowed his eyes sharply when he saw the Umbu rotate his swords sharply in a circular motion. Painful screams erupted in the arena as 3 of the jounin saw their own kunai and tanto being broken in half courtesy of the wind chakra-powered strikes. Their shock was clearly visible as they even failed to see the move before it destroyed their weapons, and it didn't stop there as their palms were torn open. The remaining shinobi instantly jumped away to avoid a similar fate, leaving the three stunned men to their fate. The blonde Umbu was upon the wounded men instantly, and much to the surprise of the Mizukage and his personal guard, he delivered crushing but non-lethal strikes to his stunned opponents that made them collapse to the ground in a small pool of their own blood. A thick mist enveloped the arena, and the terrifying laugh of the hunter ninja and his remaining accomplices echoed. Water style, water bullets. Lightning style, electromagnetic murder. From the mist, a hail of different jutsus charged towards the Umbu, who was already finished with his own hand seals. Earth style, earth wall. The explosions rocked the arena as chakra fought against chakra, and just when the dust was about to settle, the mist was violently dismissed by roaring wind waves, clearly exposing the now surprised Kiri warriors. They watched their lone opponent step outside from the earthen walls that defended him with his hands clasped together. Now it ends, he proclaimed. Jinjetsu and his swordsmen all tensed when the air started to become cold. It was impossible to describe the feeling in words, but if they could, then it was an experience of having every ounce of light getting sucked away. They each felt the feeling of death grow stronger and stronger as the remaining 7 opponents of the Umbu suddenly dropped their weapons and desperately clutched their throats as they fell to their knees. Jinjetsu narrowed his eyes sharply when the Umbu clasped his hands firmly. His opponents vomited, but instead of blood, gore, or fluids, they spat up nothing but thick, dark smoke. No, it wasn't smoke. It was ash. The men and women thrashed painfully as more and more ash was spewed from their lips. Zabuza, Kisame, Jinpachi, and Amiri watched in fascination as the lone blonde Umbu calmly stepped in between his thrashing enemies. Yield, he commanded. One of the Jounin glared at him murderously as he picked up his kunai and made a desperate charge towards his bitter enemy. The blonde Umbu closed his eyes in resignation before clenching his fist shut. Jinjetsu watched in fascination and horror as the charging Jounin screamed in pain when his skin itself was set on fire. The poor man couldn't stop even as his entire body was set aflame, and 3 seconds later he exploded in a shower of guts and blood raining down upon his struggling comrades. All the while the lone Umbu stood detached and untouched. Yield. Mangetsu and Haku felt their skin tremble on hearing that deep voice full of killing intent. Those cold blue eyes were devoid of any mercy, the stare of death itself demanding the creatures before it to make their choice. And they made it. Jinjetsu breathed a sigh of relief when one by one the remaining survivors barely nodded their heads in resignation. The Umbu gave a single nod of acknowledgement before unclenching his fist, much to the relief of his enemies, as they stopped coughing and mercifully drifted off to unconsciousness. The medics and emergency support staff rushed into the arena, immediately taking steps to stabilize the wounded and seal away the dead. It was over. Jinjetsu watched the Umbu stand alone in the arena, watching the chaos around him with cold and detached eyes. It was the look of a man who had not just seen death, but became death itself. The Mizukage watched the victorious Umbu slowly walk towards the spot where he had made the defiant Jounin explode. The floor was covered in steaming blood and flesh as the Umbu knelt and picked up the traditional dog tag worn by many Kiri shinobi. While these tags didn't have names or crucial details, they did have the nickname their respective shinobi liked inscribed on them. Jinjetsu was surprised when the Umbu offered a silent prayer to the tag of the deceased man whose life he had taken before respectfully handing it over to the medics. The same man then glanced at Jinjetsu, and the Mizukage flinched when he saw disappointment in those blue eyes. Damn you for forcing me into this position. Even if no words were spoken, the message in those furious blue eyes did reach the Mizukage, who felt guilty once again. Jinjetsu could do nothing even as the Umbu turned around and walked out of the arena. The remaining swordsmen were quick to point out and start arguing as to how that man had just insulted the Mizukage and all of them by not even staying back to address them and claim his victory. But Genjutsu was silent. Another faceless masked Umbu stepped beside the Mizukage, making the Kiri leader stare at him. The new arrival had also stopped the argument among the remaining swordsmen. "This is on me, Lord Second. It was I who forced that man to participate in this death match." For long, the Umbu have felt ignored by the leadership. Even the village gives more respect and importance to the hunter corps while never acknowledging the sacrifice of those who die in the shadows. We felt that with one of our own joining the great swordsmen would help sway the village's opinion. It might even influence a few strong fighters to join our ranks, which have been thinned quite a lot in this war. In doing so, I forced a few of my men to participate, including him, while never caring about how they felt, which lead to this. I am truly sorry and willing to accept the consequences of my actions, confessed the Umbu commander. Genjutsu felt as if someone had slapped him very brutally. He glanced at the carnage in the battle arena. He remembered those cold blue eyes full of disappointment. He remembered the Umbu commander's confession, and it made him hate himself. For he had done the exact same thing. He had forced his 7 great swordsmen and a sizable force of skilled ninjas to start a war with IWA. Genjutsu's reason for this action had been driven by his petty grudge against the second Tsuchikage, which he had carefully hidden behind the motive of a great conquest of IWA that would bring Kiri to a new era of glory. His village and people had accepted his decision, for they believe in him fully. And because of that decision, so many of his people had died. Genjutsu clenched his fists in fury and shame as he realized he had failed as a Kage. Since he had forgotten to think about the well-being of his people, he had failed to consider the feelings of his own men, who were all forced to fight a pointless battle that led to their deaths because of his orders. Just as the Umbu commander had done the same with his subordinates. What kind of an example had he set for his people? The Umbu commander saw a new fire being born in his Kage's eyes as the man turned towards him. "Tell me everything about that boy." He hopped through the deserted rooftops of the village at a rapid pace. The cold air continued hitting him just as the pale moon graced the land with its light. It was almost midnight and most of the village was asleep, with thick mist shrouding most of the districts. In this loneliness, nobody would ever witness an Umbu, nor would they see his nightmares coming to haunt him from the afterlife. He stared at his trembling hands, and just for a moment they were again stained with blood. Pain, sadness, and fear had been clearly visible in the eyes of the Jounin he had killed merely half an hour ago. Those purple eyes, so full of pain, had brought back miserable memories of his past. Why? He fought back that haunting voice and closed his eyes. A darkness followed him, threatening to swallow him completely, but he ran from it. "Not tonight," he said to himself. Thankfully, he saw the first visage of his cozy apartment up ahead, which brought his trembling heart some much-needed relief. He ran from the darkness, faster than before, as if his life depended on it. Soon enough, he reached the doorstep and forced himself to regain his composure. As if a switch had been turned, his haunted gaze turned into one of calmness, and his trembling hands stilled completely. He bit his thumb and applied a small portion of his blood on the door, activating an array of seals that glowed faintly before the door opened up slowly, allowing him entry. It was dark when he stepped inside, and yet he was not alone. The lights in the kitchen were burning, and soon enough a woman stepped outside. Even in the darkness, her long blonde hair shined brighter than the sun itself. Her fair white skin reflected more of her beauty under the moonlight, and her pale blue eyes that were so much like his own looked at him. "How did it go?" she asked, her voice barely audible despite the silence of the night. He walked inside and reached the dining table, where he placed his faceless Umbu mask. It felt like a layer had been torn off, and he could breathe again as he felt a hand being placed on his shoulder. "It's done, isn't it?" she asked knowingly. He nodded. She didn't say anything and instead helped him get seated. Then she went back into the kitchen and returned moments later with a steaming bowl of miso ramen. He looked at her, and she gave him a small smile which was sad and encouraging at the same time. "Thank you," he said gratefully, reaching out for her hand, which she gave him gladly. Her skin was warm and soft, unlike his own, which was scarred. He looked at her, still unable to believe someone who was not his family, nor his countrymen, could understand him so much. It was a credit to her skills as a kuniochi and as a person, which only made her more dangerous. She knew she had his trust and could use it to destroy him, but she never did. Maybe it was because she knew he expected her to betray him, considering where their loyalties lied. Or maybe a part of her had came to care for him after nearly 5 years of pretending to be his lawful wife. Just like a part of his heart had come to care for her as his wife and his friend. "Do you think he'll ask you to join?" she asked hesitantly, her beautiful blue eyes marred between worry and curiosity. "I think he will," he confessed, remembering the way the Mizukage had looked at him. "The higher-ups will be pleased. They have been pushing you for this for so long," she congratulated him, earning a faint smile from him. "They are always pushing us both, Ino," he retorted playfully, earning a wry smile from her. "Look at it this way, Naruto. You'll be more closer to the Mizukage, more closer to what we have been working for since the past 5 years. In the Umbu, you had to watch every step of yours, but now you may finally get some respite," she suggested hopefully. "Nothing is ever easy, Ino. I have never felt that your job in the Hunter Corps has ever been easy, nor will I be safe as one of the 7. We will have to be even more careful now," he warned, which made her reluctantly nod. He decided to silence his troubled thoughts for a while and allowed himself to be regaled in the fascinating smell of his favorite food. His eyes were closed, and yet he felt Ino smile, noting he was pleased with her effort. He hoped he could do the same for her someday. She stepped behind him and gently laid her soft hands on his shoulders. He felt calm, soothing chakra invade his body, washing away the pain in his tense muscles as he ate the first morsel of ramen, which brought a pleased smile on his face. He was content as he gulped down the ramen, and as his muscles relaxed under her touch. She leaned down and placed her cheek against his own, slowly pulling down his face mask even further than his chin. He looked at her once and leaned in to press his lips against hers. It was a gentle gesture reciprocated by her as they both allowed their burdens to wash away. She fought for her home just like he fought for his own, even if it had been years since they had last seen their own motherlands. Their bliss was broken by rough knocking on their door and a strong male voice calling his name. He knew whom it belonged to, and if he was here, then it only meant one thing. She looked into his eyes and gave him a nod. "It is time." Genjutsu and the remaining 6 great swordsmen had gathered in the Mizukage's office. In front of them was the Umbu commander, who had just finished submitting every file they had on the mysterious Umbu, who won the bloody battle to become the 7th swordsman. "We call him the Young Wolf, an apt code name given by the previous Umbu commander for him, as he was one of the youngest boys to join our ranks. He has never lost any battle nor failed any mission assigned to him, no matter how tough or painful," explained the Umbu leader, pride clearly audible in his voice. "He's just a boy," commented Genjutsu, surprised by the boy's young age despite what his records said. "He's an orphan, my lord. He used to sneak into the academy and attended classes for a year in order to become a shinobi. He was good enough not to get noticed until one of our retired Umbu entered the academy for teaching and caught him. He saw the boy's potential and gave him to the Black Ops. We made him one of us after seeing his potential, and he has never disappointed since," explained the Umbu commander. "These records say his birthplace is Nachi village near the eastern coast, a small fishing colony." "What about his parents?" asked Mangesta seriously. "We did investigate, but found no concrete records," Lord Mangetsu. "However, the village was full of orphan children from the last war. Kiri had just been established and records were not being maintained properly until your father established a proper system. But I assure you, he is one of our finest and a loyal soldier of Kiri," promised the Umbu commander fiercely. "Huh? Naruto, what a strange name." "No surname?" asked Kisame curiously as he read through the records. "Unfortunately not. He's already married, and that too to a pretty blonde hunter." "A shame for you." "Haku," sneered Aim Yuri. earning a cold look from the former hunter ninja, now turned swordswoman. Haku ignored Amuri's remarks and instead turned her attention towards the Mizukage and his son. Even Zabuza watched her closely. The girl he is married to is called Ino, a successful hunter ninja whom I know in passing if not as a friend, vouched Haku. Boy's got quite a body count on his hands for someone so young. 234 confirmed kills is not a bad start, grinned Zabuza. While everyone was busy familiarizing themselves with Naruto's accomplishments and history, Jinjetsu's eyes had caught something which the Umbu commander didn't want them to see. The Mizukage looked at the man seriously then. If he is such a fine officer, then I would surely have heard about him until now. Why have I not heard about such a splendid shinobi? Questioned Jinjetsu seriously, and was sure the Umbu commander flinched. Naruto is a bit strange, my lord. From what I have seen, he only has a handful friends and lives peacefully with his wife. He is loved by his juniors and respected by his peers and leaders, but he hates spotlight so much that he insists on keeping his mission records secret even amongst Umbu. He was one of the candidates I was hoping would succeed me in the future, but I think he somehow detests leadership, explained the Umbu commander tiredly. What about this mission? The records say he disobeyed orders and went back behind enemy lines despite orders commanding him to retreat back to Kiri, demanded Jinjetsu. He could not afford to have any loose cannons in his ranks, and this evidence was not painting a good picture. To his surprise, the Umbu commander didn't flinch or cower in the face of that accusation. Instead, the man actually straightened up with pride visible in his fierce gaze. We had sent 2 squads to assassinate an important political figure in the Land of Fire. The mission was a success, and Naruto managed to evacuate his squad successfully. However, the other squad was ambushed by Konoha Umbu. Some were killed while the rest were taken prisoner. When he learned of this, Naruto disobeyed command and went back for the Umbu who were captured. Only 2 were alive by the time he found them. He killed the Konoha Umbu and erased all evidence of Kiri's involvement in this entire incident, reported the Umbu leader. And the 2 Umbu that were still alive? Questioned Mangetsu with his narrowed eyes. They were not in any condition to be evacuated, so he gave them a merciful end and brought their bones back to be returned to their families. He is stubborn, I accept that, but he is also one of the finest warriors that the Umbu Black Ops can offer for Kiri. A man of honor and courage, one who actually cares about his comrades and nation, which is more than what we can say for quite a few of our shinobi, answered the Umbu commander, his stern gaze landing on a few of the swordsmen for just a moment. Jinjetsu closed his eyes for a few moments as he pondered over all the information provided to him about the boy so far. A borderline S-rank ninja with a large history of successful A to even 1 S-rank mission in his career. He was strong if the battle was any proof and was actually loved by his comrades. Even the Umbu who died in battle had given Naruto a respectful salute before the young captain gave him a merciful death. He could do with much worse, and yet Jinjetsu wanted to see the boy for himself. Bring him in, he commanded. The Umbu commander nodded and disappeared quickly in order to carry out his orders. Jinjetsu soon after dismissed his remaining swordsmen save for his only son, who took up seat at the window observing their beloved village currently protected in thick mist. What do you think, Mangestu? Questioned the father as he stared at his son. He's the best choice we have for now, but there is something about him that does not sit well with me. I cannot pinpoint what this feeling is, but when I watched him fight, there was something I saw, whispered Mangetsu curiously. What did you see? Questioned Jinjetsu, keenly aware that his son had sharp instincts and was a good judge of someone's character. I saw pain and hatred in those eyes, but most of all I saw guilt, revealed Mangetsu with a faraway look in his eyes. It is natural, my son. We made him kill his comrades, rebuffed Jinjetsu, but his son shook his head. I don't know why, but I think he has been through something like this before, maybe much worse. The hateful look he gave you before leaving you was not just for you, but also for himself, explained Mangetsu. Jinjetsu was about to reply when his son simply smiled and cut him off. Or maybe I'm just seeing things that don't exist. I could be wrong, Father. You have tested his worth as a shinobi. Now test him as a person worthy of leading Kiri and its people. I know you can do it, whispered Mangetsu with a smile. Mangetsu too disappeared away from the room, leaving his father to ponder over his words. It was a well-known fact that Mangetsu had very sharp instincts, even better than Jinjetsu's very own. Maybe his son was right, and he needed to evaluate the boy for himself. Jinjetsu made up his mind and waited. He knocked at the door first, and when the permission was given, he stepped inside. Most people would have felt honored or nervous when their Kage called them for a personal meeting. He was at peace, and it reflected on his masked face as Jinjetsu observed him carefully. Remove that face mask. He obeyed without hesitation, revealing his pale and clean-shaven face to the Kage. You disrespected me, accused Jinjetsu, his sharp eyes glaring at him, but was surprised when the Umbu never flinched. Your actions didn't warrant respect, answered Naruto flatly, earning an eye-twitch from Jinjetsu, but a tiny smirk came on the Kage's lips. They told me you were blunt. Now I know why, mused Jinjetsu, as he gestured for him to have a seat. The Mizukage didn't miss the boy giving him a thankful nod before moving forward to take a seat in front of him. He was young and handsome, but his stone-cold eyes were full of the hardships he had endured all his life. I have gone through your career, and it is impressive to say the least. Kirigakure needs sons like you to help us win this war, stated Jinjetsu honestly. I am at my nation's service, but the way you are now and the decisions you have made, you are not worthy of my loyalty. Jinjetsu blinked in shock. Never in his entire life had he met a fellow shinobi who didn't fear or respect him. Many even loved him, but this green boy had the balls to say something like that to his face. I can have you executed for that offense, warned Jinjetsu, some of his killing intent spiking, which only made the boy smile. You can, but it will only prove my point. A Mizukage who has to threaten his subordinates with death to make them obey him is no true Kage, answered Naruto without any fear and stared right into the shocked man's eyes. What have I done to earn such scorn? Asked Jinjetsu, now truly bewildered and less angry with this boy. You failed your people. You started a war with IWA when there was slim to no chance of victory, and it got your men killed miserably. You allowed a senseless slaughter of dozens more of your men, just so one of them could become the 7th swordsman. You can say it was tradition, and many were expecting for you to uphold them, but when I looked in your eyes I saw that you knew it was a senseless tradition, yet you did it anyway. You are afraid, and because of that weakness, men died. My men, said Naruto furiously. His voice was still calm as he pushed a picture of a 14-year-old boy towards the Mizukage. Do you know who he is? Demanded the Umbu captain. To his shame, Jinjetsu didn't know the shinobi even if he was dressed in Kiri uniform. My subordinate. A boy whom I recruited into Umbu, for he had great potential. A boy forced to fight in your senseless competition. I had to put him out of his misery, watching all his hopes and dreams fade when my sword delivered the mercy killing. He died because you were weak. He died because you didn't have the spine to shut down all the morons asking for this massacre when we need every able-bodied shinobi on the front lines. You demand respect, but you deserve none, snarled Naruto. Jinjetsu felt truly saddened when he saw the smiling parents of the boy posing with him in the photograph. From the looks of it, he was their only child. He remembered Naruto putting down that Umbu when he was mortally wounded and beyond any saving. What would you do if you were in my position? Asked Jinjetsu with a defeated sigh. No matter how much it hurt, he knew Naruto was right, because deep down Jinjetsu had known all this, but sanctioned all those decisions regardless. I would do what is right for our people, no matter how difficult or painful. You are not here to keep people happy. You are here to keep them safe and make them prosper. Command me to lay down my life for Kiri, and I will do so in a heartbeat. But I will not let the lives of my men be destroyed for such nonsense, answered Naruto honestly. You have a stronger will than mine, son, complimented Jinjetsu. The second Mizukage got up from his chair and stepped towards the window, observing the village for a very long moment. He was soon joined by Naruto, as both men stared at the village which was currently at peace. I understand you're angry with me. Disappointed even. However, Kiri is full of people that are fanatic about traditions observed since decades. Even my power as Mizukage is limited in those matters, confessed Jinjetsu, and raised a hand to silence the boy when he was about to protest again. Naruto pursed his lips and watched as the older man clenched his fist. It was then that the young Umbu felt a fraction of the Mizukage's power, and it was intimidating to say the least. But you're right. I must do what is right for my people even if it means taking decisions that are not acceptable to them. I shall strive to achieve that goal, promised Jinjetsu sincerely, offering his hand towards the young boy. He frowned when instead of shaking his hand, Naruto took a few steps back and unsheathed his sword. Jinjetsu tensed but made no move and went on to smile when the boy knelt before him and pledged him his sword. Then, I, Captain Naruto of the Umbu Black Ops, hereby promise my life in the service of this great nation and its Mizukage. I swear on my honor and life to protect these lands, its people, and its beauty with everything in my power, including my life. From this day forth, I shall live, fight, and die as the seventh swordsman of Mist. Jinjetsu looked into those eyes full of determination and loyalty. The Mizukage had not failed to even miss the small alteration in the boy's vow. He had pledged to fight and die for Kiri, to serve its Mizukages, but not Jinjetsu personally. A few men would have been furious at such an insult, but Jinjetsu was only even more impressed by the boy. He was a true soldier of Kiri, a shinobi willing to put nation first before any person. He was courageous if the blunt way in which he had confronted and made Jinjetsu realize his mistakes. A man of honor and courage. Strangely, it warmed Jinjetsu's heart to find such a soul after a very long time. It was Naruto's turn to be shocked when the second Mizukage knelt as well and placed a hand on his shoulder with a smile on his pale face. Thank you, son. I, Jinjetsu Hozuki, Lord Second, swear to never misuse your loyalty, promised Jinjetsu with a kind smile. There was a flicker. It barely lasted a moment, but Jinjetsu didn't miss it, and it confirmed a few suspicions his son had about Naruto. Just for a moment, he had seen sadness and guilt pass through the boy's eyes before that stone-cold look appeared in a flash. I wish a few people could have seen this day, whispered Naruto regretfully. Jinjetsu instantly regretted doubting the boy for even a second. He had to remind himself that Mangesta had advised him to give this boy a chance. Your records didn't say much, said Jinjetsu carefully, but not unkindly. I kept it that way and would like it to remain so. Too many bad memories, confessed Naruto, earning a nod from the Mizukage. I understand. The only thing a man can do is move forward no matter how painful the past is, admitted Jinjetsu, as he helped the boy rise back on his feet. He was surprised to see Naruto was composed and in control of his emotions, but Jinjetsu reminded himself that this boy had served in the Black Ops his entire life. Controlling his emotions was an essential part of the job. In that aspect, Naruto was half at best, but Jinjetsu didn't mind and in fact welcomed the boy's honesty. It kind of reminded him of what his younger son would have been like. Jinjetsu suppressed a painful scream that emerged from his memories. If he closed his eyes, he could still see the woman he loved turn to dust before his very eyes along with their unborn son in her belly. He would never, ever, forgive the bastard who took away the woman he loved. If it meant burning the entire world in his fury. Dismissing those dark thoughts, Jinjetsu gestured his newest swordsman to follow him and was pleased to see Naruto obey without question. They both walked lower and lower into the Kage Tower until they reached the basement. The guards instantly bowed on seeing the Mizukage in their presence, earning a nod from their leader. Where are we going? Questioned Naruto, unable to conceal the curiosity in his voice. Getting you started, answered Jinjetsu with a smirk. After a pause, Jinjetsu decided to ask a question that had been plaguing his heart ever since he had seen the boy fight in the arena. "That jutsu you used in the arena, is it in Kekai Genkai?" asked Jinjetsu curiously. Naruto continued walking alongside the Mizukage as they passed through a dark corridor. He dared not close his eyes or risk having the screams ringing in his ears turn into real faces. Faces that he wanted to forget more than anything else, most important of them being those haunting purple eyes. Why? He could hear that painful question lingering in his ears, threatening to consume his heart in grief and agony. "I can't say for certain, but it is a jutsu only I can use. A few have tried to copy the same, and it didn't end well for them," answered Naruto calmly, making Jinjetsu wince as he could already imagine only charred corpses would remain of those fools who had tried to master that dangerous jutsu. "Would like to explain how that power works?" questioned Jinjetsu, earning a tiny smirk from the Umbu. "I'll leave notes behind once I'm dead. Not before that. I hope you understand," said Naruto, amusement ever present in his voice. Jinjetsu laughed at that statement, but did understand and accept the boy's wish to keep his secrets to his own. It was another trait that he had seen previously among many Umbu. The Mizukage saw that they had almost arrived at the destination, and the remaining swordsmen were already waiting for them both. Seeing that, Naruto instantly uplifted his face mask. Even his previously friendly aura turned icy, and Jinjetsu felt the boy was ready to strike if the situation forced him to. Nobody said a word when Jinjetsu and his newest swordsman marched forward towards a lone dais where a bald man was waiting for them with a gleeful smile that was borderline disturbing. There was a neatly crafted box on the table, and Naruto had to force his heart to remain still as he instantly sensed the energy within calling out to him. Jinjetsu must have felt it too, as the Mizukage gave him a nod to step forward. Naruto nodded and walked forward until he was face to face before the bald man. He was shorter than him and in his 50s. His eyes were mismatched in color, which only served to make the Umbu before him more wary. The old man smiled at him and took a step forward to put his cold hand on Naruto's arm. The same man then glanced into Naruto's eyes. "I sense a lot of pain in you, more than most people I have ever met. It shrouds your heart like a raging storm never to rest. It clings to your skin like ash," whispered the old man. "You know nothing," refuted Naruto, and fought back a wince when the old man grabbed his hand more firmly. "Lie to me if you desire, but don't ever hide your true self from this, or it shall destroy you," warned the old man. Before Naruto could ask or say anything, the old man had already left him and now hobbled towards the box. Nearly all the other great swordsmen gasped when the old man removed a finely crafted longsword from the box. It was still sheathed in its scabbard, but already they all felt its lingering power hidden inside. The old man hobbled towards Naruto and respectfully offered the weapon to him with a slight bow. The Umbu captain hesitated a moment before he steeled himself. With shaky hands, he accepted the weapon and slowly started to pull it out from the scabbard. His eyes drifted towards the Mizukage, who nodded at him with a smile, and Naruto couldn't help but feel grateful to the man as the hilt of the sword bore a roaring wolf as its sigil, a tribute to his Umbu codename. Apprehension and excitement bubbled in Naruto's heart as he fully removed the sword for all to see. The very first thing he noticed was that the weapon was as light as a feather in his hand, despite its length being almost half of that of his own height, and he was by no means short in stature. Next, he noticed the intricate seals carved upon the painfully blinding metal that seemed to glow even more in the darkness. Bravely, he practiced a few swings and was pleased to note it was very easy to move and had a good reach. But apart from that, it was just an ordinary sword and nothing like the other famed weapons currently in the possession of his fellow swordsmen. A part of him felt disappointed, but he didn't let it be seen in his eyes. The old man again hobbled towards him until he was standing right beside Naruto. The Umbu officer looked at him and saw a knowing look present in that veteran gaze. "If you conceal your true self from the blade, then it shall do the same with you. This weapon is now a part of you, and for that to work properly, you both need to be one with each other. Free yourself, advised the old man sternly. I am free, refuted Naruto stubbornly, not able to understand what was going on here. You are hiding your true self. Once you step outside of those barriers, you will truly see this sword, said the old man honestly. What's its name? Asked Naruto with a sigh, knowing every sword wielded by the 7 great swordsmen of the mist always had a name. This one was the newest to be added in the annals of history, so surely it would have a name as well. The old man gave him such a wicked smile that Naruto's heart stopped for a moment. He bit his lip in frustration on seeing the other swordsmen were not impressed with this delay. Even the Mizukage and his son were expecting something better than the spectacle currently unfolding. At this rate, he gave out a weary sigh before he decided to follow through on the advice given to him. It was not something he would ever do with a person, but a sword would never betray his secrets. One by one, he allowed the numerous barriers expertly built in his mind and heart to unravel and flinched when a new power surged through his entire body. No words could describe the feeling of this power that was now flooding each and every cell of his body. It was consuming him. It saw what he saw. It felt what he felt. It thought what he thought until he couldn't decipher his own thoughts from those of this strange power. He knew his eyes had already closed, and yet he could still see the basement they were in. He watched the astonishment etched clearly across each and every person's face, including the Mizukage. They all were staring at him in a different light, and he didn't know why. Curious, he glanced at the light sword in his hand and was astonished to see it had turned pitch black. Its once shining metal had turned so dark that no light could ever pierce through it. A similar darkness was swirling all around him, seeping into him, and he saw his 2 blue eyes shining menacingly in the darkness. The old weaponsmith was now glancing in his terrifying eyes with a knowing smile stretching across his lips. "What's your name?" he asked. His grip on the sword tightened, releasing an even more greater amount of energy in the air, nearly choking everything and everyone else. Strangely, that made him smile wickedly as he whispered his name. Muramasa. Ino couldn't help but smile as she watched the Mizukage dressed in his traditional uniform step forward towards a young man with hair as bright as the sun. For once, Kiri was not shrouded in mist or fog, but the sunlight now graced the mysterious land, bringing with it hopes for a new future. She could hear the cries of the entire village that had gathered around the Kage Tower. History was being written right in front of her eyes, one for which she and her husband had fought so long for. Already the other great swordsmen had been given their honors, and now it was time for the newest and last member of their group to receive his own. She was quite surprised when the Mizukage presented a stark white-colored Haori to Naruto. The former Umbu officer was still wearing his face mask, but his eyes betrayed his own curiosity at the gift. His new greatsword rested inside the scabbard hanging from his hip, whereas a smaller tanto-like version of the same blade rested perfectly on Naruto's back. Originally, Muramasa was supposed to be twin greatswords, but the blacksmiths had recommended against it. Many believed that the blacksmiths wanted that greatsword to be unique and not be compared against another weapon of the same make. On the other hand, they couldn't directly disobey their Kage's wishes, so instead they compromised by developing a shorter tanto-like version of Muramasa made from the same metal and mysterious jutsu that made these blades so powerful. In a way that worked out better for Naruto, as he now had one greatsword to wield in open combat, and another shorter weapon of the same caliber to help him in close-quarter combat in tight spaces. She was brought out of her thoughts as her husband started to look at the gift given to him by their supreme leader. Unlike in the past where he was always dressed in Umbu gear, this time the blonde officer had finally changed his appearance as an acceptance of his new way of life and responsibilities. He was wearing a plain full-sleeve black shirt covered by blue pants and a pair of combat boots. On top of them, he was wearing a gray-colored flak jacket commonly worn by almost every Kiri shinobi. On his forehead was a similar gray-colored headband that proudly displayed their village's symbol. The only difference between him and one of the thousands of shinobi currently standing in the streets watching the ceremony was his face mask and combat boots. But it all changed when Naruto allowed the Haori to fall to its full length before passing his right arm through the shoulder opening. Many in the crowd gasped in surprise and curiosity when they saw two distinct things on the Haori's back. The first part was the coloring at the lower edge of the Haori being filled with the same color as the flag of the Umbu Black Ops. To top it off, even a minor symbol of the Special Ops unit was engraved among those colors, a special tribute from the Mizukage towards the unit who had always protected the village from the shadows. Ino didn't miss the subtle change in the body language of the Umbu squads guarding the ceremony from various rooftops. For just a moment, their shoulders swelled with pride before they went back into the shadows to carry out their duty as they always had. Ino couldn't help but acknowledge Jinjetsu Hozuki's smart decision. With such a subtle gesture, he had managed to reaffirm the complete loyalty of the Umbu Black Ops to himself. A powerful gust of wind blew across the village, making her raise a hand to shield her eyes, and it was then that she noticed the other noticeable thing on the back of the Haori, now fully worn by her husband. The seventh. Those words were clearly engraved in dark red kanji, visible for even the weakest civilians to see. The village erupted with cheers never before seen with any of the other swordsmen when they had received their own gifts. Ino couldn't help but smirk when she saw her husband give a subtle bow towards the people, which brought about another wave of cheers. He was already a hero in many eyes and young hearts, but she also saw quite a few who glared. They were easy to spot since they proudly flaunted their family lineage in their attire and by their appearance. The Kagaya and Hagoromo clans. They were the two founding clans behind Kiri and were almost feared and respected in the same manner as the Uchiha and Senju were in Konoha. Even the Mizukage couldn't ignore their opinions, and Jinjetsu had clearly despised them by filling the ranks of the great swordsmen with so many commoners. Only Mangetsu, Haku, and Kisame were affiliated to the dozens of prominent ninja clans that played an important part in Kiri's rule. The remaining four, including Ino's husband who was the last and newest member, were just commoners who had rose through the ranks on their own merit. Even so, many ninja clans saw this move by the Mizukage as an attempt to discredit their importance. What the fools didn't understand that while the great clans did make up almost 50% of Kiri's forces, the other half was made up of ninjas from common families, including civilians. Most of all, in broader comparison, the ninja population made up of only 40% of the entire population of the Land of Water. It was vital for Jinjetsu to reaffirm the faith of both sides in himself after quite a few previous failures made by him. Naruto, with his striking new uniform and spiky blonde hair with two large bangs covering his face, was the perfect picture of a commoner rising to one of the highest positions in the village. An example that hard work, skill, and dedication to one's village eventually led to such honor. If only these simple people knew the games being played by their leadership, or if they knew what she knew about their newest hero. Ino was standing in the balcony of their apartment, her amused eyes curiously watching her husband who was trying to make his way inside their society compound, but was currently stalled by a few young genin. Unlike the other swordsmen, Naruto didn't brush the young generation off with a menacing glare even if they were being impolite. Only Mangetsu and Haku were similar to him in that way and always tried to address the queries of their fellow comrades as they did today at the ceremony. The other swordsmen clearly didn't like it, and Ino knew that in their heads they believed that such actions would erode some of the fear the world, including Kiri's own people, had of the seven great swordsmen if anybody from their village could just approach them randomly for anything. So far, such differing ideologies had not led to any conflict within the group, but they were a dangerous bunch of men and women with ambitions of their own. I hope you know what you are doing, Naruto. He's good at this. Ino didn't blink when another man dressed in Umbu uniform appeared beside her. She had felt his presence approaching, a courtesy which he never bestowed upon most people. Hello, Tsukumo. She heard the white-haired man sigh at her use of his real name, but chose to let it go and instead laid against the wall. Ino erected a powerful genjutsu and activated the army of sealing jutsu that Naruto had created around their apartment that effectively prevented anyone from seeing or listening under any circumstances, something which didn't go unnoticed by Tsukumo, who was still not used to the level of secrecy maintained by the couple. Knowing they were secure, the white fang of the leaf removed his umbu mask and wearily sat at the chair of the dining table while Ino took up an adjacent seat beside him. The higher-ups are pleased with your progress and have assigned new directives, he began, as a scroll was passed down to her. Ino bit her own thumb and smeared her blood on the scroll, allowing it to open. It took her a few seconds to read their new orders, leaving her completely speechless, making her stare at Tsukumo in disbelief. "You can't be serious," she whispered, a hint of anxiety visible in her eyes. "Unfortunately, I am. We are losing badly on all fronts. Lord Tobarama is dead, and Lord Hiruzen is young and yet to adjust to his position as Hokage. We are fighting a three-way war against Kumo, Iwa, and Suna. 30% of our forces have been killed in action, and another 15% have been left in various states of injuries. The only reason we are still in the fight despite such losses is because of the might of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The Uchiha are engaged in a bitter war with Iwa, and Suna with many clans like the Inazuka, Sarutobi, Aburame, and Yamenka clans supporting them with other shinobi and men from the daimyo. While the Senju clan is trying its best to hold off Kumogakure's might with the help of the Hitaki, Nara, Hyuga, Akimichi, and Shimura clan. Even as we speak, our people are dying by the hundreds, explained Tsukumo bitterly, his own helplessness at being unable to aid their people in such dire times clearly visible on his anguished face. After all, he was the leader of all the operatives of their nation currently active within Kirigakure. "What about Yuzushiogakure?" asked Ino hesitantly, earning a nod from the older man. "They are the only allies we have left and are the only force standing in the way between us and the Kinkaku force, not to forget Kumo's deadly twin Jinchuriki and the Gold and Sliver brothers," said Tsukumo worriedly. Ino bit her lip in frustration. The Gold and Silver brothers were as much responsible for starting this entire war along with the Third Raikage, whose ambition was to conquer the whole world. Those brothers, along with the now Third Raikage, had ambushed the Kage Peace Summit and brutally assassinated the Second Raikage and his entourage. Kumogakure underwent a coup under a single night, where the elite Kinkaku Black Ops forces murdered any shinobi supporting the peace, not that there were many to begin with. The flames of the First Great Shinobi War were yet to die down, and another war had been started to avenge the grudges of the recent past. The Second Raikage and the Second Hokage were the only Kages insisting on peace, a desire for which they both paid in blood for, as after killing the Second Raikage, the Gold and Silver brothers along with the Kinkaku Black Ops unit ambushed and murdered the fleeing Second Hokage. With Hashirama's death in the First War, and Tobarama's in this war, the pillars holding the Senju clan together had shattered. The Uchiha were undergoing their own turmoil after the loss of Madara and Izuna, and shinobi of the same caliber were yet to emerge again in this dire hour. With two Kages dead, the rest didn't take much time to endorse their own agenda. The Third Raikage started a conflict with the Land of Fire with the help of the Lightning Daimyo, who had his eyes set on the fertile lands of the south. He was joined in by the Land of Earth and the Tsuchikage. Eventually, both of these factions managed to pursue the Land of Wind and the Kazekage to join their crusade with the promise of water, which was desperately needed in the desert nation. All of these harsh facts made one thing absolutely clear for Ino. Her people were dying. "I'll do it," promised Ino, as her fists clenched in fury on imagining all the people back home whom she had once known. Were they even alive, or would they even recognize her when she returned home? If she returned home. Good. You are our highest-ranked operative in the Hunter Corps. Their opinion are greatly taken into account by the Kiri leadership. Pursue your group leader with this intel and let Naruto take care of the rest. He is the only one who can convince the Mizukage. I heard the man has taken a liking to our boy, said Tsukumo with a smile as he passed her another scroll which she decided to open later. Instead, she looked at Tsukumo, and it was clear for her to see that he was impressed with Naruto's progress. Naruto will follow orders, but I am doubtful if the Mizukage will listen to him. He's still new to the group, warned Ino, only to have a dark but fleeting look cross Tsukumo's face. Once Naruto knows that we plan to involve Kirigakure against Kumo, he will sell his very soul if that's what it takes to get it done, promised Tsukumo without any doubt or hesitation. Why? Asked Ino worriedly. She liked to think that she knew most of the things about her husband, but the way Tsukumo said that implied another darker aspect of Naruto that she didn't know. If he hasn't told you, then it is not my place to disclose his past. But let's just say that Kumogakure and the Kinkaka Black Ops unit are the ones Naruto hates most in this world. They are the reason he accepted this mission with you from his village. Ino, be careful around him. He's a veteran of the First Shinobi World War and the last surviving member of the S program, explained Tsukumo gravely. Ino's face lost all color as the implications of these revelations dawned on her. But the S unit was annihilated in the ending days of the First Great Ninja War. They were the special forces Yuzu had dispatched to rescue Hashirama Senju after he was surrounded deep behind enemy lines in the Land of Lightning. In their attempt to save the first Hokage, they went up against the newly formed Kinkaku Black Ops forces and Kumo's two-tailed beasts. Their intervention helped Hashirama escape, but later on he succumbed to his wounds. But in order for that to happen, the S unit stayed behind as decoys and were eventually annihilated to the last man, recited Ino perfectly. After that event, Tobirama Senju had realized the need for Konoha to have its own Black Ops unit who could perform such dangerous missions. That had laid the foundation for Konoha's own Umbu Black Ops, which was still a young but very quickly growing special forces unit. In order to become a successful operative, each and every history of every village had been ingrained in her mind, including many of the missions which were classified for the common shinobi. But the S unit was killed nearly a decade ago. If Naruto had been one of them, then that would mean. Tsukumo gave her a knowing nod as she stumbled upon the unsaid conclusion. Naruto has seen more war than the both of us combined. He has been at the front lines ever since he was a child, and this is just the tip of the iceberg as to why he hates Kumogakure and the Kinkaka Black Ops. His superiors in Yuzu had warned me that there were much more deeper reasons behind Naruto's hatred, reasons which are personal to him, and for which Naruto has sought the death of Kumogakure his entire life. Now he has that chance, and trust me, he will make sure they paid in blood for all the pain they caused him, explained Tsukumo seriously. Then our two villages are using his hatred, said Ino sadly. To think her kind and caring friend had such a dark past. Tsukumo gave her a pained smile at her statement as he picked up his Umbu mask and got up from his chair. All shinobi are tools, Ino. We are the ones who protect from shadows, to fight and die for one's motherland without receiving anything in return. That is what it means to be a ninja. Naruto knows it, and so do you, whispered Tsukumo as he vanished out of the apartment. Ino stared at the other scroll which she was yet to open, and it filled her with dread. They were playing a dangerous game till this day, and now it was going to get even more deadlier. Out of all the villages, Kirigakure had the worst reputation when it came to treating enemy prisoners. It was better to take your own life than to risk getting exposed to the mist's hospitality, which drove most people mad, or to their gruesome and painful deaths. But they had their orders, and it was just like Tsukumo said. We are the root that protects the tree from the shadows. Ino watched him silently go through their new orders imprinted in the two scrolls before he set them on fire in his own hands and reduced them to ash, which soon disappeared inside his own skin. She was still not used to the sight of him exercising that mysterious power. For years, she had wondered how he had mastered such a power. But now that she knew he had been a part of the infamous S unit, a few things started to make sense to her. What do you think? She asked hesitantly, and saw him aimlessly staring at the ceiling of their apartment. I will never forget their pain, he whispered. Naruto. He blinked on hearing her voice and a soft hand landing on his shoulder. Just for a moment, he had seen them all again just before they vanished once again. Kimobikure took everything from me. My family, my friends, my comrades. It's time they feel the same pain, said Naruto bitterly. They are asking you to attack that place. You know that's suicide, she warned him, but he had already made up his mind. I won't be alone. I don't know how, but I will make the Mizukage see reason. And then, I will bring pain to the land of lightning. I don't care how dangerous or suicidal it is, for this is the path I have chosen, he decided. I just don't want you to take unnecessary risks. You fight for your country just like I fight for mine, but don't think your life is worthless. The higher-ups may feel that way towards you, but not me. I care about you as your ally, your friend, and your fake wife, she said with a bittersweet smile, which made him smile as well as he placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Don't worry about me. Once this war is over and our nations are safe once more, we shall return home no matter what, said Naruto with a gentle smile. You promise? She asked, daring him to say otherwise, but he never did. I never go back on my word. You know that, said Naruto shyly, as she hugged him and allowed him to wrap his strong arms around her. You did well today. The people certainly loved their new hero, teased Ino, which earned a half-hearted chuckle from him. If only she could see the way his face fell on remembering all the people he had fooled today. In the ninja world, you either die a hero or live long enough to become the very thing you hated. He could still hear his old man's words ringing in his ears. He could still remember it all. I wonder what you'll think of me now, father? Of what I have become. What you all would think of me now. If he closed his eyes, he could still see the tall and broad-shouldered red-head man with pale skin. Beside him was a striking woman with fair skin and long blonde hair that reached her waist. Her blue eyes were so full of love and warmth as she and the man laid their hands on the shoulders of two young boys in front of them. One was older than the other with beautiful blonde hair and happy blue eyes. He was holding the hand of the tiny younger boy with dark red hair that covered half his face. I will see you one day, once I get justice. It was that promise made years ago that drove him even today. The power of that resolve that made him betray and lie to every person who had believed in him and trusted him. The pain in his heart making him able to bear fooling all the people around him, lying to them all, including the woman in his arms. What about the food situation? Naruto and the other swordsmen listened silently as their Kage and the various clan heads along with high-ranked officers discussed about their nation's future course of action in this war. Having already suffered losses without much gains, the Kiri leadership was determined to make correct decisions going forward. But his focus was only partly on the discussion going on and relied more upon watching quite a few clan heads that shot him hostile or distrustful looks every now and then. The daimyo has agreed to extend his full support in terms of men, supplies, and money provided that we are able to show him considerable gains in return. If not, he has warned that Kiri's leadership will undergo a massive change, announced Genjutsu. How dare that civilian say such a thing? Fumed Lord Hiro Hagoromo. We are doing all in our power to further Kiri's future. If the civilian thinks he can threaten his betters, then it's time we paid him a short visit, challenged Lady Reika Kagaya, the heavenly beautiful but equally deadly leader of the Kagaya clan. She had long flowing silver hair and equally mesmerizing white pearl-colored eyes. Her skin itself was more brighter than the moon's light, and her chakra was more dark and fierce than most people in the room. When her mischievous eyes landed on Naruto, he felt the hair on the back of his neck rise in alarm. Now that we have such fine new shinobi as our famous swordsmen, I say we put their abilities to good use, she suggested with a smirk, earning swift nods from the clan leader of the Hagoromo. Her smirk vanished when a cold aura descended upon the meeting hall. Its weight was more than that of several mountains combined, and it smelled like the scent of death itself. If she focused hard, she could actually hear painful scream of hundreds moaning around her. Her gaze then connected with the man that had unleashed this power, just like everyone else was now looking at him. If you think it is so easy to raise one's hand against our own countrymen, then perhaps I should extend this courtesy to a select few people first, warned Naruto, his voice as cold as ice. Oh, you've got some balls. And here I thought you were just a pretty face, Reika teased. Naruto placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword and inched it slightly outwards, unleashing an unearthly scream that terrified each and every person in the room. It reached a point where the Mizukage gave him a sharp glare that made him resheath his sword, much to the relief of everyone else. No one is going to raise any weapon against their comrades anymore. Those who do shall be executed right away, thundered Jinjetsu, glaring straight at the Kagaya matriarch. Of course, Lord Second. We only desire to support your rule and avoid any unnecessary meddling from the daimyo, soothed Reika, receiving a suspicious glare from the Kage. Naruto didn't miss how tense a few Hozuki clan members were, and the same was the case with a few Kagaya and Hagoromo clansmen in the room. Lord Second, let us discuss how we can make Iwagakure pay for its crimes, suggested Lord Yamato Yuki, the leader of the Yuki clan and the father of Haku, who was now one of the newest members of the 7 Great Swordsmen. Jinjetsu nodded at the request, looking quite grateful as he gestured to the Umbu commander, who stepped forward while another 2 Umbu lowered the ninja world map in the center of the room for everyone to see. The fact that it was transparent made it possible for each person to see every detail, no matter their position in the room. At the start of this war, Kirigakure had close to 30,000 shinobi and the same number of civilian fighters from the daimyo. Now that count was down to 25,000 shinobi and roughly 20,000 civilian fighters. Jinjetsu had the grace to grimace as he was again reminded of his failed expedition against Iwagakure that costed him not just members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but nearly 3,000 shinobi dead and another 2,000 in various states of injury. The daimyo had rushed in several regiments of his personal guard when the news reached him, but unfortunately that entire fleet never even reached Iwagakure's shores and was instead wiped out in violent sea storms. And they were not even taking into account the financial and logistical cost of these failures or the effect it had on the morale of their forces. All in all, Kirigakure was in a mess of their own doing, or specifically on account of their Kage's hasty decisions. Jinjetsu listened as quite a few of his officers suggested launching a naval invasion by using their entire fleet of ships. Only this time around civilian fighters would not drown during storms, as they would have shinobi protecting them from the elements. The plan is too risky. Plus, have we even thought about supplying our troops once they land on Iwa's shores? The entire voyage would take 6 weeks at minimum. If our troops are in danger of any kind, it will be too late when help reaches them. Lord Second, the Karatachi clan cannot in good conscience allow our shinobi to die pointless deaths, objected Yagura Karatachi, the new and young leader of the small but dangerous Karatachi clan. Naruto was surprised when the same 14-year-old boy gave him a respectful nod and even a faint smile for earlier standing against the Kagaya leader's dangerous suggestion. I agree with Lord Yagura. We should think of an alternative plan where we have the chance of reaching our troops as quickly as possible under any circumstances, voiced Lord Minace Terumi, the leader of the famed Kekai Genkai warriors who could manipulate 3 elements to create something more dangerous. The Umbu Black Ops also agree with your decision, my lords. What should we do? Lord Second, asked the Umbu commander devotedly, as he stared at their Kage. Naruto tensed when he saw his now masked wife dressed in her hunter ninja outfit make a small cough, drawing the attention of everyone. She received a short nod from her superior and a similar one from Jinjetsu, which made Ino step in the middle of the room near the ninja map. There is another way, she suggested, gauging everyone's reaction. While the Hozuki, Yuki, Karatachi, and Terumi clan heads looked open to suggestion, the Umbu commander and the Kagaya clan leader didn't seem happy for various reasons. One hated the hunter corps, while the other loathed a common-born receiving such a chance to speak amongst their betters. Jinjetsu picked up a report laid on his desk by a hunter ninja even as he saw the other leaders do the same when they were given similar reports of their own. Our intel suggests that an invasion by sea is not possible, neither is one from air given our lack of technological advance in that area. That leaves us with a land invasion, suggested Ino. The only way for such an invasion to happen is for our forces to cut through Kumogakure and reach Iwagakure. However, we neither have a pact granting military access with Kumo, nor are we their allies. This would be an act of war against a very powerful nation. Is this what the Hunter Corps is favoring now? Asked Jinjetsu sharply, looking not at Ino, but her superior, who fidgeted when a small portion of their Kage's killing aura landed on him. Like it or not, but this is the only choice we have, Lord Second. Kumogakure has formed a military alliance with Iwagakure. If we attack the stone again, then we are bound to face Kumo shinobi coming to their aid, in which case the Hunter Corps believes in striking them first and wiping them out before bringing our nation's might upon stone, explained Ino. And how do you plan to make that happen? Questioned Mangetsu calmly. Our shinobi have fared poorly in Kumo's mountainous regions in the last war, protested another minor lord. We don't have any nearby base of operations that could supply our troops when they start invading the entire coastal line of the Land of Lightning. It is not feasible, warned Haku, earning a surprising nod from Amiri Ringo of all people. We'll just have to cut through them, I suppose, said Kisame, earning a dark smirk from Zabuza and a similar grin from Jinpachi Munashi. Jinjetsu had seen and listened to all the arguments only, then his gaze landed upon one of the few who was yet to speak. What do you think, Lord Seventh? Asked Jinjetsu amusedly, enjoying the surprised reaction it gained from Naruto on his new title and earning stern glare in return from the Kagaya leader. Now that he was put into the spotlight, he had no chance but to voice his opinion, which was what he had been patiently waiting for. As he walked towards the map, he gave a hidden smile to his wife, who bowed and allowed him the space, just like they had planned to do. If we are to win this war, we will need allies. Any ally of Iwagakure is our enemy. Am I right, Lord Second? Asked Naruto seriously, earning a firm nod from Jinjetsu. Then that greatly limits our choices, for only two notable powers are currently engaged in open conflict with our enemies and their comrades, suggested Naruto. In an instant, Reika Kagaya was on her feet, and the bloodlust in her eyes made Naruto tense. You mean to ally us with Konoha and their lapdogs, the redhead bastards, she yelled furiously. We spit on the tree huggers and their pacifist ways. They deserve to get wiped out and are not even worthy of any aid from us, agreed Lord Hiro Hagoromo. Ino clenched her jaw at that outburst and blatant insult thrown at her people. Her husband, on the other hand, was as calm as still water and looked at both the clan heads before glancing at the Mizukichi. Lord Second, the Land of Fire has quite a lot to offer us. They have money, minerals, and rich lands. It is the perfect time to ally with them when they are currently in need of aid. Like it or not, Konoha and Yuzushiogakure are strong enough to face three great nations and their supporters on their own. We need allies like them if we are to win this war. I am not asking you to like it, but if it saves the lives of our people, then we should set our pride aside, argued Naruto fiercely. The wounds of the last war are yet to heal, Naruto. Moreover, our nation does not have a trustworthy reputation in the world. If we approach them for an alliance, we look weak and they gain even the tiniest upper hand in negotiations, which is something that I cannot allow. I understand and even agree with your suggestion that allying with them is in our interest, but I will not let Kiri appear weak, decided Jinjetsu. Naruto was quite impressed again with the Mizukichi when he saw how that decision instantly made the hardcore Kagaya and Hagoromo clans back down, while the other more liberal clans pondered over it. Then what do you suggest we do, Lord Second? All the facts along with their pros and cons are before you. My sword is yours to command, promised Naruto. Jinjetsu got up from his chair, making everyone else follow suit, but the Mizukichi didn't say anything as he approached towards Naruto and the map. His veteran gaze stared at it for several long moments before landing on his swordsman. Let us show the world the power that Kirigakure holds. It shall strike fear in the hearts of our enemies and hope in the minds of potential allies. We shall attack Kumogakure with our entire might and destroy them for allying themselves with Awagakure. If the Land of Fire and its allies see sense, then they can approach us requesting for an alliance, and we may consider, declared Jinjetsu, earning predatory smiles from the Kagaya and Hagoromo leaders, whereas the other lords and commanders bowed their heads in submission. Naruto conceded, knowing that the Mizukage had made up his mind, and trying to make him change his decision in public would only draw unwanted attention upon him. I have made my decision. Now tell me where we can launch such an attack that will make sure my message is delivered to the world? Asked Jinjetsu seriously, his gaze specifically looking at Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto placed his finger upon Osaka, which was a rich and important coastal city in the Land of Lightning. More importantly, it was the headquarters of the Kinkaku Black Ops forces and an entire regiment of Special Ops shinobi. Jinjetsu gave a predatory smile as he placed his hand upon Naruto's shoulders. Show them what it feels to lose what they love. Ino found herself standing in a very dangerous place. Heavy rains were falling down from the skies, drenching the blood-stained ground and the corpses that littered over it. It was a story of devastation and pain. She caught sight of shinobi wearing uniforms of Kumogakure and those from Yuzu lying dead for as far as she could see. Giant craters, scorched earth, destroyed sections of forest, dried-up lakes, and broken weapons greeted her at each turn. In the far-off distance, there were huge towers of fire erupting from all over the earth. It was hell. Yet the battle was not over. It was then she sensed that familiar and terrifying aura once again. Despite her instincts telling her to run away, her legs rushed her towards the direction of that power. Her heart threatened to explode as the presence became even more stronger and the screams of 1,000 souls reached her. Soon enough, she came across a mountainside cliff and took up position at its edge as she caught a glimpse of the ongoing battle. Her eyes widened on seeing thousands of shinobi from Kumogakure standing on one side, led by none other than the Gold and Silver Brothers. Joining them in the fight was the elite Kinkaku Black Ops unit. Judging by their sheer numbers, the entire battalion was present and participated in the battle. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw 3 or 4 dozen young teenagers and even children with familiar red hair of the Uzumaki clan lying dead across the battlefield. They were all dressed in umbu gear, and many still had masks on their faces even in death. It was then she caught sight of a lone boy wearing the same uniform and a wolf mask cradling one young umbu with bright red hair in his arms. Judging from the boy's lack of movement and nasty hole in his chest, he was dead. Ino felt something in her chest tighten when she saw the lone boy from Yuzu having blonde hair engulf his younger but dead friend in a bear hug. Tears of blood started to fall from the blonde umbu's eyes, and it gave birth to a feeling so powerful that it reached Ino's own heart. Hate. She rushed downhill, uncaring of the danger she was putting herself in, as that familiar haunting feeling in her heart grew stronger. However, she was forced to stop when the Yuzu soldier laid down his comrade and lifted his gaze towards the enemy that outnumbered and surrounded him. It was then she saw those red and haunting eyes. Sharingan. No, she thought, for those eyes lacked any tomo or the pattern of the Uchiha clan's famed dojutsu. What made her doubt that conviction was the fact that the chakra she felt from the boy did feel familiar to that of an Uchiha. It could barely be sensed, but that didn't change the fact that it was there. And those eyes. However, there was another presence. One more stronger than the Uchiha chakra that she had felt earlier. It coiled around the boy like a shroud and threatened to burn anyone that got near him. Dark black-colored ash started to leak out of the boy's entire body as the enemy army in front of him charged once again with a thunderous roar. With a deafening and monstrous roar of his own, the last Yuzu shinobi charged forward to meet his foes head-on. She was about to scream at him, to warn him to give up and run away, but was suddenly at a loss of sense as the world around her started to disappear instantly. You shouldn't be here. That voice was one she knew very well, and when her eyes opened again in a flash, it was then that she saw herself lying in her bedroom on their bed. She looked sideways and saw Naruto staring at her attentively. He did not look pleased. Ino flinched when she saw that they had coiled across each other quite intimately, and one of her arms was wrapped tightly around his chest with her fingers resting over his heart. She realized her mistake. Never do that again, Ino, he said calmly. But his disappointment and underlying anger was not missed by her as she ducked her head in shame. It happened by mistake. I am truly sorry for that, and I won't let it happen again, she promised sincerely. He looked at her for a few long moments, gauging the worth of her promise before heaving a tired sigh and placed his hand over his face. It was my fault as well, I suppose. I underestimated the limits of your mind-walking ability. Next time, I'll take proper measures to make sure this doesn't happen, he said out loud. She could do nothing but nod her consent as she had unknowingly invaded his memories. Since both of them were deep asleep, their senses were extremely dulled, and their close proximity allowed their powers to interact with each other. It wouldn't have been so horrible had they been true husband and wife, but in truth they were operatives serving different nations with secrets of their own. And she had just caught sight of one of his own. Was it true or a dream? The things that I saw, she whispered. Her fear had not yet subsided, and which was something that he didn't miss. And yet he chose to remain silent, neither confirming or denying her question. Instead, he disentangled himself from her gently and stepped towards the edge of the bed. He helped himself to a bottle of water lying at the table beside his side of the bed, and silence ensued in their room. Once he was done drinking his fill, he looked back towards her and gave her a much-needed reassuring smile. "It's all right," he said. She remained silent, but at peace as he got up from their bed and walked bare-chested towards their wardrobe. A small smile came upon her lips as she thought about how they were strangers to each other in so many ways with their secrets, and yet they both were kind to each other, considerate of how the other felt. She could easily pretend to display such emotions with other people as she was trained to do so, but with Naruto those same feelings came to her naturally. She didn't have to pretend and could be herself with him. Even if there existed a wide chasm between them, they both could understand each other. She cared for him, and in his own way he cared about her too. Or that was what she herself believed, for the other possibility seemed too harsh and cold. She herself got out of their bed, allowing her long and free blonde hair to float in the gentle breeze of the silent night. She was wearing one of his t-shirts and even his shorts, which she liked, in an action that always amused him. Even now he smiled on seeing her smirk. Her gaze caught sight of the clock, and that evaporated all her happy feelings. "You guys are going to do it, aren't you?" she asked in a resigned voice, making him look at her. "The orders have already been delivered by the Mizukage himself. You know I have no choice. Besides, I've wanted to do this for a long time," he confessed, as she stepped closer to him and placed her hand atop his. "Is it because of your past?" she asked. He just nodded, confirming her suspicions, but she chose not to push him on this topic any further if the memory she had unknowingly seen was any proof. "It's true that the Mizukage asked you and the other swordsmen to attack Osaka town by yourself. He wants to reinstate the fear and respect enjoyed by your group across the shinobi world. Yet even so, he had offered all of you the choice of taking Kiri's best fighters in battle with you if required. I knew most of the others from your group had refused the offer for reasons of their own. But why did you even refuse to offer me a chance to fight by your side when I had specifically said that to you earlier?" she asked, some anger and frustration seeping into her usually calm voice. She was further agitated when he didn't answer her question and instead went away to take a bath. Yet she didn't let it go and stubbornly waited until he returned. Even so, he was silent despite her attempts to make him answer. He remained silent until the very moment he adjusted the Haori given to him by the Mizukage and his sword on his hip. "Why, Naruto?" she asked more insistently. She, along with an entire battalion of hunters, Umbu ninjas and Jounin along with Chunin were to remain as backup nearby the coastal stronghold and only step in if the seven great swordsmen were in deep trouble. It frustrated her and now even terrified her as she had seen a glimpse of his history with the Kinkaku unit and Kumogakure in general. I and the others can fight alongside you guys. It will make our attack more fast and effective. Why won't you consider it? If you are the one to vouch for us aiding you in battle, then the Mizukage won't refuse, she pleaded, making him stop when he was just about to reach the door. He looked back at her, and even though his face was hidden behind his mask, she knew he was smiling. You were always the optimist among us both. However, the world needs more people like you, he praised. Why? She asked again, refusing to be blinded by his praise. He blinked, and for a moment he saw them all once again, only for everyone to disappear when he opened his eyes. She didn't miss the way his fist clenched slightly and the way his shoulders slumped a little for a moment before he composed himself and looked back at her. This time he was fully smiling, but she could see the pain in his eyes very clearly. My dream died, but your dream is still alive, Ino. She froze and felt a lump growing in her throat, even as tears started to arrive in her eyes, as she remembered her village and her own desire to return back there one day. He knew her wish and was doing everything in his power to make sure she lived to see that dream become a reality. I want you to be part of that dream too, she said gently, making him smile wistfully. He placed the Tonto version of his sword on his back and turned back to walk towards her. When he reached in front of her, he lowered his face mask and leaned down to place a gentle kiss across her lips. Ino felt herself melting in his embrace and kissed him back, fiercely wishing he would join her dream, for deep down, he was a good man, no matter how much he pretended to be otherwise. The moment ended too soon for her when he broke the kiss and raised his face mask back in its place. Thank you. With those words, he vanished from their home in a swirl of ashes. Jinjetsu noted the determined expressions in the eyes of his seven great swordsmen. Armed to the teeth, they were ready to conquer the world with Kiri's colors. A part of him felt extremely proud to see his own son among these great men and women, but there was another who had recently caught the Mizukage's eye, a fine shinobi whom he could trust Kiri's future with. The Mizukage glanced down from his tower to see the 501st Battalion standing ready and awaiting his orders. Made up of Kiri's finest Jounin, Chunin, Umbu, and Hunter Ninja, it was the most elite unit they could field against their enemies. In the upcoming mission, he intended to have them act as support while the 7 ninja swordsmen stormed the front. Now, it was time for him to choose the one to lead this mission. Do any of you have any ideas that you want to suggest? Asked Jinjetsu seriously. None, Lord Second. We will follow orders, replied Haku obediently, earning a nod from Amuri Ringo as well. Unknown to them, their reply had only disappointed their supreme leader, who didn't let his personal feelings be visible. Well, it's about time to get our hands dirty, said Kisame with a shark-like grin. The lightning pups will soon get a taste of my blade, agreed Zabuza. Mine too, whispered Jinpachi menacingly. Jinjetsu closed his eyes and tried to stem his disappointment. It was true that Kiri had many fine shinobi who had excelled truly as individual warriors, but there were very few who had it in them to lead others. People who could look at the bigger picture, care about something other than their own desires. Lord Second, I propose that the 501st fight alongside us. Having them acting as support is good, but their potential will be wasted if we keep them away from such a crucial battle. Besides, even the 7 of us, no matter how strong, shouldn't try to shoulder everything alone. We will strike fear into the hearts of our enemies, but we must not alienate our comrades, explained Mangetsu, drawing hesitant nods from Amuri and Haku. Jinjetsu smiled and was once again filled with pride over his son's thoughtfulness. Yet even so he remained silent. Mangetsu's heart was in the right place, and he had the potential to be a truly great leader of their nation, but he had missed one key factor. Naruto had listened to the suggestion provided by the Kage's son, and it made him remember Ino's own desire to fight alongside him. but it also brought back painful memories, ones that he wished to forget. He had believed in people other than himself once. Could he do so again, knowing what had happened when he had made the same choice in the past? Yet when he thought about the alternative, there was not much choice. The 7 ninja swordsmen were a dangerous force, but not one of them, except for Naruto himself, had faced the Kinkaku and their allies. He alone knew what horrors that unit was capable of. If anyone from their group, or if most of them died, then the 501st would be completely unprepared to face the Kinkaku battalion and an entire regiment of special forces from Kumogakure. He looked at the hundreds of ninjas assembled below the tower. Many of them were so young and didn't deserve to suffer the fate that people whom Naruto himself had once cared about faced. The decision was made. Lord Second, I agree with Mangetsu. Even so, I still propose the 7 of us lead and battle the enemy at first. Our enemy are the Kinkaku and Kumo's finest Black Ops. It is imperative we who are strong battle them first and gather as much information as we can and do maximum damage. By collecting that intel, we can instruct our troops of the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. This way, when they do step into battle, they are fully prepared and suffer minimum casualties, requested Naruto sincerely. Boy, and why the hell should we go to all that effort? They are not kids, but shinobi, barked Aim Yuri in protest. They'll just get in our way even if we do tell them, hissed Zabuza, earning nods from Kisame and Jinpachi. Naruto-san, time is of the essence. We cannot battle the Kinkaku battalion and the entire regiment of Special Ops forces while also taking care of our own comrades. At this rate, our mission may not prove much effective. I suggest we go ahead with Mangetsu's idea. The 501st is made up of our finest shinobi. They will know what to do, suggested Haku. Jinjetsu watched as his son directly looked at Naruto. Are you afraid that we will lose people? But that is a part of being a shinobi, said Mangetsu calmly, but was surprised when Naruto shook his head. I know that. However, we are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. We are Kiri's sword against its enemies, but we are also its shield. We need as many men as we can in this war. Most of all, we need to rebuild the trust of our troops back into the leadership. If it's too much trouble for you guys to instruct our men, then allow me to do that task, requested Naruto. Before anybody else could speak, Jinjetsu cleared his throat, drawing their attention. I have heard what all of you had to say. Now hear my decision. Naruto blinked when the Mizukage directly looked at him without any doubt or hesitation in his gaze. Naruto, I name you commander of this mission with Mangetsu as your second in command, declared Jinjetsu, much to the surprise of everyone, including Naruto himself, who had never thought the Mizukage would choose him to lead over his own son. By the looks of it, Mangetsu also didn't look very pleased if his clenched fist were any proof. Why not your own son, Lord Second? Asked Aim Yuri with a frown. Our warriors will follow Mangetsu. He is a proven fighter, argued Haku zealously. Not that it matters to us, but why the newbie, Lord Second? Asked Kisame curiously. Even Naruto, who had remained silent, was curious to hear as to what led the older man to make such a decision. Naruto is a proven battle commander. In the Umbu, he has led several missions against Kumogakure shinobi. He knows how they fight and operate. He is a strong warrior, but most of all he understands what it means to lead. A commander is not just responsible for the success of the mission, but is also responsible for the safety of the troops under him. If you directly pit our troops against foes like the Kinkaku and their allies, many will die a needless death when it can be avoided by using Naruto's idea. All of you have your own thinking, but this mission is not just about you. It's about Kirigakure and its future, explained Jinjetsu fiercely as he turned towards the former Umbu officer. I leave them all to you. Naruto knelt fully before the Mizukage before looking at him with nothing but pure determination. I will look after them, Lord Second, promised the 7th. Jinjetsu nodded and looked at the others assembled before him. To his great relief, they all bowed their heads to his decision one after another. He doubted they would make Naruto's task easy, considering each of them were very powerful and had their own agenda. If this is good for our people, then I shall follow you, Naruto promised Mangetsu reluctantly. Jinjetsu couldn't hide his smile this time as he saw Naruto give a respectful nod to the younger boy. The proud father gave his son an acknowledging nod, earning a thin smile from the boy. Bring glory to our nation. Mangetsu hopped across the forest trees at a rapid pace in order to catch up with the man he was supposed to follow in this mission. Behind him, he saw the remaining members of his group and the entire 501st following dutifully. Most of their warriors were excited for some much-needed action, but Mangetsu was not at peace, for deep down, he felt something was not right. The mission, as simple as it was, had some much hidden aspects to it, ones that were somewhat known to their commander. "What do you know about them?" asked the Hozuki heir as he joined his commander. "What makes you think I know anything about our enemy?" retorted Naruto calmly, earning a narrowed gaze from the purple-eyed boy. "You wouldn't have fought so strongly for your strategy to be accepted unless you knew something that I and the others don't. I don't know much about you, but the Umbu trust you. You have faced the Kinkaku before, haven't you?" asked Mangetsu seriously. He waited for an answer and saw Naruto calmly staring ahead as they both jumped across trees at a pace which was impossible to match for most ninjas. Once he confirmed, "Then it was right of my father to choose you to lead this mission." Naruto couldn't hide his surprise on hearing the younger boy's honest remark. The fact that he was smiling and there was no ill emotion hidden in his heart was a stark contrast to his earlier behavior. Mangetsu must have sensed his thoughts as he shrugged. "I won't lie, I wanted to lead this mission. But if you truly know how to fight our enemy with minimal losses to our own forces, then I will believe in you as my father has. I just don't want more of our people to die in vain," admitted Mangetsu. He didn't miss the fleeting sorrowful look that crossed Naruto's eyes before he schooled his features once more. "What is it?" asked Mangetsu hesitantly. "You just reminded me of someone I once knew." Before Mangetsu could question him any further, they soon cleared the edge of the forest and saw themselves standing in front of the vast sea that separated the land of water from the land of lightning. Their remaining comrades joined them soon enough in a few minutes, and Mangetsu decided to address them when Naruto gave a nod. "In order to reduce time, we will all travel on foot across the sea. Rest up a bit, regain your strength and energy, for once we begin our run there is no stopping or going back," instructed Mangetsu. "Don't you think that it's a bit more dangerous for some of our younger subordinates? It might just kill them before they even see enemy shores," warned Kisame with a smirk, as he looked at a handful Chunin who grimaced. "There is no other choice. With our old fleet destroyed and a new one in the process of being built, we have no choice but to cross the ocean on foot to reach enemy territory," argued Zabuza. "It shouldn't be too difficult for most of our force members, but for some it may get lethal. In that case, the strong will have to shoulder the weak," advised Haku, earning a sigh from Amuri. "Troublesome," muttered the red-haired female swordmaster. Arguments and suggestions were breaking out across the entire force, with every member, be they senior or junior, interested in voicing their opinions. Ino saw Naruto close his eyes before releasing a short amount of killing intent that made everyone stop. The 501st and the other swordsmen instantly went on alert when they all felt the power surge in their surroundings. To everyone's surprise, a massive wall of water rose from the sea. It spanned across the entire coast in length and was nearly 30 feet in height. Most surprisingly, it was stable. Mangetsu couldn't hide his smirk when he saw Naruto standing on top of that wave with his 2 fingers raised. "Hop on," instructed the blonde-haired commander. Ino was left speechless even as their entire force cheered enthusiastically. All around her, their comrades charged forward to take up positions over that wall of water. Instead of running across the ocean, all they had to do now was keep themselves steady over that wave while it carried them across. Of course, such a journey would involve extreme control and caution to be invoked by the creator of this jutsu. Judging from Naruto's lack of visible pain or stress was truly surprising, not just for her, but for Haku, as well, who was staring at their commander in a new light. Even among Kiri shinobi, such mastery over water is found among only a handful shinobi. The Mizukage being one such fighter, but Naruto being an operative from Yuzu makes him least capable of wielding such power. His strength lies in fire and wind, which is prominent among most Uzumaki warriors. Nor is he a warrior of Kiri who have natural talent with water element. Let's go, Hunter. Ino was brought out of her thoughts when Haku called out to her. Realizing they were the last ones left to join, both ladies nodded at each other before rushing forward to join their remaining comrades who had now all taken up positions over that giant wave. When everyone was in position, Naruto's voice boomed across the entire force. Maintain balance with the water at all costs. Leave the rest to me. He was about to summon a large amount of his chakra when he felt two hands being placed upon his shoulders, two across his back and two blades touching his legs. Looking back, he saw it was Mangetsu and Haku who had placed their hands over his shoulders. Amiri and Jinpachi had their hands placed over his back, and Zabuza, along with Kisame, had placed their swords at his legs. "Can't let you steal all the shine," said Zabuza with a grin. Even behind that mask, Mangetsu caught a tiny smile arriving on Naruto's lips as the remaining swordsmen all channeled their chakra inside their commander, who then joined his hands together. The entire 501st cheered when the giant wave stormed forward, cutting across the ocean at breathtaking speeds and bringing them more and more closer to their inevitable fight. 2 days later, the 7 ninja swordsmen and the top officers of the 501st had decided to make camp at a remote island barely 50 miles off the coast of Osaka City. Just an hour's march away was the enemy city defended by thousands of Special Forces ninja. It was one of Kumogakure's strongholds, one many believed to be unconquerable. "We have nearly 800 fighters in our ranks, not including the 7 of you," said one of the Umbu officers, who was in charge of a large contingent of troops. "The enemy has 3 or 4 times those numbers if we include the Kinkaku battalion. We are at a heavy disadvantage not just in strength, but knowing the terrain as well. This will be a difficult battle," commented Ao, the leading officer for the entire 501st. Naruto stared at the man who was expertly covering the Byakugan behind a simple eye patch. Even now, the same officer was silently trying to gauge his power with the hidden eye. "What is your plan, Commander?" asked Kisame amusedly. "Before you tell us your strategy, I would like to introduce someone," said Ao honestly. Before anyone could say something, another ninja entered inside the tent. Naruto's eyes slightly widened when he sensed the underlying sea of dark chakra within the woman who now stood before him. She was a beauty. He would give her that, and many other men in the room, including Mangetsu and Jinpachi, blushed. But there were others who were just as wary as Naruto, for they had sensed her hidden dark power. The kunoichi had long and beautiful auburn hair and an attractive figure that stuck very well across her blue-colored dress. Her green eyes were full of mischief, but deep down there lurked an edge in them. There was a traditional katana at her back, her skin being extremely fair and her chakra swirling around her body playfully. Her gaze directly connected with the blue eyes of the commander as she gave him a slight bow. "I am Mei Terumi, heir to the Terumi clan and Jinchuriki of the Six Tails." Naruto didn't miss how everyone in the room had tensed as Mei Terumi finished her introduction. It was a natural reaction to a Jinchuriki's presence. But in those nervous gazes, he also saw quite a lot of scorn and even hatred for a woman who was supposed to be their comrade. Their eyes clearly showed they saw her as a weapon or a creature of evil. Being born in a village with no-tailed beasts made him unable to understand these feelings. However, he could understand what it meant to be different from others. To have a power that made people fear you, he could understand that very well. "No matter what the others say, for me you are a great shinobi." A faint smile came upon his lips as he remembered the heart-warming words of his little brother who had believed in him, loved him when everyone had given up on him. Maybe it was those connected feelings and shared bond that made him walk towards Mei, who was now kneeling before him. Mei blinked in surprise when the commander himself knelt to her level, much to everyone's surprise, and offered her his hand. "Call me Naruto. I hope we can work together," he said with a pleasant smile. Mei connected her own hand with his and couldn't help but feel the positive emotions surrounding this man. Everyone around her was nervous, angry, disgusted, and even afraid, but not this man. In this raging sea of emotions around her, he was like a small but peaceful island where she could find refuge. Even if she didn't know him, a part of him wanted to trust him and follow him. "Pleased to meet you," she greeted him with a small smile, as he helped her stand back on her own feet. She was disappointed when he broke their contact and returned back to his place at the center of the table. Mei couldn't help but see how soon he had composed himself. Gone was that friendly smile, which was now replaced by a calm, composed, and even cold look as he looked at the map of Osaka City placed before him. "It would seem Naidame thought a step ahead of us all. That's the Mizukage," praised Naruto honestly, as he gave Mei a small nod. "How do proceed, Nanadame?" asked Mei with an amused smile. A small blush crept across Naruto's cheeks, which was thankfully hidden by his face mask. He didn't know how to respond to that cryptic remark or the not-so-innocent way Mei was looking at him. Fortunately, Ino was not present in this meeting, or it could have been quite embarrassing. Even few officers and most of the swordsmen grinned as he was outsmarted. A light cough escaped his lips as he focused his attention back on the map. "Our ultimate goal is the sheer destruction of this city and the annihilation of the military forces stationed here. However, that is a difficult task. Mei, how far are you able to control your Biju's powers?" asked Naruto seriously. "I can control up to 3 tails. Anything beyond that, and I lose control," she admitted honestly, some worry easily visible on her pretty face. "We cannot have that, so you shall stick close to me. I plan to use your aid wherever our forces are getting massacred, and will stay close to keep you from going out of control," promised Naruto without any hesitation. "Can you even do that?" An out-of-control Jinchuriki is a walking disaster which does not discriminate between friend and foe, warned Amuri, directing a suspicious look at the Terumi clan heir, who glared back at her coldly. "Channel your chakra, Mei." Mei hesitated before deciding to obey that command. She started channeling her chakra and was surprised when Naruto gestured her to increase it. Complying, she nearly started summoning 1/4 of her power when she gasped and looked at her belly. A dull ache bellowed from within her body and her eyes widened in shock when dark marks started spreading across her body. "Fuinjutsu." She, along with everyone else, looked at Naruto in surprise, who had now joined his hands together into the ram seal. "That handshake," whispered Mangetsu in realization. Zabuza and Jinpachi narrowed their eyes towards their commander, now being able to see him in a completely different light. Perhaps the Mizukage had seen something which none of them could. "You marked her the moment you touched her. You're quick," Lord Seventh praised Kisame sincerely. Mei was trying her best to shake off the control that was brutally suppressing her chakra. She cursed herself for underestimating Naruto. Her father had warned her to be careful around him, warning her that he was an accomplished Umbu officer. Now she knew why. Through the seal, she could feel his chakra invading her body and clearly crushing her own power. This was not the power of any ordinary ninja or someone from a civilian family. Even among shinobi families, only a handful of ninja clans had mastered the art of controlling Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts. In any case, she decided never to let her guard down around Naruto. Thankfully, he stopped suppressing her power the moment she halted gathering her chakra. A small bead of sweat rolled down her forehead, and she gritted her teeth in frustration on seeing Naruto looking unfazed as he focused back upon the map, as if nothing had happened. Such was their difference in strength, even if she had the 6 tails power within her. Naruto studied the terrain carefully, as did the other officers around him. Osaka was a coastal city that had a medium-sized port where merchant ships and military transports regularly docked. On its eastern and western sides, it was surrounded by large mountains, while its northern border had a vast open grassland where any movement could be seen from miles away. For groups of 200 each, declared Naruto, gathering the attention of everyone present. The first group made up of purely Umbu Black Ops and Hunter Ninjas. They shall be the vanguard force that shall battle the bulk of enemy forces under the command of the 7 great swordsmen. The second group comprised of elite jounin, preferably fighters well versed in lightning and earth style. This force will divide itself into 2 halves, with each climbing atop these mountains on the eastern and western flanks surrounding the city. When I give the signal, they are to launch aerial bombardment all over the city. The third group made up of skilled jounin. Their task shall be to loot as many valuables, be it money, resources, food stories, weapons, and intel. Apart from these tasks, they are to also set up escape routes from where our forces can retreat if they get trapped. Ayo, I want you to command this task force. The fourth group will be made up of Chunin, led by newly appointed jounin. They shall be the reserve force that shall guard our rear against any enemy counterattack. When he was finished explaining his plan, he looked up to see if there were any objections and was pleased when there were none. If they had, then they kept it well hidden. It was not the common shinobi he was worried about, but his own group from where he was expecting much resistance. "Do we have any strategy to engage the Kinkaku?" asked Zabuza seriously. "Only the 7 of us shall engage them. Under no circumstances do I want our shinobi to make contact with them. Ayo, as the lead officer of the 501st, I want to make this very clear to you. If anyone apart from Mei or the 7 swordsmen make contact with them, they are as good as dead," warned Naruto, much to the Umbu's shock. "Surely, you are exaggerating a bit, Lord Seventh," whispered Ayo hesitantly. "I have faced them before and I barely survived that encounter," confessed Naruto, as he lowered a part of his jounin vest where a nasty and deep-edged scar spanned all across the upper portion of his chest. "What are they?" asked Haku hesitantly. "Masters of ninja arts, but more dangerously. They are a force of warriors who are able to control Biju chakra, just like the Gold and Silver Brothers. When Konoha sold the tailed beasts to various nations at the start of the Hidden Villages era, Kumogakure was not satisfied. They believed it too risky to grant such enormous power in the hands of just one individual who could be killed, captured, turn rogue, or just be a disappointment. So they started a program where their most elite ninjas could also learn to control the tailed beast power to some extent. The Gold and Silver Brothers who have the Kyubi chakra in them were tasked with training this force. Naturally, there were many casualties, but Kumogakure never cared about the price, but about the ultimate power it would grant their village. After a decade of experiments, they successfully bred an entire company of shinobi capable of using such power. "That force is known as the Kinkaku," explained Naruto in detail. He looked across the room hoping these people took his words to heart or risk paying the ultimate price. Thankfully, most of them, including the 7 swordsmen, were considering his words quite seriously. "If what you say is true, then we cannot let our forces battle against them," agreed Mangetsu. "Even so, battles are truly unpredictable. If some of them manage to slip past us and head directly towards our forces, warned Haku. "Then they'll all be warned Yuri, but was stopped when Naruto slammed his fist against the table. Ao, along with the other common officers, directly came face to face with the determined blue eyes as they stared into their very souls. "As your commander, I will protect each and every one of you with my life. I won't let my comrades die at their hands," promised Naruto fiercely, hoping that they would believe in him. "Not again. The Mizukage placed our lives in your hands, Lord Seventh. I may not know you personally, but your eyes reflect your desire to protect the men under your command. I can respect that, and so we shall all believe in you," promised Ao with a small smile, much to Naruto's relief, who gave a nod of acknowledgement. They went on to discuss the details of their plans for another hour before retiring to their quarters to rest and prepare for their fateful battle. Naruto stood before the 501st alongside the other swordsmen. The skies had darkened as dark clouds had hidden the moon behind them, yet even in the darkness he could see the faces of the men and women in front of him. Soon, They all would venture into their toughest battle. Many wouldn't come back alive. Many would never be the same again. This battle would change them. For better or worse, only time would tell. As their leader, it was his responsibility to make them ready for the obstacle in front of them. "We're ready, Lord Seventh," reported Ao confidently, as all 800 warriors stood at attention. "I don't have much to say. I wish I knew each one of you personally, and the opposite as well. Maybe after this battle we can all have some drinks together and have a blast of our victory," said Naruto with a small smile, earning brief chuckles from quite a few of the Kiri shinobi. However, there were many others who, while silent, looked far from comfortable. "Sir, please take some of us with you. We are expendable. The 7 ninja swordsmen aren't," argued one of the Chunin, who looked to be barely 15 years old. "No, you're not," answered Naruto frankly, a harsh tone creeping into his voice as he looked at the men around him. "Never think like that. You're loyal soldiers of Kiri, the best hope of our people. I hope you have faith in me and my plan, while I shall also have faith in each and every one of you. Look after each other in battle. Follow your training. Give it your best. But most of all, never lose faith in yourself or the cause you are fighting for, no matter the odds. As your commander, I shall clear the way for you. And know this, dead or alive, I will bring you home. That is my promise to each and every one of you," said Naruto sincerely. "So shall I," promised Mangetsu with a smile. "Me too," said Haku earnestly. "Guess we'll just do all the heavy work so you pups don't get into too much trouble," grinned Amiri with a feral smile. "Leave the heavy lifting to us and these big boys," said Zabuza with a smirk as he pointed at his huge blade. Kisame did the same while Jinpachi just gave a cunning smile. Naruto's gaze connected with Ino for a moment as they both gave fleeting nods to each other. As he turned to join his fellow swordsmen, Naruto saw Mei and many of the Kiri shinobi staring at him with much less skepticism than before. Maybe he even saw respect in their eyes for him. "Ao, wait for my signal," commanded Naruto, earning a nod from the older man. Mangetsu had to pause when his partner stopped. The Hozuki clan heir and Naruto himself had teamed up together while the rest of them had also divided themselves. Haku and Amiri were one team one. Kisame, Zabuza, and Jinpachi were team 2, while Naruto and Mangetsu were team 3. Team 1 and 2 had been tasked with dealing out the maximum damage across the city, bearing the brunt of the enemy power. Team 3 were tasked with noting down the enemy's counterattack strategy and ultimately finding holes that would help their troops to break the enemy. However, for that to open, they first needed to enter the city. "What is it?" asked Mangetsu to his partner, who bent down and placed his palm on the sea's surface. "There is a barrier up ahead. A weak one, but something that will alert the enemy of our presence even before we step foot into the city," said Naruto seriously. "I cannot see or feel it. Can you deactivate it?" questioned Mangetsu, wondering if his new teammates' power in the sealing arts were as great as the Mizukage had said they were. To his surprise, Mangetsu felt a slight shift in their surrounding as Naruto got up on his feet and looked at him. "It is done. Signal the others to move in," directed Naruto, earning a nod from Mangetsu. The younger swordsman raised his fingers, and soon enough a thick mist started to form around them, which slowly started creeping towards Osaka City. Naruto and his partner calmly walked through the mist, even as they both felt the presence of their fellow swordsmen rushing forward at alarming speeds towards the city. As they advanced further, Naruto felt the presence of Kiri shinobi taking up positions across the mountains surrounding Osaka, while their remaining comrades were following the trail left by the 7 ninja swordsmen. They were advancing slowly, waiting to strike swiftly once the signal was given. "How long before they know what is going on and counterattack?" asked Mangetsu hesitantly. 3 minutes. Mangetsu blinked in shock at his partner's reply. A part of his heart didn't want to believe the enemy to be so capable, but another part of him knew Naruto had faced these warriors in the past and spoke from experience. It was best to have faith in him and follow his lead. "I'll take care of that," reassured Naruto, as he raised 2 of his fingers. Mangetsu was fascinated when heaps upon heaps of ash started to leak from Naruto's entire body and soon started to blend easily into the thick mist. Within minutes, Mangetsu could feel that power spreading quickly block by block until entire districts started to get flooded. Both of the swordsmen advanced further until they swiftly crossed the docks in a blur and took up positions on top of a warehouse rooftop that gave a decent overview of the sprawling city ahead of them. Mangetsu saw that Team 1 and Team 2 had also taken up positions and were waiting for their signal. Mangetsu winced when he saw the thick mist unleashed by him now covering half of the city, and in it was carefully hidden the ash being released and controlled by Naruto. Having already seen a small glimpse of the former Umbu's power, Mangetsu was truly wary of the atrocity that was about to be unleashed. Innocents will die, warned Mangetsu, knowing he was just as responsible for the deaths today as his comrade beside him. To his surprise, there was no hesitation in Naruto's now red eyes. "What is he?" "Only then Kumogakure shall know true pain," said Naruto icily, as he clasped his hands together. Through it all, he felt them. Men, women, and children, most of whom were peacefully sleeping in their beds. None of them had any idea about the calamity that was surrounding them at the very moment. He could feel their love, their dreams, their fears. He could feel it all. Just for a moment, it made him hesitate as his heart tried to search for another way. Until he remembered what these people had did to him, his family, his friends, his comrades. Their blind ambition to acquire more and more power, to support those who threatened to engulf this world into a never-ending war, to turn a blind eye to the pain they inflicted upon other people who had never done anything to wrong them. Mangetsu tensed as he felt even more and more ash leaking out of Naruto's body to the point that now half of the city was shrouded in his power. "So, you're set on doing this, Naruto?" Those red eyes lacked any mercy as Naruto extended both of his arms towards the city. "I will never forget my little brother's pain." Ash release, explosion. Mangetsu's vision went blank. Southern District. Awoke up in alarm as the very ground beneath his feet trembled. Already he could feel a great disturbance in the city as he rushed straight out of the wall of his house, only to be greeted by a scene of devastation. Almost half of the city had literally vanished. In its place, all that remained was scorched earth, whose very soil had turned black with the ashes of all those who had perished in this tragedy. Not even debris of houses or buildings had survived. The very air itself was burning, and it was then that A felt a presence. It was one at first, which soon turned to two, then three, until there were 7 signatures, he recognized, most of whom were quickly moving through the devastated city. Another dark-skinned man dressed in Umbu gear appeared by his side instantly. Umbu platoons are moving across various sectors, but so far we have no survivors. It's as if they all just vanished in that explosion. "What is this, eh?" asked the Umbu leader. "Why didn't the Kinkaku sense anything disturbing?" "Where the hell are they?" yelled A in fury. "Most of them are accompanying your father, Lord Raikage, in the battle against the Hyugas, which started yesterday. The few that remain are currently guarding the prison. We cannot afford to lose those prisoners. It would seem this is Konoha's revenge for what we did to their Hokage. They launched a massive assault drawing our Raikage and the Kinkaku while a strike force reached here," suggested the Umbu leader. "I will crush the bastards who did this," yelled A, as he channeled lightning all over his muscled body. "You will do no such thing. Guard the prison and send as many Kinkaku to the front lines. Until then, the Umbu Black Ops will hold off the enemy. Those are the standing orders given to us by the Raikage before he left, and I will not allow you to disobey them," announced the demon-masked Umbu leader firmly. A clenched his fist when a foul chakra started to leak from the Umbu leader's body. His rough silver hair grew longer until it reached his waist, and the very man started to transform into the fox from whom he had derived his power. "Kinkaku, make them pay," said A bitterly, as he vanished. Zabuza grinned maniacally when he saw literally hundreds of Umbu leap from each and every corner of the burning city. "Kisame, Jinpachi. His two comrades laughed as Kisame went through a couple of hand seals while Jinpachi unleashed his own blade as the enemy forces got closer. Water style, water wave. Kisame unleashed a massive wave of water from his mouth that nearly swept the ash-ridden ground across all directions and made the Kumo Ambu halt their advance in favor of scrambling for cover. Hidden Mist Jutsu, Silent Death, whispered Zabuza. Jinpachi wildly jumped in the air, unleashing the full extent of his lethal sword as hundreds of explosive seals materialized across the blade. Before anybody could react, the world was deafened again in a series of explosions that tore dozens of Ambu to shreds and injuring several others fatally. Even more painful screams and hurried shouts followed as the mist only grew thicker as one after another more and more Ambu went silent. Zabuza grinned as he tore two female Ambu in half with his massive sword as he watched Kisame do the same to his enemies by shredding them to pieces. Both swordsmen vanished before the other Ambu around them could see or even sense them. A few sensory types barely managed to raise their blades, but were horrified when their weapons were instantly destroyed against the mighty swords named Samahata and Kubokirabocho. Across another part of the city, lightning clashed against lightning as Amiri Ringo squared off against two entire platoons of Kumo Ambu. She looked to her left to see a dome of ice walls surrounding a squad of Ambu warriors. They tried to defend themselves as Haku showered them with poison needles. To her surprise, most of them were blocked by the expert swordsmanship of the Kumo shinobi. Attack the mirrors. Haku grinned as her enemies fired lightning arcs against her ice mirrors, destroying quite a few of them through brute force. Seeing an opening, the Ambu tried to break free only to meet their end when Haku emerged from one of the nearby mirrors, and her needle sword skewed her enemies' vital spots mercilessly, thereby ending their lives. However, her triumph was short-lived as no matter how many she or Amiri took down, more and more shinobi were approaching towards their location. Mangetsu had thought he had seen many horrors in his life. Growing up in Kiri should have made him strong enough to deal with the atrocities of their world, but nothing could have ever prepared him for what he was seeing right now. So many souls had perished instantly, most of whom didn't even know what happened as their lives were snuffed out. Half of the city had just turned to ash in the blink of an eye, and the one who had caused it was standing in front of Mangetsu, panting harshly. This was not an act of strategy or necessity, but one done out of deep-seated hatred. "Why?" asked Mangetsu hesitantly, taking one step away from this man. It was as if he was staring at a different person who had come to life, taking over Naruto's body. Mangetsu could not believe that the man who had went so far to protect his own men would be willing to commit such a cruel act against civilians. "This is my justice. If the many stay silent and allow the evil and corrupt to carry on unchecked, then this world shall never know peace." The citizens of this country stood by and supported the first Raikage who started the first great ninja war that caused so much pain. They stood by and allowed the second Raikage to be killed, a man who wanted peace not just for his own people, but for the world. They allowed their soldiers to murder the second Hokage and are now supporting the third Raikage who is threatening to destroy our world with his ambition by causing more war. "I will kill everyone in this city if that's what it takes for the people of this country to realize their mistakes, which has caused so much pain all over the world," explained Naruto tiredly. "That will make you no different than the ones you hate," replied Mangetsu calmly, earning a bittersweet smile from his partner. "My hands are already stained with so much blood. A little more wouldn't make a difference. Mangetsu, I know what I am doing is not noble. But this is the path I have chosen," said Naruto firmly, as he saw 1,000 Ambu now rushing towards the other swordsman. "The path of hatred that consumes your heart. Those eyes, I wonder if you are not somehow related to the Uchiha clan distantly," wondered Mangetsu to himself. "Mangetsu, it's time," ordered Naruto, as he unleashed several smoke bombs and threw them forcefully all over the city. The Umbu army halted their advance momentarily, fearing those bombs to be explosive in nature, but were relieved when all they released was red smoke. That relief soon turned to horror as the air around them started to whistle. Ginkaku couldn't see through the mist and smoke, but he could never forget that sound. Take cover. His warning was too late as all his men and women started screaming. The kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags showed no mercy to anyone as they cut everyone and everything down in their path. A cold smirk appeared on Naruto's lips as he saw the bulk of Kumo's Umbu forces pinned down by precise fire of ninja weapons and explosives from the mountains surrounding them on the west and east, where now Kiri ninjas had taken positions. However, the Kumo Umbu had now consolidated themselves under a powerful barrier erected by a demon-masked Umbu. Even so, they had lost quite a few of their comrades in the surprise attack. You are just where I want you to be, Ginkaku. Naruto grabbed a fire rocket from his pouch and launched it in the air. As soon as the signal was given, the barrage of ninja weapons coming down from the mountains stopped. Before the Kumogakure shinobi could relax, they were now being bombarded by something more terrible than ninja weapons. Earth-style, carpet bombing, whispered Naruto. The few dozen Kiri shinobi that were skilled with earth-style soon unleashed giant rocks from their mouths. The projectiles, already heavy in weight and large in shape, gained dangerous velocity as they rained down upon the trapped Umbu battalion from Kumogakure. Ginkaku roared as his once purple barrier turned red, increasing its strength and shaking off the onslaught of rock barrage. If not for his strength, the Umbu under his command would have suffered severe casualties. Even if they were being protected by the Silver Brother, the bulk of Osaka City's defensive force was currently trapped and unable to move. From the corner of his eye, Naruto saw the next part of his plan falling into place. He gestured to the mountain corps to continue bombarding the trapped Kumo forces as he looked at Mangetsu, who now was leading the vanguard of their force. Surround them from all sides. Once that is done, I'll stop the bombardment. They'll be sloppy and out of shape for a few moments. That is your window to use the mist to inflict maximum casualties. Leave their commander to me, instructed Naruto, earning a grim nod from Mangetsu. Charge. Naruto watched as the Mizukige's only son lead the bulk of their own Umbu and hunter forces expertly. The other swordsmen joined him as they had massacred the initial defense force that had tried to stop him. Now with the bulk of their forces trapped, Kumogakure was in a bad position. Ao, go and carry out your mission. Take everything of value from this city and make sure to prepare the contingency for when the Kinkaku arrive, ordered Naruto. It will be done, Lord Seventh, agreed the Umbu, as he bowed before commanding his force to move out. Naruto saw the rear guard of his forces had taken up positions across the docks and the outer sea, preventing any enemy force to surround them from behind. He looked to the front lines where the vanguard and the other swordsmen had now begun to surround the trapped Kumo forces. Somewhere in that mess was his wife. A part of him had not wanted to put her in danger, but knowing she would have hated him for stopping her from participating in that conflict had made him relent. It would seem your strategy is going exactly as planned. Even more better in my opinion, Lord Seventh, complimented a feminine voice. Do you approve of this? Asked Naruto curiously, earning a shrug from Meiterumi. It is brutal, but has practically crushed our enemy and saved our own losses to an extent. As our commander, my respect for you has increased. But as a human, what you have done here is unforgivable, whispered Mei, as she looked at half of the city which had now turned to ash. She watched as Naruto gave a nod accepting her judgment, which made her wonder what had this man gone through in life to make him capable of doing something like this and still be able to fight. She watched him give the command that halted the bombardment from their forces stationed on the mountains just as the conflict erupted fully between their vanguard, who descended upon the Kumogakure Umbu forces that tried to escape from the barrier. However, their victory was short-lived when they saw hundreds upon hundreds of Umbu forces emerging from secret bunkers hidden underground. Mei's eyes widened in horror as nearly 1,000 Kumogakure Anbu now emerged from the eastern and western ruins of the city and were now on their way to surround and demolish Kiri's vanguard. That sly Ginkaku, crafty as ever. In that case, she heard Naruto whisper with a smile. Soon enough, she was staring at another Naruto as both the clone and the original unleashed Muramasa in their right hand and its smaller Tonto-like version in the left hand. Mei, my clone shall handle the forces approaching from the west. Let's go and stop those incoming from the east, commanded Naruto. Very well, Lord Seventh, she complied with nod and saw him smirk. Try to keep up if you can, challenge Naruto. Mei blinked when the man in front of her vanished in a dark flash. Briskly walked through the almost deserted corridor of the city prison. Not an hour ago, it was fully manned and protected by a small Kinkaku force. But now most of them were gone, commanded by A himself to go and defend the city against the enemy invaders. The dark-skinned man didn't know how the enemy managed to not just reach them, but launch such a surprise attack as well. And only one man, in A's opinion, could have the answers to the questions he had. He slammed the door to the prison cell wide open and was relieved to see the older man still tied to the cross. Nearly 100 seals were imprinted all across the cell, many upon the man's own body to stop him from ever being a threat again. He was wearing nothing but dark pants while the rest of his body was fully exposed. His chest a picture of the horrors inflicted by the Kinkaku as they tried to extract maximum information from the man who was considered to be one of the most powerful shinobi in the world. Yet even so, most of his wounds healed quickly with only scars remaining that showed what he had endured. However, it was his mind that fascinated A. Having endured weeks of torture, starvation, nearly being drowned over and over again, assaulted by illusions of his loved ones being killed, this man had refused to break, never divulging a single secret of his village. I could not help but respect and fear that strength. You seem to be in trouble, whispered the older man with a light cough. You, on the other hand, seem almost happy. Tell me, what do you know about this attack? Demanded A. The prisoner with stark white hair gave him one of the coldest smiles that A had ever seen in his life. What do you know, Shinjitobarama? Mei finally managed to catch up to her current partner and commander. She steeled herself when nearly 300 to 400 Anbu were already waiting for them, with fiery hate burning in their eyes. Naruto, on the other hand, coldly removed his sword from the chest of an Anbu who looked barely older than 13, allowing the body to crumble to the ground. However, the corpse turned to ash much to everyone's horror. Bastard, you'll pay for this, yelled a female Kumo Anbu violently. How dare you? We'll butcher you piece by piece, yelled another teenage Anbu furiously. Monster, you didn't even spare little children, accused another older Anbu. You slaughtered civilians who had nothing to do with this war. We will never forgive you for this. It is true, Kiri is made up of nothing but savages. Mei's jaw clenched at the insult thrown at her village and comrades. To her surprise, it only brought a smile to Naruto's lips. It would seem you now understand what pain is, said Naruto without any remorse over his actions. A dark-skinned man who was taller than the rest of his comrades stepped forward. His face was hidden behind a panther mask, but it were his emerald eyes that glared at Naruto as he pointed his sword at the Kiri leader. Why did you do this? Asked the older man. For the sake of peace. Mei bristled when the killing intent amongst the enemy force exploded. The sheer amount of hatred and anger that she felt in the hearts of these shinobi was palpable after hearing Naruto's answer. After killing our friends, our family, destroying our home, you dare say such a thing? Asked the Anbu leader in disbelief and hate. Then what about the people whose lives you and your nation destroyed? Kumogakure started this war and the one before that, said Mei furiously. The land of lightning is blessed by the gods and is destined to rule over this world. Those who stand in our way are nothing but heathens, rebuffed a female Kumo Anbu. Mei was appalled by the answer as well as the level of fanaticism she saw in that female Umbu's eyes. These people truly believed that they were better than others and had the right to do as they wished. Such arrogance. Mei felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up in alarm on hearing those words from Naruto in such a cold and furious manner. When his blood-red eyes connected with her, she realized the decision he had made. "Kill them all in the most brutal way possible," commanded Naruto. Mei could say nothing but give a silent nod as she summoned forth her Biju chakra, allowing a tail to manifest from her waist. She smirked on seeing the fear that arrived in the previously confident Kumo shinobi's eyes. The Kumo shinobi instantly surrounded the twin Kiri warriors from all sides. "Give up. You're surrounded now," warned the dark-skinned panther masked Umbu leader. To everyone's surprise, Naruto's pitch-black sword started to heat up. Mei noticed that as the ash-ridden chakra that had previously coated the sword vanished, the metal underneath had nearly melted. Even so, it was not falling apart and had given the sword a menacing look. A weapon full of hatred that burned brightly in the dark night. The sight only made quite a few Kumo shinobi take a step back, with many even flinching when Naruto looked at them all with furious red eyes. "All I'm surrounded by is fear and dead men." The panther-masked Umbu leader gave the signal, making 24 of his comrades leap towards Naruto and Mei. The female Jinchuriki started creating her own set of hand seals when she saw Naruto grab the Tanto version of his sword stationed on his back, only to throw it straight towards the approaching Umbu force. Naturally, the Umbus managed to dodge the assailing weapon and focused back again on their targets. To their surprise, when they looked back down towards the approaching ground, only Mei was there waiting for them. Where? 3 of the Kumogakure Umbu blanched when the blonde demon appeared right behind them as he grabbed the Tanto they had dodged earlier. No others' thoughts ever crossed their minds again as Naruto severed their heads from their bodies in one brutal horizontal slash. Yotan, Yokai no Jutsu, Lava Release, Melting Apparition Technique. Mei unleashed a huge sum of acidic mud from her mouth, allowing it to charge straight towards the Umbus positioned on their western flank. "Scatter," commanded the panther-masked Umbu in panic. "No, you don't," thought Mei with a smirk as she clasped her hands together. To the horror of the Kumo Umbu, the glob of acid divided into nearly 100 bullet-like forms and attacked them mercilessly. Many screamed as their vital organs were pierced before succumbing to death, while others were brutally injured. "Formation U," roared the panther Umbu. Mei flinched when the remaining Umbu force united all around her and performed a set of hand seals together in perfect unison. "This is bad." To her surprise, Naruto instantly appeared by her side, even as 4 more replica of him popped up around her, forming a protective circle. Shadow clones, his chakra reserves are quite large. Fire style, Raging Inferno. Water style, Water Bullets. Wind style, Slicing Blades. Earth style, Earth Bullets. Lightning style, Electromagnetic Murder. Mei's eyes widened when ninjutsu of all natures were unleashed by the Kumogakure Umbu towards her and her partner at frightening speed. It was then she saw all 5 Narutos performing their own different set of hand seals. Impossible. Fire style, Firewall. Water style, Twin Raging Dragons. Wind style, Gale Palm. Earth style, Mud Wall. Lightning style, Electromagnetic Murder. Each of the 5 Narutos present around her unleashed a powerful jutsu from a different element. What was most important was the way he executed his move. Pitting water against fire. Clashing fire against wind. Punching wind against lightning. Using lightning against earth. Placing earth against water. Mei watched dozens of Kumogakure ninja be murdered instantly as Naruto used the more powerful nature element against their own jutsu to destroy them without any mercy. She could not help but be relieved on seeing the enemy had lost almost half of their numbers and the remaining looked extremely terrified even as Naruto's clones vanished. Using all 5 nature elements at the same time. He's no ordinary ninja. Everyone fall back, commanded the Panther Umbu. Instantly, the remaining Kumo Umbu force leapt off backwards to create further distance between them and their enemies. You did well, Mei, said Naruto with a faint smile. You were not bad either, Lord Seventh, she complimented, and frowned when his smile faltered. What is it? She asked. It would seem we don't have much time. The Kinkaku are coming, he reported, with his eyes closed. We can't fight these Umbu and the Kinkaku at the same time, she replied worriedly, a bead of sweat dropping down her forehead. Let me deal with the Umbu. Just watch my back for now, he requested, as he stepped forward towards the enemy forces that were nearly close to 150 to 160 warriors. Don't. No matter how strong you are, going up against those many will kill you, warned Mei in alarm. She bit her lip when a storm of ash was unleashed from his body that charged high upwards towards the sky before dispersing all across the city at an alarming speed. The very air stilled, and she felt an enormous buildup of chakra within him. The stark white Haori on his back stopped moving as he surprisingly placed his long sword back in his scabbard and instead switched to the Tonto version of Muramasa. Charge! Naruto calmed his nerves, allowing his stable senses to feel the chakra he had dispersed all over the city. My son, this jutsu has been passed down in our family for generations. Only a few elite warriors could master this power. Even I could only learn it to some extent. But I believe that you will one day truly be able to master it. It's in your blood. The panther-masked Kumogakure Umbu clenched his grip on his sword when those cold blood-red eyes opened. Here he comes. A forcefully dragged a heavily bound Tobirama towards the rooftop of the prison, hoping to threaten the former Hokage's life, which could maybe make the forces attempting to rescue him to retreat. However, his plan failed miserably when he realized it was Kirigakure's shinobi who were attacking his city. You don't even know who your enemy is. Typical of a brute with no brain, taunted Tobirama, but frowned when he sensed a foul chakra spreading across the city. Even A must have felt that power as he too focused on finding its source instead of punishing Tobirama for that remark. The Raikage-sun and the former Hokage became silent. Even the battles across the city started to die down a little, as many other shinobi also felt that power building up all around them. This chakra feels familiar, thought Tobirama, but kept his thoughts hidden from his captor who kept him in an iron grip. Tobirama finally managed to narrow down the source of this chakra to another destroyed section of Osaka, where a shinobi with long blonde hair dressed in Kiri's traditional Jounin uniform, with a stark white Haori on his back, was standing against a large Umbu force from Kumogakure. Who the hell is that moron? Does he want to die? Asta with a growl, unable to believe the arrogance of that blonde shinobi to consider himself strong enough to face so many Umbu alone. Tobirama narrowed his eyes when he saw the same blonde warrior remain still even as his enemies charged towards him. Something does not feel right. This chakra. The panther-masked Umbu leader unleashed his own longsword as he and his entire force charged towards their lone enemy with bloodthirsty cries. Having already seen his powers, they knew they had to take him down, and the only way to do that was through overwhelming force. The Umbu leader winced when a burning sensation spread across his arm. Beside him, he saw all of his men scratching various parts of their exposed body. Curious, the panther-masked Umbu looked at his own right arm, where that sensation was dying down. He frowned when a part of his skin had turned black, and moments later that black skin started to transform into something. What is this? He received his answer 3 seconds later when that blackened skin transformed into the sign of thunder, the symbol of an extinct clan. No, this is bad. Everyone dash. His eyes widened when the same blonde warrior from Kiri appeared before him in a dark flash, and it was in this moment the panther-masked Umbu understood the reality. He was dead. gawked openly as several dark flashes started happening all across the battlefield, and with each flash more and more of his Umbu comrades were murdered. The attacks were so fast, almost impossible for the human eye to witness. Even a Sharingan and Byakugan user may face difficulty in countering this jutsu. People with no Kekai Genkai had slim to no chance against this move. Who knew that an heir from the Namikaze clan still lived? I thought we had wiped them out in the last war, growled A. Beside him, Tobarama had froze. His eyes fixated solely on the blonde warrior who was jumping across the battlefield at speed that was lower than that of the Raikage, but faster than that of most shinobi. Most of all, he keenly observed those blonde hair and that fair skin, the way he moved, his fighting style. Just for a moment, in the boy's place, Tobarama saw a tall blonde-haired woman with sharp blue eyes fight against her enemies. In no way all these years you, thought Tobarama sadly. The former Hokage's eyes widened when he saw two entire platoons of Kinkaku forces rush towards the lone Namikaze fighter at alarming speed. For the very first time in his life, Tobarama felt fear. A feeling which was soon replaced by anger as he knew that Kinkaku would wait for the boy to exhaust himself fully against the Umbu before surrounding him and eliminating the threat. It was the exact same strategy they had used against Tobarama himself by making him defend himself against countless Umbu forces and attacking him at once when he was exhausted. He grit his teeth when the Namikaze warrior flashed behind a female Umbu and stabbed his Tonto clean through her neck. Just as he was vanishing to his next target, a Kumobikure Umbu jumped towards him and detonated himself. The Namikaze warrior crashed several feet away with blood leaking from his head. Whatever doubts Tobarama had in his heart vanished when he sensed a familiar chakra rushing across the boy's body, and slowly his wounds started to heal, stopping the flow of blood. The Kinkaku platoons had unleashed their own foul chakra and were now charging towards their target, aiming to strike him from behind. To their surprise, an auburn-haired female warrior from Kirigakure with chakra as foul as their own leaped in the way. Flinched when he saw three chakra tails swirling behind her waist. To think that a damn Jinchuriki is protecting the blonde menace. The Kinkaku forces in turn surrounded her from all sides. Tobarama clenched his fist and cursed his own frail body for being so weak at the moment. If he managed to break the seals binding him down, he barely had enough chakra stored in his hidden seal to launch his escape. The situation was perfect given the Kumo forces were completely disarrayed. A gasp when a monstrous punch connecting against his chest. Crack. The Raikage sun was sent flying away with several of his lungs crushed as Tobarama roared out his loudest battle cry, unleashing every ounce of stored chakra in his body, which resulted in the destruction of the seals binding him down. He saw the Namikaze boy had gotten back on his feet and had started to battle against the remaining Umbu. However, he was slowly getting tired as the jutsu of his consumed enormous chakra. Tobarama knew it better than anyone else. After all, he had mastered a version of this power from the same clan. In no way, even in death, your legacy still lives inside. This boy, thought Tobarama with a bittersweet smile, as the face of the woman he had once cared for flashed before his hazy vision. Grabbing a kunai which A had left behind, Tobarama glanced at the now unconscious son of the Raikage. To simply put it, it was not going to wake up anytime soon, if at all. Allowing his chakra to fully flow across his entire body, Tobarama's gaze turned cold and merciless as he threw that lone kunai across the battlefield. Naruto cursed as he tried his best to turn himself backwards in order to block the strike aimed at his neck from one of the few surviving Kumoanbu. His entire body was screaming in protest, and his chakra levels had dipped quite low. Still, he was too slow in his movement, and the sword had almost reached his neck. I won't make it in time. Clang. He blinked when the Kumoanbu screamed as not only was his weapon broken apart, but his head was severed from his body as a spiky silver-haired man appeared behind Naruto. Their gaze met against each other only for Naruto to whisper his disbelief for the older man to hear. Senju Tobarama. Tobarama blinked in surprise when he saw those blood-red eyes once more. He looked closer and saw the boy's remaining features. Fair skin, handsome blonde hair, and that face mask. There could be no mistake. Little Madara, I didn't think you would survive this long, much less change your allegiance, thought Tobarama curiously, as memories of that dark day came back to haunt him. Flashback, 10 years ago. Tobarama exhaled a sigh of relief when he saw his elder brother resting flat against the bark of a tall tree. He was wounded and looked extremely tired. However, Mito was already healing the worst of his wounds by sharing her chakra and healing prowess with him. A dozen Senju and Uchiha clan warriors surrounded the first Hokage, ready to defend the royal couple with their lives if required in the dangerous and war-torn land of lightning. Tobarama, rasped Hashirama in a hoarse voice. The younger Senju instantly knelt beside his brother and placed his hand upon Hashirama's shoulder. I'm here, elder brother, replied Tobarama calmly, doing well and hiding his anger at the bastards who did this to his sibling. Can you teleport us all to the battlefield? Asked Hashirama tiredly. The battlefield? No way, are you crazy? Hashirama, asked Mito furiously as she desperately worked to heal the Hokage's wounds. The children, whispered Hashirama. What? Asked Tobarama with a frown, sensing the same question arising in their fellow comrades' eyes. Uzumaki children, a special forces unit dispatched from Yuzu. They rescued me from the trap and are currently stalling the enemy army, buying us time to escape, said Hashirama sadly. Uzumaki. Since when did they have a special forces unit that is strong enough to face Kumobikyu's army? Asked Kagami Uchiha, son of Izuna Uchiha and future leader of the Uchiha clan now that both Madara and Izuna were gone. Many eyes turned towards Mito, who had the grace to lower her head as she revealed the secret known only to the Uzumaki clan members. After the clan wars ended, our clan had lost quite a lot of our numbers. In order to defend ourselves against Kumobikyu's advances, the first Uzukage put in motion a plan to create a force of extremely talented individuals who could defend Yuzu against impossible odds. These warriors would have special abilities powerful enough to even defeat tailed beasts if required. For this reason, they chose the best and brightest children from our clan, even experimenting on their bodies in the hopes of giving birth to new Kekai Genkai. This was still a plan being worked upon when I married Hashirama and came to Konoha. After that, I don't know what happened. Many among the clan were opposed to this idea, as the very desire behind creating our village was to protect young children from dying needlessly in the front lines. It would seem not much has changed despite the new era, lamented Mito. To her and everyone's surprise, Hashirama started to get back on his feet despite protests from his comrades. When they tried to stop him, they received a dangerous glare from the Hokage, which made even Tobarama back away. Take us to the battlefield, Tobarama. Tobarama knew very well not to disrespect his elder brother's wishes when his mind was made up. One glance in Hashirama's dark eyes was enough to show his resolve to protect the Uzumaki children even if it meant putting all their lives in danger. Very well, elder brother. Everyone, join hands with each other and connect with me, said Tobarama with a sigh, as he gathered his chakra for a long jump. It would be quite the effort, but if Hashirama willed it, then Tobarama would make it happen. His brother was naive in many things and too soft, but Tobarama remembered his own two young brothers who were killed due to war. Having known that pain, he could very well understand Hashirama's desire to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. The Senju and Uchiha warriors joined hands together before they connected with Tobarama. An instant later, they all vanished from the spot. The very next moment, they all appeared on the other side of the planned jump with almost everyone, including Hashirama and Mito, sprawling to the ground as they were not familiar with this type of travel. It was a good thing perhaps, as they didn't immediately witness the horror that Tobarama did. Corpses. Despite having lived through the Clan Wars era, known for mass murders and devastating battles, Tobarama still felt revolted by the amount of blood spilled before him. No. Mito's anguished scream rang across the deathly silent battlefield as the Uzumaki matriarch scrambled forward towards the dozens upon dozens of dead young children lying motionless across the battlefield. "My God, they are all dead," whispered Kagami in horror. True to his statement, the battlefield was littered with corpses, most of them being from Kumogakure. Even so, Tobarama easily spotted shinobi with the Uzumaki crest on their backs lying dead. Almost all of them were in their early teens, with some even more younger than that. For each of them that fell, 24 Kumogakure shinobi had to die as well. "Is there no one left?" asked Tuka Senju miserably. Hashirama punched his fist furiously against the ground even as he hastily closed his eyes. Realizing the move, Tobarama also channeled his chakra, hoping to find any survivors. For long, they searched for any signs of life, only to be met with disappointment. Tobarama clenched his fist on seeing a weeping Mito cradling one of the young children against her chest. It was then that Tobarama felt it, a faint ember amongst a dying world. "Eastern side," he reported, alerting his comrades. Together, they all charged in that direction, keeping an eye out for any enemy stragglers that may try to jump over them. However, the Uzumaki children had made sure not even one enemy was left alive. Hashirama narrowed his eyes when he saw a giant crater ahead of them. Sensing faint traces of foul chakra, he gestured his comrades to get behind him. Even Mito had reluctantly joined them in the hopes of finding any of her clansmen who might have survived this carnage. "I still can't believe they fought against this large a force," whispered Kagami in disbelief. Tobarama had joined his brother's side as both Senjus tried to ascertain if it was safe for their group to descend down into that crater where they could sense foul chakra still present. Only when they were certain that the risk was manageable, they nodded and followed down alongside their comrades. As they approached the bottom, Tobarama's eyes widened when he saw the mangled corpse of two tails lying motionlessly. The giant cat was not visible from distance due to the smoke, but up close they all saw that she had been viciously hacked apart all across her body. Her eyes were slashed out, her feet were torn apart, and a block seal had made her explode from inside. An act of pure hatred, one devoid of any mercy. "Who could have done this?" asked Tuka Senja hesitantly. It was a well-known fact that Hashirama and Mito had the power to tame tailed beasts. Madara and Izuno were others who had the potential as well. Even the Uzumaki were strong enough to control such powers, but to actually kill a tailed beast? It was a feat not yet performed in recent centuries across the ninja world. Before any further questions could arise in the minds of the Konoha shinobi, they all saw a young boy dressed in tattered umbu uniform lying flat against the ground, a few feet away from the murdered tailed beast. Judging from the slow and barely visible rise and fall of his chest, the boy was alive. They charged towards him. The very first thing that Tobarama recognized that unlike the rest of the Uzumaki, this child had stark blonde hair and dying blue eyes. There was a nasty wound across his chest, and he was also bleeding to death with other wounds sustained across his body. His destroyed sword lied near him, but one look in the broken boy's eyes showed he was waiting for death and had no will left to fight. It was Hashirama who recognized this child, who looked to be about either 14 or 15 years of age. "Captain Fox." The dying boy didn't even have the strength left to look at Hashirama, who knelt beside him. Mito had already knelt on the boy's other side and had started her healing jutsu. Tobarama sensed the boy's fading chakra and realized he didn't have much time left. He also seemed to be in immense physical and mental pain, being the only one who survived from his group. Judging from the officer pin hidden beneath his armor, he was the leader of the now massacred Uzumaki Special Forces. A truly sad fate. Kagami Uchiha and Tuka Senju flinched when Tobarama gently unleashed his sword and stepped towards the dying boy, who looked up at him weakly. "You've done enough, child. Die well, praised Tobarama as he raised his sword to deliver the merciful blow that would end the boy's suffering. "Wait, Tobarama!" cried Mito in alarm as she threw herself in between Tobarama's sword and the dying boy. "But Dash," argued Tobarama, only to receive a murderous glare from his elder brother. "You will not touch him," warned Hashirama furiously, allowing his killing intent to wash over them all. Tobarama flinched and lowered his sword, much to Mito's relief. Hashirama still gave his brother a warning look, making sure he stayed put. "Get it over with, Hashirama," whispered the dying boy. Tobarama watched the child struggle as he summoned what was left of his energy to look up at the first Hokage with a content and bittersweet smile. "It would be an honor to die by your hand." Tobarama blinked in surprise on those words as they brought back memories of a different day where another man had said the same words to them. He could not help but notice that sometimes the boy's blue eyes turned red. It only lasted a moment, but was not something which was missed by the Senju warrior. Is he related to the Uchiha clan distantly? "Hang in there, don't lose hope," Captain encouraged Hashirama as he started providing his own life force and chakra to heal the boy. The boy just gave a weak smirk in response. "If I don't save you right now, it will only anger the Uzumaki young ones who follow and look up to you as their hero. Besides, you saved my life," argued Hashirama sincerely, which nearly brought the boy to tears. "There isn't anyone left with such prowess among the Uzumaki anymore. My generation died on this battlefield," said the young boy miserably as he glanced at the countless bodies of his own clansmen. "There will be in time. Come on, don't give up. You told me about your dream, didn't you? About a world free of war?" asked Hashirama gently, even as he healed the boy's wounds by sacrificing his own life in return. Tobarama sheathed his sword upon those words from his elder brother and saw the boy glancing at a motionless younger boy with red hair lying dead a few feet away. He then glanced at the battlefield where the rest of his comrades lay dead as well. "That's just impossible. You and I are no longer the same," whispered Naruto as he stared at Tobarama and Mito along with the others surrounding Hashirama. The boy's fist clenched as he looked at the destroyed battlefield. "I don't have any family left," confessed the boy miserably. "I have nothing left to protect, and I can never forgive you, for it was your foolish decision to share the tailed beast with Kumogakure that started this war. My brother died for her mistakes," yelled the boy furiously, his now red eyes burning with hatred even as the effort costed him more blood. Hashirama couldn't meet the young boy's eyes, knowing very well that he was the one who gave the tailed beasts to Kumogakure, which only bolstered their confidence in themselves and their ambition to rule the world. A decision which started the First Shinobi World War, leading to deaths of young children. "You've got your priorities backwards, Hashirama. It will lead this world to complete destruction one day," whispered Naruto painfully. Tobarama had never seen his brother freeze before, but upon hearing those words from this boy, Hashirama froze and stared at the child with a new feeling visible in his eyes. "Madara," whispered Hashirama miserably as he clenched his own fists. Mito and Tobarama were the only ones who knew what those words meant to Hashirama. Those were the same words said to Hashirama by Madara just before the first Hokage killed the Uchiha, something which Hashirama had only revealed to his family. Hashirama and his wife were both surprised when Tobarama knelt by their side to provide his own chakra to the dying boy's body. "Why?" asked the boy. "Dying here won't change anything. As their leader, it is your responsibility to carry on the dreams of your men who died. Strive to fulfill those dreams. Remember what they died for, and it shall give you strength," said Tobarama seriously. "Keeping my brother safe was my dream, my promise to our parents." I could not protect my sibling nor my comrades, so I shouldn't refuse the boy. He was surprised when Tobarama placed a hand on his forehead and looked into his red eyes. You will be the voice of the dead. Tobarama watched the boy's eyes widen on hearing those words. The Senja didn't know why, but something inside of him hoped that the boy would understand what he was trying to say. Fortunately, it would seem they both were able to understand each other as some hope returned in the boy's eyes. I will be more than that. Flashback end. Senju Tobarama. Tobarama watched those eyes that were the same as they were years ago. The boy seemed surprised on seeing him alive, much less saving his life again. For the motherland. Tobarama faintly smiled as the boy repeated the code word used by the operatives currently stationed in Kirigakure under a joint program by Yuzu and Konoha. So this is the path you chose, said Tobarama calmly. Now I see why Command wanted us to attack this place. To think you would still be alive. Konoha will be relieved, said Naruto honestly with a respectful nod. Why did you choose this path? Asked Tobarama curiously, and saw Naruto stare at the sky even as he clenched his fists in fury. War is a never-ending part of humanity. However, we shouldn't pursue it needlessly unless we desire to spread only pain and hatred. My dream died with my brother and comrades, but their dreams still live in me. As long as there is life within me, I will protect their dream no matter what pain comes my way. That is my path, answered Naruto resolutely. What is that dream? Questioned Tobarama. To protect Yuzu and its allies. I will protect it with all my heart, confessed Naruto, earning a thin smile from Tobarama. What is your name? Asked the former Hokage. Naruto Namikaze. I believe that is a half-truth. I can see from your chakra that you do belong from the Namikaze clan, but a shinobi worth his salt wouldn't reveal his true name, said Tobarama with a smirk, earning a similar smile from the boy. I became Naruto the day I became an ass. The boy I was before no longer exists. I can barely remember that name anymore, said Naruto nostalgically. Hold on to that no matter what, advised Tobarama. At that moment, they both saw Mei now being fully surrounded by quite a few differently dressed ninja unit. They were dressed in all black with heavy swords on their backs, their faces covered by blank masks and a foul chakra shrouding them. Tobarama saw the dark red sword in Naruto's hands burn even more brighter, a stark proof of his rage and hatred against the people who took everything from him. Tobarama didn't miss the fact that as the boy's hatred surged, so did his power. But there was also something else. He had been able to recognize him as Hashirama's cells lived in him from that day when the first Hokage had shared it with him. Faint traces of Mito's chakra were also present, but it was the presence of another shinobi that shrouded them all. One Tobarama knew from his past. Night Aim. In your current situation, you know you will not get very far in this enemy nation. Even if you escape, the enemy will catch you, warned Naruto, as he watched the battle begin between Mei and the Kinkaku. Tobarama knew that very well as his wounds had started to reopen, and soon enough he would be facing chakra exhaustion. He was not fed in days, and the level of water in his body was dangerously low. Even if he ran, Kumobikure's entire army would descend on him soon to either capture or kill him. And this time he would rather go down fighting like a shinobi than die a slow death in a cell. However, that would yield no benefit either for himself or for his village. He could only hope his students had been able to protect their home as best as they could. Yet they were very young and new to war. He had to go back home to protect Konoha, or everything Hashirama and he had fought for would end in vain. Then what do you suggest? Asked Tobarama. Fight alongside me and gain the trust of Kirigakure. I don't think it would look good on me or my cover if I let you escape, but I will guarantee your safety with the Mizukage. Perhaps even manage to secure an alliance between our villages in this war, suggested Naruto carefully, not sure about how Tobarama would react. Making me a prisoner again? How is that different? Asked Tobarama seriously. Kirigakure needs allies to win this war, and so does Konoha. But both are too proud to ever approach each other to join forces. I want you to become that bridge, urged Naruto sincerely. Kiri will only threaten Konoha to win a more favorable deal with my life on the line. Knowing my people and my students, they would do anything to get me back. Kiri will use that, rebuked Tobirama harshly. He was stunned into silence when Naruto then told him about the state of the war and the amount of damage suffered by the Land of Fire and Yuzu. Knowing that Suna had also joined the Kumoiwa alliance made Tobirama clench his fists as he realized just how desperate his people's situation was. It was then that Naruto stepped in front of him. I saved your brother once. Hashirama believed in me, and for that faith I sacrificed everything. In the event Kiri plans to misuse you or threaten your life, I will get you safely back to Konoha no matter the cost, said Naruto honestly. Why do you care about my life? I might have saved you in the past, but we barely know each other, questioned Tobirama, only for Naruto to shrug nonchalantly. Believe it or not, my mother considered you a dear friend. Before she died, she told me to seek you out and serve you. Said she owed something priceless to you. I still don't know what she owed you, but I will do my best to keep you safe. Night Aim, promised Naruto. I would have approached you earlier had my little brother not asked me to stay with him in Yuzu and fight its enemies. Well, it doesn't matter now. What do you say? I know it's not much, but this is all I can offer. Tobirama felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Naruto smile, and in that moment a haunting feeling came back to him. Was her name in no way Namikaze? Asked Tobirama hesitantly, and this time it was Naruto who was surprised. So you do know her. I always thought she was rambling about this during her final hour. Maybe there was some truth to her last wish, whispered Naruto, as his wounds healed thanks to the first Hokage's power within him. He looked back at Tobirama and was further intrigued when the former Hokage had a truly nervous look in his gaze. How old are you? Asked Tobirama. 24, answered Naruto, now confused with such a question being asked of him. He was distracted when he heard Mei scream, and he realized the danger they were all in as the foul chakra from the Kinkaku was now starting to spread. Tobirama watched Naruto turn around towards the Kinkaku as he raised his sword. This time I will protect my comrades. With that determination, the boy vanished in a dark flash. Most people wouldn't be able to see the movement, but Tobirama could now see things that he previously couldn't. That faint power he had felt inside of this boy, one that was carefully concealed and something that Tobirama only now realized. It was his own power. There is no greater honor than to die to protect your family and home. He remembered his father's smile and solemn words in that miserable hospital room. Even when his body had given up, his spirit had not. There was no regret in those eyes as the man died with a smile on his face. I'm so proud of you. I wish we could have spent more time together. Remember what I said about Tobirama and look after your little brother. Promise me. He had cried tears of blood that night on seeing his mother meet her end before his very eyes. Until the very end, she had protected him, even giving her life for him and dying with a smile on her face. You are the savior of our people. You could do it. His little brother's final words tore his heart apart as he watched his last family die with a smile on his face. Time after time, his heroes, his family, his friends, his comrades, they died trying to protect their home against people whose ambition knew no limits. Those sacrifices gave birth to endless pain and anger. Most of all, it gave the most powerful feeling in his heart. Hatred. Kinkaku. Mei felt a chakra even more sinister than her own monsters get unleashed across the entire city. It consumed everything in its path, threatening to drown it all in endless agony. The killing intent. She had never felt so much anger and hate before in her life. Even the Six-Tails' wrath paled in comparison to this feeling. It was not just her, but every single shinobi from both sides who were affected to the point that the fighting had stopped as each of them tried to sustain themselves against this power. She could already see many of the younger and less experienced shinobi from Kiri falling to their knees and grasping their chest in pain. Her eyes then narrowed down upon the direction from where this power was born. She froze. There in front of her stood Lord Seventh, except for the fact that he no longer resembled the man she knew. Those once blue eyes were now pitch red, having been consumed in hatred and pain that only sought to inflict agony. But most of all, she felt his pain, a never-ending fire that burned his heart day and night, threatening to torture him till eternity. A man consumed by darkness. Dark chakra more closer to ash was emerging from his body and hovering around him like a protective parent. But it was the sword that terrified her. With every passing second, it was growing more and more red to the point that even from this distance, she could feel the heat contained in that metal fueled by Naruto's rage and hatred. It's him. Can't believe he still lives after that battle. Demon. Killer. This is bad. We're dead. May blinked on hearing that terrified chattering among the most feared Special Forces unit in the world. They had laughed at her and her power even when she summoned the Biju's chakra against them. But now, she could see real fear in their eyes, and it was soon followed by red smoke bombs going off in the air. Tobirama blinked when he saw the remaining Kumogakure forces instantly abandon the fight and run for their very lives. The 7 ninja swordsmen and Kiri forces gave chase, but were stopped when the Kinkaku units got in the way to cover the retreat of their comrades. Angered by the intervention, dozens of Kiri Umbu and Jounin rushed forward to butcher their enemies, but were stopped when Mangetsu stepped in between and looked at them sternly. "Stand down," commanded the Hozuki heir. Like hell dash. The female hunter and the ninja around her gasped when Mangetsu cracked her mask with a single stroke of his sword and looked at them all coldly. "Next one takes your heads," warned Mangetsu icily, making many step back. The Kiri force soon started to make way, allowing their commander to walk forward and join the remaining swordsmen, who looked at him warily. "Do you want us to let those bastards escape?" asked Zabuza irritatedly, as he pointed at the fleeing Kumo forces led by one of the Gold and Silver brothers. One of the fleeing Kumo Umbus had also managed to grab a wounded from the prison and was now running away. "Let them run. I'd be surprised if the Raikage does not kill them himself. More importantly, I will not allow our men to venture deeper into Kumo territory without any backup. Let me deal with these bastards. You guys take the second Hokage into custody. He is far more valuable than these cowards," ordered Naruto, looking directly at Mangetsu, who didn't need any more explanation as he glanced at Tobirama with a surprised look. "Let's go," commanded Mangetsu, taking almost all the swordsmen and most of Kiri's forces. Only Zabuza remained by Naruto's side. The bloodthirsty grin from the man's face was not missed by Naruto, as he too gave a cold smile devoid of any mercy. "Kill them," ordered Naruto, earning a grin from his partner. "Gladly, Lord Seventh," answered Zabuza teasingly. Tobirama didn't move even as he was surrounded by hundreds of Kiri shinobi, for his eyes were fixed upon only one warrior. What these people didn't understand was the fact that perhaps he was the only here who could truly understand the depth of Naruto's pain that gave birth to this hatred. This chakra, there is no mistaking it. He has the blood of the Namikaze, Senju, and Uchiha in him. The body and mind of a Senju and Namikaze, but the heart of an Uchiha. He saw Naruto charge towards the Kinkaku fearlessly. Tobirama had never seen any Kinkaku cower when they faced him, but now they were afraid as their death charged towards them. These shinobi remembered that the boy who murdered a Biju was alive and was now hunting them down. There was so much power in this boy, so much that it scared Tobirama. But inside the boy's heart, the former Hokage felt an endless sorrow and emptiness, a void that was as pitiful as that broken Sharingan of his that never truly awakened. He watched as Naruto unleashed a hail of ash from his body that surged towards the Kinkaku platoon. Half of them managed to jump away, but the remaining were surrounded in that small storm. Tobirama's eyes widened when Naruto clenched his fists and all those men and women were set on fire. Their screams were raw and bone-chilling as they were burned alive in those vicious flames. The surviving Kinkaku roared in fury as they charged towards Naruto, but two of them were instantly cut down as Zabuza appeared behind them. Naruto met his first opponent soon enough as the female Kinkaku attempted a wide horizontal slash towards his chest. The Kiri commander simply blocked the attack with his burning red sword, which led to the shattering of his enemy's weapon. A permanent terrified expression was etched across the female Kinkaku's eyes as Naruto plunged his hand clean through her chest and tore her heart out, killing her instantly. Unfazed by the brutality that he had inflicted, Naruto surged forward to slice down two more Kinkaku in half as they were trying to kill Zabuza from behind. Only 7 more Kinkaku were left, and they all were now wielding twin swords that now burned with their foul Biju chakra and lightning. Zabuza was about to move forward when Naruto stopped him. Instead, the Kiri commander himself calmly walked towards the last of his enemies. They all charged towards him at once with ferocious roars. Tobirama narrowed his eyes when he saw the sword in Naruto's hand burn more and more red with every passing moment. He extended his sensory powers fully and his eyes widened. It's calling out to his hatred and using it to fuel its power. But it is also consuming his life force, a cursed power. But a power with no match which made its user nearly unstoppable. It spread across Naruto's entire body, making his stark white Haori turn dark and transform the kanji of Lord Seventh to red as well. The 7 Kinkaku unleashed a storm of shuriken towards their sole opponent, who didn't stop moving towards them and easily deflected the projectiles with his deadly sword. However, it allowed them to close in on him and surround him from all sides. Naruto bent himself to one knee and raised his sword to block all 14 swords that arrived at him from upwards. From his other free hand, he grabbed his tanto from his back, once more making the Kinkaku curse. All but one of them swiftly jumped away as Naruto twisted himself to stab the tanto clean through one Kinkaku's neck. The man collapsed dead without any scream ever escaping from his body. Use your hatred and destroy these creatures. The voice called out to him once more, promising all the vengeance he desired. He felt the life force draining from his body, and for a second, he thought to stop channeling so much of his power into this sword. However, the faces of his dead family and friends again flashed before his very eyes that destroyed his hesitation. Ino flinched when Naruto jumped towards his enemies at alarming speeds and gave them no chance. The 6 Kinkaku cursed when their enemy landed right in between them and quickly tried to stab him, only to have Naruto roar in fury as his sword was rotated fully across all directions, shattering all the other swords and decapitating his enemies in half without mercy. The battle was over. Just when Kiri shinobi were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they saw 3 Kinkaku choking on their own blood and refused to die even when they were cut in half. The remaining 3 had died instantly. Even the most hardened shinobi would have given these suffering creatures a merciful death. Mangetsu knew there was good in Naruto. This same man had shown compassion to his own comrades, but for these people, he seemed to have no mercy in his stone-cold heart as he shrouded the moaning warriors in ash and set them on fire, making their screams chill every surviving soul across the city. Naruto never smiled, even as his arch-enemies died screaming in agony, for it was not enough. His furious eyes landed over the hundreds of civilians cowering in their homes, having been abandoned by their own shinobi. His hatred burned once more as he walked towards the remaining half of the city with his sinister sword. He saw the fear in their eyes as they saw their death in him. A firm hand was placed on his shoulder. He glared furiously at the person who had dared to stop him from having his vengeance, but the person glared back at him with equal cold eyes. Enough. Tobirama channeled his own calm and soothing chakra into the boy and felt some of the hatred that clouded his heart begin to fade. The sword howled in protest, and Tobirama swatted the weapon away from the boy's hand. That was when the sky-blue eyes of the boy returned once more. There is still good left in you. Don't lose yourself to your own darkness, advised Tobirama gently. Tobirama keenly observed as Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he saw the carnage he had wreaked across the entire city. He had butchered half of the population along with so many shinobi, and now that the hatred had faded, all he felt was sorrow and shame. I asked you to be the voice of the dead, but for that to happen your soul doesn't have to die as well, admonished Tobirama. They killed my family, countered Naruto furiously, as he again remembered his father, mother, and little brother. And how many families did you slaughter in return? Tobirama felt the fight inside the boy die when he himself saw the other half of the city that he had turned to dust in his anger and hatred. In doing so, he had killed so many families. A family like his own. The truth of his actions hit the boy hard as his eyes teared up. Tobirama felt the conflict inside Naruto as his light and darkness warred against each other, which only left him even more broken. Deep down, he was empty, which made him do things he wouldn't do. The boy wrenched himself away from Tobirama and walked away, but his question to himself truly saddened the former Hokage. What have I done? Naruto sat alone at the docks watching the silent ocean even as the morning rays of the sun slowly started to pierce through the clouds. As the night faded, he could see the results of his own actions in the destroyed city. Osaka would take years to rebuild, if ever. Half of its population was dead, the command center of the special forces destroyed with hundreds of shinobi dead and many more injured. The remaining civilians had surrendered without protest after watching his power. Many of the food stores were still surviving after the battle, so were a few weapon stations and treasuries. It was safe to say, Kirigakure had gained a huge bounty in prisoners and resources, not to mention a Hokage who was willing to accompany them in hopes of forging an alliance with the Mizukage. It was a key strategic victory for Kirigakure, and perhaps even an indirect one for Yuzu and Konoha, as they had managed to deal a severe blow to Kumogakure's might and superiority. But he didn't feel the same. How many families did you slaughter in return? Tobirama's words rang in his ears even now, and they hurt just as much. The loss of his family hurt him. Beautiful, isn't it? He looked up and saw Mangetsu and Haku arriving by his side. Accompanying them a little further behind were the remaining ninja swordsmen. Is the mop-up complete? We need to leave before reinforcements come back, warned Naruto, earning a smile from Mangetsu. We have taken care of it. You've done more than enough for all of us in this battle. Still, I never thought the Kinkaku would be this weak, said Mangetsu calmly. They are not, countered Naruto. What do you mean, Naruto? You easily took them down, argued Amiri with a frown marring her face. I have faced them before, so I know how they fight. That gave me an advantage. However, these Kinkaku were new recruits. They were not able to master the Biju chakra implanted in their bodies fully. Their training was not complete. If it was the veterans, then it would have been a different story. My best guess is that the Raikage took all the veterans into his battle against Konoha, leaving behind only the Umbu and new Kinkaku recruits, believing they were enough to protect their stronghold of Osaka, explained Naruto honestly. That's troublesome, whispered Mangetsu worriedly. Heh, at least we won this battle. That should be enough for now, suggested Haku with a smile. We'll beat the Kinkaku when the time comes, declared Kisame with a grin, earning nods from the remaining swordsmen without any hesitation. What I did, whispered Naruto, earning a scoff from Zabuza and Kisame. You've made us proud to call you commander. You've upheld our village's reputation and restored fear in the hearts of our enemies, said Zabuza with a smirk. War is cruel, Naruto, but you prove that you are willing to make tough decisions. Not many can do that, praised Kisame. I never thought you had that much power. It scared the enemy enough. That is good enough for me, added Amiri, earning a nod from Jinpachi as well. It was Haku who knelt by his side and offered him a bottle of water. Naruto nodded and accepted the help, which helped quench his thirst now that his tears had ran him dry. We only lost 40 of our own men in this battle, with another 20 injured. The enemy nearly lost 1,000 to 1,500. You saved our men. For that I am grateful to you, Commander, thanked Haku. The men are wary of your power, but at the same time, they are also reassured that they are being led by a truly remarkable leader. You're a powerful ninja, Naruto, but more than that you are a dangerous commander whom I would not want to face in battle, remarked Mangetsu with a smirk. Naruto looked at all 6 of them, the finest warriors of Kiri. There was once hesitation and mistrust in these eyes, but now they looked at him differently. His actions had changed their views on him, maybe even ignited something close to friendship. As they helped him get back on his feet, they all echoed their thoughts by giving him a respectful nod and calling him by the name that the 501st in the world would remember him by. Commander. Tobarama looked at the guards around him, who kept him free but under watch at all times. His eyes instantly caught sight of Naruto as he walked among the troops, inspecting their progress and morale. It was the way in which the Kiri shinobi instantly responded in his presence that showed Tobarama that Naruto had earned their respect. Wherever the boy went, he was met with respectful bows, and some even cheering by calling him commander, to which Naruto simply nodded. He's something else, isn't he? Asked one of the Jounin guarding Tobarama. That's the Umbu Black Ops for you. He was one of us first. But yes, he is a fine commander, responded the lone Umbu in the guard detail with great pride. He's amazing, praised another hunter, as he saw the commander himself spending time beside the wounded shinobi. Tobarama didn't understand why these ninja were in so awe of the boy. Granted, he was powerful and had displayed admirable leadership skills. However, those were traits every officer should have. But the way the Kiri shinobi were reacting, it was as if they had seen an officer like Naruto for the first time. Someone else also sensed Tobarama's dilemma as her voice called out to him. It's because Commander Naruto understands the feelings of his men and strives to protect them. Our former superiors never cared for us and only sought victory and personal glory at all costs. Naruto leads from the front and fights alongside his men. Our enemies fear him, and our people will love him after this victory. He's the hero of Kiri, said a blonde female hunter. Tobarama blinked when he sensed the Yamanaka clan chakra present within the women. The Kiri shinobi couldn't distinguish that power, but a former Hokage who had lived amidst this woman's clan knew their power very well. His doubts were proven when the masked female hunter gave him a subtle nod. The former Hokage pondered over those words as he glanced at the boy, who could probably be his child. Doubts still lingered in Tobarama's death, but there was one thing which could prove that Naruto was his son. The boy would never allow him to test his blood, but there was one fact that Tobarama had only shared with Inoue Namikaze, a fact that could still be true as Naruto had confirmed that his real name was in fact not Naruto. If Tobarama could make him confess his true name, and if it turned out to be what he believed. He looked at the boy again, who was possibly not even aware of his true identity. If Tobarama's doubts were proved, then Naruto was not only the last surviving member of the now extinct Namikaze clan, but the heir to the Senju clan as well, now that Hashirama's sons and grandson had perished. Hashirama's granddaughter still lived, but the clan demanded a male heir to lead them. They had been pestering Tobarama to settle down quite adamantly, only for him to refuse them every time. If this boy was truly his son, then he belonged with his people. He belonged to the Senju clan and his father. But there was something about the boy, something about his powers, that scared Tobarama Senju. Tobarama. He blinked on hearing his long-dead elder brother's voice. Frantically, he looked around only to see himself surrounded by his Kiri guards. Tobarama closed his eyes hoping he was being delusional, but the same voice called out to him again. Tobarama. There was no mistaking it now. It was truly his brother's voice. Elder brother, where are you? The lament in Tobarama's voice brought a hearty chuckle from that voice. Words couldn't describe how much Tobarama had yearned to hear that. Hashirama was the only brother Tobarama had left after the clan wars. He was all Tobarama had left of his family, and his loss hurt even today. In that way, Tobarama could truly understand Naruto's hatred for the ones who killed his little brother, as Tobarama himself had never forgiven Kyomogakure for playing a part in Hashirama's death. Still, holding grudges, Tobarama, you're just like your son. Wouldn't it be the son is more like the father? At Tobarama's counter, the voice laughed out once again, which even made Tobarama smile. Hashirama had that effect on even someone like Tobarama. Whatever this was, a delusion or something else, Tobarama wanted it to last a little longer, if only to hear his brother's voice. There is great power in that boy, but there also lies great sadness. Elder brother, promise me you will train and look after the boy. I will, for I have questions of my own. He is the chosen one. He will bring balance to this war-torn world. Hashirama's words left his younger brother speechless, and before he could further question his brother, the voice was gone, leaving him alone in the ravaged city. Tobarama looked at the boy who could possibly be his son. He didn't know if the voice he had heard truly belonged to his deceased brother or not, but something within his heart begged him to protect the boy. On top of the eastern side mountains were two figures currently watching over the badly destroyed city of Osaka beneath them. It was interesting, wasn't it? Asked a plant-like creature to his partner. The tall, dark-haired man beside him didn't answer, but instead his eyes were keenly focusing upon the source of their current interest. That sword, you tinkered with it, didn't you, Zetsu? Asked the man amusedly. Not too much, the rest is all him. Did you feel his power? Questioned Zetsu. The red-eyed older man still stared at the Namikaze boy. Having watched him fight and lead his forces had been a delight, even though he was the son of the man that the red-eyed warrior hated most. All this destruction and carnage, he did it to avenge his little brother, said Zetsu calmly. I would have done the same. No, I would have been much more harsher. There is still hesitation in him, but there also exists darkness in his heart. I have seen it, declared the red-eyed man, as he turned around and started to walk away. What would you like me to do? Asked Zetsu to his retreating partner. The older dark-haired man stopped and looked back at him with those dangerous red eyes. Make him realize his destiny. One day he shall be known as the Black Flash. Naruto watched as the 501st started to depart from the now ruined city of Osaka after having stolen all its resources and valuables, including many of the villagers who shall be now used as slaved in Kirigakure. It was a gruesome reality of war and one he was not comfortable with, but had no choice but to obey if he was to keep his cover. More importantly, since he was the one who butchered half the city, he had no right to call out the Kiri shinobi on taking slaves. It would be hypocrisy of the highest order. Still, a part of his heart was saddened by all this conflict. He had already lived through one great war, and now he was participating in another one. Only this time he had nothing left to lose, and the only thing keeping him going was his promise to his little brother. No matter what pain comes my way, I will protect the village that you died for, Nagato. I will protect Yuzu just like father, mother, and you did, even if it means becoming the monster I am today. He would get no reward or recognition for his service to the nation, possibly even die in the course of this mission and be buried in an unmarked grave, but that was the fate he had accepted. For a true ninja protected their home from the shadows. He remained silent even as another person stepped beside him and joined him in observing the ruined city. Their eyes settled over the villagers left behind as they tried to salvage what was left of their homes. Many more were clinging to their dead with their wails of despair disturbing even the most hardened shinobi. Is there no way for people to live without conflict? Asked Naruto hesitantly, as his partner heaved a sigh. I don't think so. This world is destined for such pain as long as humans exist. No matter how much we wish for peace, there will always be others among us who desire for war. Such is the nature of our race, as each of us is divided by nation, clan, beliefs, and preferences. Each of us believes themselves to be right while finding fault in others. As long as such thinking exists, war will continue to happen, answered Ino sadly. She watched as those words hit her partner hard as he clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Naruto, I want this war to end so people like me are never born. At the same time, I know that my actions will result only in more people like me being born. How can such a paradox exist? I can never ever forgive the ones who killed my family, yet today in my quest of justice, I am doing the same things that was done to my family. Aside from my desire to protect my village, I don't even know who I am anymore, confessed Naruto miserably. Then don't forget who you were. He blinked and looked at his wife in surprise, even as she gave him a warm smile. We are both despicable people who have done terrible things, all in the name of protecting our home. This burden, we have to live with it every day. But we don't have to be alone in this pain. Nobody else can understand us, but we know each other. Which is why I want you to trust me, and I want to trust you. Together we can bear this pain, she offered him, even as she looked at him with that smile. How can we do that? He asked hesitantly. She offered him her hand. My true name is Inoue Yamanaka, though my family always called me Ino, reason the code name, introduced the female hunter ninja with a smirk. She frowned when the man in front of her froze. Naruto. It was my mother's name, he confessed, making her smile vanish as she understood she had caused him pain. Ino didn't know what to say to him as her attempt to make him feel better went horribly wrong. Minato. She blinked when she heard him say that. Realizing her confusion, he blushed a little as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Minato Namikaze, my birth name. Although it doesn't matter now since it is deleted from the records and apart from the Uzukage, everyone who knew me by that name is dead, confessed the Kiri commander, some sadness ever present in his voice. It's a good name, said Ino happily, which made him blink in surprise. Do you think so? He asked, his surprise easy for her to witness. Yes. Ino felt him extend her own hand and greet her own hand, only this time the darkness she had felt growing inside of him had vanished and was replaced by a warm feeling. It reflected the way in which he smiled, even brighter than the rays of the sun. Thank you. We may not have married willingly, but over the years I have truly come to care about you, just as you have done the same. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so worried about my safety all the time. It doesn't matter how big or small the problem you are facing, as I want you to share it with me, just as I promised to do the same with you. For it is the only way we both can survive this cruel mission entrusted to us, explained Ino patiently. I understand. Maybe if I had vented some of my anger with you before this mission, then I probably wouldn't have went into such a rage and caused unnecessary deaths. Forgive me, Ino, he apologized as she shook her head. The past is full of regrets, the present full of hardships. It is the future we must look to, she advised him sagely, earning a nod from him along with that bright smile. You're right, he agreed, making her smirk. I always am. After all, I am your wife, she teased him, yet his smile never wavered. I am lucky man, then. Ino blushed immensely at that compliment, for it was the best one Naruto had given her over the years. In fact, this was the only time they had been so honest with each other, and she liked it greatly. She saw some of his sadness reappearing again as his attention was drawn towards the misery of Osaka's residence, only for Ino to step in between and make him look at the youngest members of the 501st who were laughing and cheering as they prepared to go back home. Your actions protected those kids. You took it upon yourself to shoulder the darkness of this mission and risked your life to keep them safe. No matter what anyone says, in my eyes you are a remarkable commander under whom I and the rest of the 501st is glad to serve under. Never forget that, she warned him. Naruto's gaze softened as he saw what she meant on watching most of the 501st safe and eagerly waiting to return home. This sight was the only good that came out of his actions. He felt a warm body embracing him fully, and his gaze softened even more as he saw Ino had hugged him. The fatigue, pain, and guilt of this mission started to wear off him as he felt her warm and radiant chakra, which was so opposite to his own. He couldn't help but melt in that embrace, wishing it would last just a little longer, so he could enjoy this moment of peace in a life full of war and pain. She didn't let go of him and embraced him even more fiercely, which made a lone tear fall from his eyes as he returned the embrace wholeheartedly. Naruto was quite surprised to find Mei Terumi standing as one of the guards currently watching over Tobarama Senju, making sure the Hokage didn't escape or cause any unwanted harm. Not that Tobarama looked to be in any such mood, as he calmly sat at the docks watching as the Kiri shinobi were in the final stages of departing this ruined city. Lord Seventh, said Mei with a surprise, even as she and the others on guard detail bowed respectfully. Naruto dismissed the other guards, promising that he would call them back, soon only allowing Mei and Tobarama to remain. Extend your hand, said Naruto calmly, as he looked at Mei. Sir? She asked confusedly. Trust me, he insisted, making her extend her right arm towards him. He gently cupped her wrist and placed his warm palm upon her arm, making her skin tickle. Just as the momentary discomfort faded, she saw the seal he had placed upon her emerge on her arm. Release, commanded Naruto. Mei felt as if someone had released a great weight from her body as the seal slowly faded away, and she looked at the blonde officer before her in surprise. Sensing her unasked question, Naruto nodded. I trust you to keep your powers in check off the battlefield, clarified Naruto. He saw Mei staring at the other guards standing away at a distance. Judging from their frowns and mild glares, they were not happy with the freedom given back to the Jinchuriki. Mei looked away. Even after all these years and all the sacrifice she had given for Kirigikure, she was never accepted by her own people. You did well by holding off the Kinkaku long enough for me to put them down. I will be counting on you, Mei said Naruto sincerely. You want me to stay in the 501st? Asked Mei in shock, as she stared at this man who was different from every other shinobi she had ever met. Most just wanted to get away from her as soon as the mission was over, but not him. She saw as Naruto's gaze turned grim as he stared at the vast ocean ahead of them. This victory will only make the 501st pushed into even more dangerous battles. Considering the challenges that lie ahead of us, I want a strong kunoichi like you in my ranks. I will request the Mizukage strongly to make you a part of this legion, promised Naruto. But my powers dash, argued Mei, knowing very well the possibility of her going berserk could harm a lot of people, including Naruto. I will keep you safe, and I will not let you go out of control. Have faith in me, requested Naruto with a smile. Why are you willing to risk so much for me? You hardly even know me, said Mei hesitantly, and felt Naruto place a hand on her shoulder. For I can see the desire to defend Kirigikure against all odds in your eyes. I need soldiers like you if I am to win this war for our nation. The question is, will you follow me? Asked Naruto seriously. He smiled when Mei knelt before him and pledged her sword to him as he gave a nod, accepting her vow of servitude. How are we getting back? Asked Tobarama tiredly. At that remark, Naruto smirked, which made the Hokage's eyebrows twitch as he saw there were no ships arriving to ferry all these shinobi back home, nor were they in any condition to travel so far back on foot. He narrowed his eyes when Naruto slammed his hands together and a large portion of his chakra was summoned. Tobarama was left speechless when a monstrous wave of water rose from the sea, one which was nearly 30 feet tall. Without a word, the 501st shinobi hauled themselves along with their valuables and prisoners on top of that wave. Mei nodded as she too ran to get on top of the wave as Naruto walked towards Tobarama with that infuriating smirk. Shall we? Asked the boy. Show off, muttered Tobarama as he got back on his feet. He sighed when Naruto placed his hand over his shoulder, and the very next moment Tobarama felt himself getting pulled violently. Only his experience with teleportation jutsu allowed him to stabilize himself as both he and Naruto landed on top of that wave. Was that a teleportation jutsu? Asked Tobarama with a cough, as he managed to channel his chakra thereby, making himself stand on top of that wave. Now that he could truly see the length and breadth of this wave along with hundreds of people on top of it, he could only imagine the amount of chakra control being exercised by Naruto to keep this power going on. No, that was pure speed, refuted Naruto calmly. Impossible. I have fought alongside the Namikaze clan in the past. We were allies once upon a time. Only a handful of them were truly fast, but this speed is something else. There is something unnatural about your powers, pointed Tobarama. For his theory, he got a burning glare from the now red eyes of the boy. It seems I said too much, said Tobarama in a whisper, as he saw that the other swordsmen had now arrived on that wave and were now moving towards Naruto. Tobarama decided to remain silent in order to avoid bringing any unwanted attention that could threaten Naruto's cover. After all, Kiri shinobi were merciless. The destroyed city behind Tobarama was a stark remainder of that harsh reality. He could only marvel and wonder as Naruto commanded the wave that began the 501st journey back to their homeland. Mei sighed in relief as she walked along the familiar path that led towards her home. She was not alone in this feeling, as almost the entire 501st were eager to get back to their village. Her eyes glanced towards the biggest prize of this mission, who was currently blindfolded. Tobarama was silent and didn't protest, even if he was being led towards one of the most dangerous places on Earth. In that way, he was so similar to Naruto, who too had been silent and composed during their entire journey. She approached the commander once more, as he was perhaps the only one who didn't fear her company. She saw his gaze was fixed on the small team of medical ninjas currently carrying back their dead and wounded. Even if he didn't say it, those deaths weighed on the commander's soul. What will happen to their families? Asked Ao hesitantly. Naruto's silence truly disturbed Mei, and she saw the commander was aware of the harsh reality that awaited the loved ones of all these shinobi. Kirigakure had no formal system or desire to support the families of their shinobi who died in the line of duty. Most were often left to fend for themselves. She saw Ao glancing at the sizable bounty of gold and wealth they had taken from the sacked city of Osaka. Mei could feel the officers' helplessness, as they all knew that this bounty would be completely consumed by the ninja clans and other high-ranking officers. It was after all a tradition that had been followed since the establishment of Kirigakure. The only way peace had been sustained between the all-powerful ninja clans and common shinobi and citizens. The ninja clans always took tributes from victories achieved by their village, and in return used them to bolster their own strength. The only reason nobody complained was because of the fact that the ninja clans provided most of the powerful shinobi that protected the village and were important to sustain their nation. It was why the handful of shinobi who were hailing from ninja clans that died on this mission would never have to worry about the future of their families. Both those hailing from common families would have no support provided to their distressed families. Tobarama felt the silent frustration in Naruto's heart, even if he couldn't see the man. "We have to obey the rules," said Naruto calmly, much to Mei and Ao's surprise. "These men and women died for their nation, and we cannot even protect their families. Then what the hell are we fighting for if we cannot even look after our own countrymen?" demanded Mei fiercely. "We cannot rile the ninja clans during this time. It is imperative Kiri stays united, no matter how dirty the means," defended Naruto, but flinched when her piercing stare looked through him. "To those victims and their families, there is no difference between us bystanders and Kumogakure, the culprit. People are no better than the culprit if they didn't try to help. If we only pity those helpless families and allow the ninja clans to profit, then we're just as guilty as the Kumo shinobi who killed our comrades," said Mei disappointedly, even as she walked away. Ao saw the commander clench his fist and stepped away in order to give the man some space, as Mei had given him no mercy with her words. Tobarama felt the conflict grow within Naruto's heart for several long minutes, as the Jinchuriki's words weighed heavy upon his soul. It only vanished when loud roars and cheers reached them. One of the guards finally removed Tobarama's blindfold. At first, all he could see was the heavy mist, but a few moments later, he saw huge walls along with a large mass of humans waiting at a large gate. Kirigakure. To his surprise, it seemed as if word of the victory had reached the village much sooner, as its entire population seemed to have gathered to welcome back their heroes. Tobarama narrowed his eyes when he felt extremely powerful chakra signatures among the crowd, one being a Kage level, which made him completely alert. In contrast to the nervous Hokage, Naruto was calmly walking ahead at the front of his army. A few hundred meters away from the village gates, the commander stopped making others do the same. Tobarama felt the boy's resolve manifest as he unclenched his fists and looked back at his men. Mangetsu Hozuki was the first one to acknowledge Naruto's wish as he gave the command. To everyone's surprise, the members of the 501st parted away to the sides and stood at attention, including Naruto himself. A group of medical ninja nodded their thanks as they slowly started to carry forward the martyrs and wounded back towards the village. "Everyone, pay your respects to the true heroes of this victory," said Naruto softly. Tobarama was surprised when not a single member of the 501st objected to the command, as they all gave respectful bows in honor of their dead and wounded. The cheering villagers stopped their roars when they saw what was happening and hastily moved to follow the same action. When the dead and wounded were completely escorted into the village, Naruto nodded, which allowed the rest of his legion to rush towards their beloved ones and families. There was a bittersweet smile on Naruto's face as he saw his subordinates be greeted by their fathers, mothers, siblings, lovers, and friends. Even so, he remained behind until each and every shinobi under his command reached the gates. It was only then Naruto walked alone towards the village. However, he stopped when almost everyone in the village looked at him with smiles on their faces. It was then that the second Mizukage walked forward even as Naruto quickly knelt. The rest of the village followed suit as they all surrounded the officer who led them to this victory. "Mission accomplished, Mizukage-sama. Please forgive me for not being able to bring everyone back alive," said Naruto remorsefully. "You didn't leave anyone behind, and it is clear that you are not just a fine officer, but a leader who cares for the lives of his men. I entrust you with the 501st and its future," General said Jinjetsu proudly, even as he helped Naruto get back on his feet. Tobarama was not the only one who was surprised at that promotion. Usually, most shinobi villages divided their forces under the leadership of capable commanders, with the Kage having the rank equivalent of a general. For the Mizukage to formally grant such an important position in front of the entire village was a testament to his faith in Naruto's abilities. He is perhaps grooming the boy as one of the shinobi who could succeed him in the future. "Jinjetsu Hozuki, you have a fine eye." Tobarama was disrupted from his thoughts as the Mizukage then glanced at him directly. Judging from the man's non-surprised look, he and the higher-ups must have been already briefed in advance about the full extent of this victory. Many other Kiri shinobi were staring at him in shock, with many others looking quite suspicious. "A major victory, indeed," whispered Jinjetsu with a smirk, as he imagined the things he could do by having Tobarama as a hostage. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw most of the ninja clan leaders glancing at the sizable bounty and slaves with greed ever present in their eyes. While most of the village was celebrating the return of their heroes, Naruto's eyes fell upon a small group of villagers openly weeping as they realized their loved ones were now resting among the dead. Nobody paid any attention to the suffering of those families. It was as if they didn't exist at all. "It would seem you do have some talent after all, Naruto-san. The village thanks you for your service," purred Reika Kagaya, the silver-haired leader of the most fierce clan of Kirigakure. It was Mangetsu and the other ninja swordsmen along with Ao who briefed everyone about the details of their victory and the way the enemy fled after Naruto's rampage. However, that tale only gave rise to questions in the hearts of the Kiri leadership, which were voiced by their Mizukage without hesitation. "Naruto, I have never pushed you to explain your powers. But what we are hearing right now," said Jinjetsu seriously. Tobarama watched as all eyes turned towards Naruto, who gave a resigned sigh before looking all of them in the eye. "My full name is Naruto Namikaze, the last survivor of the Namikaze clan," confessed the boy, drawing shocked gasps from most of the villagers. Tobirama didn't believe Naruto was stupid enough to admit such a fact so casually. His doubt was further strengthened when he felt Naruto had suppressed all his emotions, which only meant that he was hiding something. Perhaps this was part of the Uzukage's strategy to embed his spy even deeper into Kiri's society. Tobirama already saw many of the ninja clan heads already planning the way they could use this information for their clan's benefits. Those plans definitely involved making Naruto a more integral part of Kiri's politics. So, this was your plan. Placing a skilled shinobi among Kirigakure, to have him rise through the ranks and become one of the seven. To have him become a hero and then reveal his connection to a ninja clan. The citizens adore him as their hero, and now perhaps the ninja clans may also trust him since he is the last member of a famous ninja clan. A crafty strategy, indeed. I wonder how many years of patience and hard work must have been employed to get to this point. The Uzumaki clan is truly dangerous in the way it uses their shinobi. They truly are aiming at something much more deeper. Namikaze. Several people whispered the lost clan's name at the same time while looking at their heroic commander in a new light. "Why did you keep it a secret?" asked Hiro Hagoromo with a frown. "My clan was killed by a hidden village just like this one. Those of us who survived the onslaught from Kumo dispersed across the world. My parents didn't survive much long after we arrived in this nation. I was left to fend for myself, and I distrusted anyone with this information. But I guess it cannot be helped now. Are you going to execute me for this secret, Mizukage-sama?" asked Naruto boldly, looking the Kage directly in the eye. Genjutsu smirked. "On the contrary, I want to verify this truth, so you will undergo some tests. If found to be true, I will appoint you as the head of your clan and make you a member of the council. Maybe in time, you shall be known as Namikaze Naruto of Kirigakure," proposed Genjutsu. "It would be a great addition to our village if a skilled clan like the Namikaze becomes one of us," agreed Lord Yagura Karatachi, sending a respectful nod towards Naruto and earning one in return. "Perhaps you should think about repopulating your clan? Kiri has many fine women," hinted Lord Minace Terumi, earning a scathing glare from his daughter when he looked at her. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't blink an eye as Ino arrived by his side. "I have a wife," refuted Naruto respectfully. Genjutsu laughed jovially at that remark, so did many others in the village. Yet even as the people were overjoyed by this news, Naruto's gaze once again landed upon the families whose lives would never be the same after the deaths of their loved ones. It pained him to see them suffer as he had once went through the same pain. He grit his teeth when he saw quite a few shinobi from different clans moving forward to seize the bounty that the 501st had collected from Osaka. People are no better than the culprit if they didn't try to help. If we only pity those helpless families and allow the ninja clans to profit, then we're just as guilty as the Kumo shinobi who killed our comrades. Mei's words to him weighed heavy over his heart, and the guilt came back to haunt him fully. The entire village was surprised when Naruto disappeared in a quick flash and appeared between the clan warriors and the bounty. This wealth rightly belongs to the village and to those whose loved ones died for this great nation. "I will not allow the memory of my men to be disrespected," proclaimed Naruto fiercely. Ino grimaced when she saw the angry looks being now directed at her husband from quite a few from the ninja clans. Mei's gaze met with Naruto's, and she smiled when he gave her a nod that showed he had accepted her feelings. "I will take full responsibility of the families of my men who died for Kirigakure. I will devote most of this wealth for the welfare of this entire village, but I request you all to leave something for those who sacrificed everything for us. If any of you are against this, then come and face me," challenged Naruto without hesitation. Tensions soared instantly as many of the clan heads glared, making their family members reach for their weapons. Tobirama's guards tensed, but the Hokage only smiled. "Don't worry. He won't lose," assured the Hokage. His words were proven true when Ino and Mei joined Naruto, followed by Mangetsu and the remaining swordsmen. They were joined by the entire 501st, all of whom looked ready to fight if the clans threatened to dishonor the memory of their fallen comrades. Jinjetsu felt the emotions of the villagers, with majority of them agreeing with Naruto, including his own son. He could sense the ninja clans didn't like it, but conflict was avoided when Minace Terumi and Yagura Karatachi joined Naruto's side, which prompted other clan heads to follow. Only the Kagaya and Hagoromo clans remained opposed, but as they became isolated against the remaining village, the respective clan heads reluctantly asked their warriors to stand down. Ultimately, the Mizukage nodded his acceptance, eliciting a thunderous wave of cheering from the villagers. The villagers soon enough lifted their new hero over their shoulders and started the celebrations even as Jinjetsu approached Tobarama. "Lord Hokage, it brings me great pleasure to invite you to Kirigakure," said Jinjetsu curtly. "I didn't have much of a choice," Lord Mizukage retorted Tobarama sharply. Jinjetsu joined his counterpart even as both men watched the village erupt into celebrations, with Naruto not being able to escape as the people dragged him into the festivity. At first, the boy resisted gracefully, but after few more attempts by the villagers, he couldn't help but give in with a resigned but happy smile. "You have a fine shinobi," Lord Mizukage commented Tobarama honestly. "Perhaps he'll usher this village into a new era of prosperity and unity. Maybe even succeed me someday," whispered Jinjetsu with a wide smile. Tobarama didn't know why, but those words made him feel truly sad. Tobarama was a guest of honor and waited alongside most of Kiri's military force in the graveyard. The time had come for the village to cremate the martyrs of the 501st that died in the line of duty. The atmosphere was somber, with the Mizukage standing beside the grieving families. It intrigued him to see that Kirigakure followed a custom of burning their dead instead of burying them like most other nations. Only Yuzushiogakure followed the same custom, which was a point Tobarama noted without fail. He turned eastwards along with many others as they heard a small murmuring from the crowd. A small smile came upon Tobarama's face despite the situation he was in. "General! General! General!" The entire 501st had been quite somber, but now watching their leader march between them brought some smiles back on many faces. Tobarama watched Naruto acknowledge each and every salute shown to him, even if it took him some time to clear through the crowd. His heart sank when he saw Jinjetsu Hozuki also had a smile like his own on his face. Tobarama clearly saw the way in which Naruto's presence boosted the shattered morale of the shinobi. For many, he was a hero, and for others an undefeatable warrior. The way in which not just the shinobi but common civilians called out to him made one thing clear for the Hokage. The people had accepted Naruto as their general not because their Mizukage had commanded it, but they had themselves placed their faith in him as their general after his actions and the way in which he had fought for his men. Tobarama could see in the eyes of the shinobi that unwavering faith that no matter what happened they would never lose as long as they had their general with them. If only Konoha had such an officer. Naruto finally managed to reach beside the Mizukage, who gave him a nod against the short bow he offered. Kirigakure's new general then turned towards the grieving families and looked them all in the eye without flinching. "There is no greater honor than to die in the service of one's nation. Your sons and daughters, fathers and mothers, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters sacrificed their all to give this nation a better future. I understand mere words cannot be enough for the loss you have experienced, but I promise to fight until my last breath to protect this great nation for whom these brave warriors laid down their lives," promised Naruto sincerely. He received somber nods and watery stares in return, but that was enough as he stepped away respectfully in order to allow the families a final moment with their dead. Soon enough, the funeral pyres were lit, which broke the final connection the dead had with this nation and its people. Mangetsu saw Naruto's gaze was fixed upon few young children who were weeping inconsolably at the loss of their family members despite the best attempts of their mothers and other women to calm them down. The crowd gasped when from the smoke of the funeral pyre arose few dark human-like figures. At first, people were terrified, but when those human figures remained floating in the air just staring at them, The people perceived them to be the souls of their fallen warriors. Mangetsu and few other veteran shinobi saw Naruto secretly raising two of his fingers, summoning the ash from which he created those soul-like figures. Even though it was not real, when those souls raised their hands in goodbye, the children finally stopped crying and mirrored the gesture with a heavy heart. Jinjetsu cursed when he looked at the sky. His doubts soon turned into reality when heavy rain started to fall down, threatening to wash away the burning funeral pyres. It would be extremely cruel for the families to again see their loved ones' mangled bodies in a half-burnt state. He was not alone in those thoughts as Tobirama stepped beside him as both Kages combined their powers to erect a dome-like structure across the cemetery that protected each and every shinobi as well as civilian from the torrential rain. With the people safe, the Kages turned their attention towards the funeral pyre which they had to keep burning no matter the cost. To their surprise, Naruto had already moved out of the dome, protecting everyone else from the rains. The general now stood guard near the burning pyres at attention. Not a single drop of rainwater managed to reach the pyres as they were all diverted across the village, allowing the dead bodies to be burnt without any damage. For that to happen, Naruto had to stand in the torrential rains for nearly 2 hours in order to maintain that control over the rainwater. He only relented when the final body had burned away to ashes and created several earthen pots in which he stored those ashes for the families. He was drenched from head to toe. His once well-ironed uniform was in disarray, and he was shivering to an extent when he turned back towards the crowd. There was only one emotion present in each and everyone's eye which surprised the Kiri officer. Respect. Naruto levitated the pots containing the ashes of his fallen soldiers with the help of his own dark powers as he walked towards the families. He made sure to deliver each one correctly and with respect. Jinjetsu joined him when he was about to deliver 3 pots to one grieving woman. Her husband was in one pot, her brother in another, and her elder son in the last one. Her second son and only family, who was 7 years old, stood beside her as both men stepped before her. Your husband, brother, and son were brave warriors. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten by this village. If ever you need anything, please don't hesitate, offered the Mizukage, only for the woman to shake her head. I don't need charity, Lord Mizukage, she declined respectfully. Jinjetsu was at a loss of words, for he knew she belonged from a common civilian family who had no proper support from the village apart from the monetary support Naruto was providing. Her haunting gaze found Naruto as she draped her fallen husband's headband, her brother's tanto, and her elder son's flak jacket over her younger son before presenting him to Naruto. I may have lost 3 warriors, but I still have one more who will fight for this nation. General, please make him a fine shinobi like his father, his uncle, and his older brother, requested the woman, rendering the Mizukage speechless. Jinjetsu didn't know what to say. A part of him was overwhelmed with pride at this woman's devotion to the village. On the other hand, he didn't want her to lose her last family to war. Thankfully, Naruto knelt beside the young boy. War inflicts death, pain, and misery on everyone. Especially this generation who does not know war should never become a part of it. There is no glory in death. There is so much left for him to live for, said Naruto gently, even as he ruffled the child's hair. He then looked at the mother, who had tears arriving in her eyes once more. He is the future for which we shinobi shall endure. So please keep him safe, and if one day he truly desires to fight with his own, well, then I will take him in. Until then, let him live the life we never had, requested Naruto kindly. Tobirama watched Naruto get back on his feet and look at each and every shinobi around him. Let's end this war so that young children are not sent to fight and die on the battlefield. Tobirama felt pride swell in his chest when the people started agreeing with the young Namikaze slowly but surely. He couldn't detect any lies or hidden feelings in Naruto's heart, for this was the boy's true wish. It was true that the boy worried Tobirama, for he was similar to Madara in many ways. But there was a part of him that had inherited Hashirama's will and dream. Elder brother, even now your legacy still lives on. Maybe, just maybe, we can reach the peace that you always dreamed of someday. Ino was busy serving their dinner, even as she saw Naruto sitting at his study table and devotedly making notes and observations about each and every member of the 501st. On questioning, he had revealed that he planned to divide the 501st into smaller legions being led by efficient commanders. It was his hope that rather than a large force that could be used for just one mission or be at the risk of getting tracked easily, he wanted the 501st to fight side by side with the regular forces by helping them in the most difficult and heavily fortified enemy regions. She was never one to understand large military strategies, but one look at Naruto was enough to show he was made for this task. In a way, she was extremely proud of him. During her teens, she was a spy in making, having never been on the front lines as Hashirama had decreed it too dangerous for young children to take part in the first ninja world. Naruto, on the other hand, was already a commander at that time, leading some of the bravest and courageous kids of his generation that didn't hesitate in laying down their lives for Hashirama Senju. "Dinner's ready," she announced, drawing his attention away from his notes, which he would later on use to file a formal request with the Mizukage through a report. "Thank you. I promise I'll help with the dishes since I suck at making decent food," he joked, which made her laugh. "I'll hold you to that," she warned him playfully, as he got up from his desk to arrive at their dinner table. After a short prayer, they both dug into the sushi that she had made. She quite enjoyed the silence, watching Naruto quietly eat his rice. "You did good at the cemetery, even if you didn't have to go that far," she praised but cautioned at the same time. "They were my men. It was my duty to make sure they were cremated with full honors." He dismissed the praise so casually. "Naruto, you do remember which nations we truly serve?" asked Ino hesitantly. She instantly regretted her question when he gave her a pointed stare which only ended when he sighed tiredly after a few intense seconds. "You don't understand," he said hesitantly. He looked up when she placed her hand over his, and in her eyes there was nothing but endless patience and warmth. "I can't change the way I was brought up. I grew up in a military family. Strength and honor. That's what my dad used to tell us," said Naruto with a faint smile. "You loved him," suggested Ino. "Respected him and what he stood up for. He was the one who fought against his village to give my mother shelter in Yuzu. Married her despite the fact that she already had a son that was not his," he confessed, surprising Ino completely. "Then who was your biological father?" asked Ino hesitantly. "Mother never said his name. It doesn't matter now, but I grew up watching my adoptive father fight for his home. He was my idol, my hero. Someone who stood up for his men and village even if it meant death," said Naruto proudly. "Wish I had met him," she said with a smile. "Strength and honor. He taught me that." Flashback, 20 years ago. A young boy with shiny blonde hair ran through the narrow corridors of the village hospital. Amidst a sea of redheads, he was the sole ray of sunshine as he dashed forward, eliciting curses and shouts from several nursing staff and visitors alike. Even in the face of the heat being thrown at him, there was an infectious smile on that child's face. He finally reached the general medical ward and ran inside to be greeted by the sight of a tall and broad-chested redhead man who was nearly 6 feet tall looking down at him with a raised eyebrow. Unlike the boy, this man had violet-colored eyes and a sharp chin. He had spiky red hair and was dressed in the uniform of a jounin with a sword at his back. "Did you kill anyone?" asked the older man with a grin. "Maybe next time," replied the boy cheekily, drawing a laugh from the older redhead man as he lifted the boy off the ground and into his arms. The boy nuzzled against the man's chest with a content smile as both of them now marched towards one of the nearby medical rooms. "Kasan said you probably wouldn't come," said the little boy. "That's silly. How can I leave you guys alone at such a time? I'll always be there for my family," promised the older man. "Promise?" asked the little boy hopefully, drawing a smile from the older man as he ruffled his hair. "I promise, Minato." Both father and son reached the door where a nurse was waiting for them. "Sign off here, please, Yahiko-san," instructed the nurse curtly. Yahiko Umaki sighed, but complied with the request as he signed off on the paperwork and escorted himself and his adoptive son into the room where a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and sky-blue eyes was currently resting upon a bed in hospital gown. Seeing her brought a wide smile on Minato's face as he yelled excitedly and ran towards her after getting away from his father's arms quite abruptly. She stopped him before he could jump on her bed, and just in time as Minato saw a tiny bundle resting beside her. Their similar gaze met as she ruffled his hair while raising the infant towards him. "Meet your little brother, Minato-kun," said in no way Namikaze with a smile. "Why is he so red?" asked Minato pointedly, as he narrowed his eyes at the sleeping infant. "Babies do look like that. Even you did when you were born," explained in no way patiently, and smirked when her elder son pointed his finger at his hair. "But I have blonde hair and he is red," argued Minato defensively. "Even I have red hair. Is that a problem?" asked Yahiko playfully, even going so far as to develop a small fake pout across his face, making in no way giggle. She saw the confusion and indecision in Minato's innocent gaze as he was torn between his curiosity and fear of hurting his father's feelings. Thankfully, both parents decided not to further traumatize the young boy as Yahiko picked him up and placed him beside his mother and little brother. "We shall call him Nagato. You're a big brother now," Minato-kun said in no way happily. "And do you remember what I told you about big brothers?" asked Yahiko with a smile, which brought a similar smile and a determined look in that little boy's eyes. "They protect their little brothers," remembered Minato dutifully. "That's my boy," praised Yahiko happily with a grin. "Would you like to hold your little brother? Remember, be very gentle." Guided in no way. Minato eagerly nodded and carefully accepted his little brother in his small arms, even as Inoue and Yahiko supported them. The infant slowly opened his own violet eyes and raised its tiny finger, which Minato gently grabbed in his hand. "I'll keep you safe. Together we will have so much fun." Their moment of peace was disturbed when another Jounin walked inside the room, making Yahiko walk towards the man. Minato and Inoue watched Yahiko argue for a few moments before sighing and walked back towards them. Minato's face fell when his father returned towards them with an apologetic look. "I have to go. It's an emergency. A squad of Chunin is missing near Kumogakure's border," explained Yahiko. "Then do your duty. I'll look after these two until you return," promised Inoue with a heavy heart. Minato watched as his father kissed his mother and infant son before ruffling his hair and looking in his eyes. "Do you have to go?" asked Minato sadly. "Would you fight if someone threatened your brother?" questioned Yahiko calmly, and smiled when Minato held his tiny brother even more protectively. "Yes," answered the little boy honestly. "Then those Chunin out there are also my brothers. As a superior officer and comrade, it is my duty to keep them safe," explained Yahiko truthfully. "But they're not your family. We are. Why can't you stay?" asked Minato bitterly. "Strength and honor, my son. It doesn't matter if we share different families, different blood, different color, or beliefs. Despite all such differences, each and every man willing to fight for our nation is my brother. It is a bond that only exists among shinobi. Someday you will understand what I am saying," said Yahiko confidently. With those words, Yahiko walked away, leaving his wife and two sons in the silent hospital room. 6 months later, tears fell from Minato's eyes as he pushed himself to the limit by running as fast as he could. Despite his best attempts, the finish line was still at least a mile away across the beach, and his opponents were easily sprinting ahead of him. Not gonna lose. It didn't matter if he was currently racing alongside an entire squad of Jounins across Yuzu's beach, most of whom were his father's friends and comrades. The older men were smiling at his effort to keep up with them. "That's a tough little pup you have there, Yahiko," commented one of the older Jounin. It was difficult for Minato to distinguish them because of their similar facial features and almost identical hair color. Only his father stood out with those spiky hair and a new nasty scar across his face which he received when he had went out to rescue a Chunin squad a few weeks back. His and his squad's actions saved those Chunin. But his father had sustained injuries, but that hadn't deterred the man's spirit one bit. That's nothing. Show them what you can truly do, little wolf, encouraged Yahiko with a grin. The Jounins yelped in surprise when Minato jumped away from the sand and landed himself upon the rocky waves of the sea. Many of the men rushed towards the water in order to save the child from drowning, but stopped when they saw him achieve balance over a rocky wave and stand tall. He can walk on water. Did you teach him that, Yahiko? A true prodigy. Minato laughed on seeing their gobsmacked looks, which only became even more hilarious when he used the waves to take him forward towards the finish line. Realizing that they were about to be beaten by a kid, the Jounins rushed at full speed alongside Yahiko. The young boy hopped across waves, nearly matching the Jounins rushing on the sand. Every one of the warriors noticed the boy's skill over water was not ordinary even at this age. Even though they easily defeated the child in the race, they all waited as Minato reached the shore. Still, he was a little far away from the finish line and seemed completely exhausted. I can't, whispered Minato tiredly, and sighed in relief when his mother, who was waiting for them all at the finish line alongside her younger son, got up to walk towards him. However, she was stopped by Yahiko and his comrades, who all looked at Minato with a look of pure determination. No mountain more stronger, no sky more taller, no wave more larger, no road more longer, declared Yahiko seriously. Minato looked at his father even as he lay tired across the sand, nearly 100 meters away from the finish line. I'm strong, I'm fast, I'm a damn fucking force of nature, encouraged another Jounin. Minato didn't feel any strength left in his legs or body, but he did have some feeling in his arms. Gathering the last of his power, he started to crawl on both arms. No enemy more stronger than me. Minato saw all the men looking at him, waiting for him even as he crawled. Not one of them looked disappointed. Instead, in their eyes, he saw encouragement and pride. No giving up, no retreating back, no whining. His arms screamed in protest, but he pushed forward with his crawling as the finish line came nearer and nearer. He saw tears of joy in his mother's eyes. We're brothers. He crawled further, even if his arms screamed in violent protest. We're fighters. He saw his little infant brother staring at him curiously. Even if the child didn't say anything, Minato knew his brother probably also wanted him to finish this journey. We're Uzumaki warriors. Minato yelled in triumph as he crawled through the finish line. The very next second, exhaustion hit him fully, and he sighed tiredly. Before his mother could come towards him, the Jounins gently picked him up and placed him over their shoulders. Well done, little pup, praised one of the Jounin. He ain't a pup anymore, refuted another Jounin. Yahiko ruffled his son's hair with pride shining in his bright eyes. That's my little wolf right there. A 5-year-old Minato stood in the same hospital room once again, but this time his mother was not having another child. Instead, his father was resting on the same bed, struggling to breathe. The medical ninja had done their best to heal his wounds, but his injuries were severe and multiple. After all, he directly jumped over an explosive that would have taken out his entire squad. His actions saved several lives, but it costed him terribly. Minato stood beside his father now, with his mother standing beside him with tears falling from her eyes. Hey, little wolf, whispered his father, as Minato grasped the dying man's hand. I'm here, father reassured Minato. I know, promise me. You will look after your mother and little brother. I know to do, requested Yahiko painfully, even as Inoue offered him a glass of water. I will, whispered Minato sadly. Don't be like that, son. There is no greater honor than it I to protect your family and home, encouraged Yahiko tiredly. Why did you risk yourself for others? They are all safe, and you are here, said Minato angrily, earning a smile from his father. I told you before, brothers, look after each other, a good officer, always protects his men and keeps them safe. Someday you will have your own brothers. Maybe then you will understand what I am talking about. Care for your loved ones. Look after the well-being of those who follow you no matter how different you may be from them. Those are the traits of an Uzumaki officer. What are our clan's words? Asked Yahiko seriously, even as the light started to fade from his eyes. Family, duty, honor, repeated Minato with tears now freely falling from his eyes, even as he heard his mother sobbing. Live by those words no matter what. Promise me, requested Yahiko in a silent whisper. I will, father, promised Minato fiercely, even as he tried to stem his own tears. His father gently ruffled his hair and gave his mother a nod before his eyes closed forever. Minato flinched as thunderous roars echoed across the sky, even as his father's funeral pyre burned a few feet away from him. His mother was trying her best to console little Nagato, as the infant was nearly hysterical. Around them stood the comrades for whom Yahiko Uzumaki had sacrificed his life. The fact that the Uzukage himself had shown up was a testament to the bravery and noble sacrifice of his father to save the lives of his men. The little boy saw the Uzukage presenting his deceased father's combat gear wrapped in Yuzu's flag to his mother, who accepted the same with a respectful nod. She then looked at her elder son. The Uzukage's eyes widened when he saw the blonde-haired child putting on the face mask worn by his father during combat missions and a small tanto across his back. Tears fell from the child's eyes as he remembered all the moments he had spent beside his father and how he would never experience them again. He remembered the promise he had made to his old man as he looked at his mother and little brother. He also saw the Jounins who were a part of his family, giving him nods, making more tears fall from his eyes, for they had accepted him as one of them, just as they had accepted his father. His heart broke as an unbearable pain threatened to consume him as he watched his father burn away. His vision turned red, eliciting shocked gasps from everyone around him. But all he could remember were his father's beliefs. Family, duty, honor. I shall live by those words and keep everyone safe. I promise, father. Flashback end. Ino was quite somber as she gently untangled her hand from his. She looked at him and couldn't believe he had allowed her to see those memories stored in his mind. It had felt so real, almost to the point that she felt that she had been a part of that journey, no matter how brief it was. Naruto had already gotten up from his seat and was collecting both of their dishes before moving towards the sink present in the kitchen. She looked at him now and couldn't help but be able to understand some of the decisions he had made in the past few days. The Mizukage was once again correct in making you general, said Ino honestly, but he shook his head much to her surprise. I became general not just because the Kage commanded it, but the people chose to accept me. I may be a liar and a traitor, but the part of me that is still Minato Namikaze still believes in living with the beliefs passed to me by my father. In truth, I'm just a failure who couldn't keep any of his promises. I was helpless when my father died, and I couldn't even keep the promise of keeping my mother and little brother safe. Nor could I protect my comrades from the S program. Time after time, I have only failed everyone. In truth, when I look at this village and its people, I see the family that I lost. The family that I failed, which is why I don't want to fail again, confessed Naruto sadly. She didn't know what to say that could help him deal with the burden that he had carried for so many years. Ino could see it clearly that those failures haunted him. The love he had for his family became his curse that led him down to this path of revenge, and yet the real him was still alive in there, defining himself through his actions. I still want you to think about my offer of coming to Konoha once this mission is over. You will truly love the village and its people, maybe even find something that can fill the hole in your heart, suggested Ino earnestly, making him smile. Even after all that I have done, you still believe that a scum like me deserves peace? Asked Naruto curiously. Yes, she answered without hesitation. Why? Whispered Naruto, unable to understand what she saw in a failure like him. Because you're my friend. He blinked in surprise and couldn't help but stare at her. Friend, a word that he had not heard someone refer him by in a very long time. His friends had died upon the battlefield along with his family, after which he had just worked alongside accomplices and short-term mission partners. He himself had chosen to distance himself from others. He had decided to walk alone for the fear of losing the people close to him again. You don't want to be my friend, Ino. It's not safe for those that do, he teased with a smirk. That is your fear talking once again. Like it or not. Once this mission is over, you are coming with me to Konoha, where I'll beat all this guilt and burden out of you, she told him frankly. Don't I get a say in that? He asked dumbly. No. Knowing you, there will just be more dangerous missions that you'll dive yourself into. I sometimes think that you wish to die on the battlefield to atone for your sins, suggested Ino. She saw him freeze just for a second as he was placing the dishes back in the various drawers. That subtle movement might have been missed by others, but a mind reader like her couldn't be fooled so easily. It only made her more determined to take him back to Konoha, where he could rebuild himself and find peace. Don't worry about the medical report as well. Tsukumo-san and his squad are keeping an eye on the medical ninja that are examining your blood. They'll make sure to edit out any information that can endanger your cover, promised Ino. There's not much surprising they can find in those reports, shrugged Naruto, as he came back and laid a hand on her shoulder. Want to have some dessert? My treat, he offered with a smile, making her blush faintly. You're too kind. Does it mean yes? She nodded and joined her hand with his as they both decided to enjoy what little peace they had before the flames of war dragged them back into hell once more. Kirigakure Hospital. Tsukumo's hands were shaking as he read the medical report of Naruto Namikaze. There were another 2 ninja in the room, both Konoha spies who were currently making sure the 2 Kiri lab rats didn't remember this intervention. Captain, what's wrong? Asked one of the masked Umbu. Tsukumo passed that report over to his subordinate, who soon gasped in shock as he read the same thing that Tsukumo had a few moments ago. Captain, this is… Yes, the reports don't lie. Naruto is a member of the Namikaze clan, but he also has DNA from the Senju and Uchiha clan within himself. The Senju blood in him is just as strong as the Namikaze, with the Uchiha power hiding in the shadows, explained Tsukumo. We need to bring this to Tobirama-sama's attention immediately, suggested the Umbu. We will, but first, alter this report and erase any trace of the Senju and Uchiha DNA. If Kiri finds out the truth, then they will instantly realize that Naruto is somehow connected to Konoha and its allies. That would be a disaster, said Tsukumo worriedly. Understood, Captain. We will erase these records. However, does Naruto know about this? Asked the Umbu hesitantly. I don't know. It's possible he doesn't know, suggested Tsukumo. Even he was not sure what was the truth anymore. Then should we inform him? Are you mad? We will do no such thing. Let Tobirama-sama understand this information first. He will be the best suitable person to advise everyone, including Naruto, on the further course of action, rebuked Tsukumo firmly. He received firm nods from his subordinates as they got to work to make sure Kirigakure only got to know what they wanted to know. Still, Tsukumo couldn't help but feel uneasy. Just, what are you, Naruto Namikaze? Jinjetsu Hozuki was currently busy reading through an extensive report which, if implemented, could completely change Kiri's shinobi forces and their doctrine, maybe even change the way the current war was going. Opposite from him in the office sat Naruto, who too was busy going over the sheer number of applications that had started pouring in. Jinin, Chunin, Jounin, Umbu, Hunter Ninjas, almost the entire shinobi forces wanted to join the 501st. What do you think? Asked Jinjetsu curiously. It is strategically unwise to have an entire village's armed forces organized into one legion. Logistically, it is impossible as well, but something has changed within our shinobi. Lord Second, previously they were divided by various groups that they served under. Umbu detested hunters. Hunters detested everyone. Regular ninja hated the special forces, but here they are all willing to fight under one banner. Still, I would advise not to concentrate too much power like this, explained Naruto honestly. Which is why I see merit in your proposal. If I sanction this, then Kiri's shinobi forces will be divided into 4 legions. The 501st led by you, the 212th led by Mangetsu Hozuki, the 47th Legion led by the Umbu Commander, and the 99th Legion led by Yagura Karatachi. Each legion comprised of nearly 5,000 shinobi. Except for the 501st, which will only have you. The other legions will have at least 2 ninja swordsmen in their ranks. You have similarly distributed the skilled shinobi with the regular ones across legions to maintain balance. The only exceptions being the 501st, which shall have the 6 Tails Jinchuriki in its ranks, while the commander of the 99th Legion Yagura is the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, stated Jinjetsu seriously. Naruto nodded as he got up and stepped before the ninja world map placed in the office. Jinjetsu narrowed his eyes when he saw Naruto placing the 99th Legion to invade the Land of Lightning from the extreme north. The 212th would do the same from the coastal areas in the east. The 501st would link up with Konoha and Yuzu forces if an alliance was negotiated. Together they would push deeper into enemy territory through the south. The 47th Legion would be stationed in the village for its protection should the remaining 3 legions perish, but could also be used to send aid to trapped legions. Jinjetsu also read through the new sets of armor and weapons for each legion. Wouldn't this reduce your own power? I made you general, and you have the skills to lead men in battle. Why? Asked Jinjetsu seriously, and was surprised when Naruto gave him a faint smile. Roots protect the trees. Jinjetsu smiled fully as those words conveyed all that he needed to know. It truly showed the real feelings inside the heart of this shinobi. Your parents will be proud of you, praised Jinjetsu honestly. I don't know about that, Lord Second. I couldn't even protect them, nor could I protect many of my friends and fellow comrades. For a nation to win any battle, the people must be united. I am expendable. My desire is to be the bridge that erases the boundaries between our people. There are greater heroes than me in this village, shinobi who are the future. I shall protect them and support them in carving a new and better future for Kirigakure, explained Naruto, as he placed another scroll before Jinjetsu's desk. The Mizukage raised an eyebrow but did pick up the scroll. His eyes widened when he read the contents of another mission proposed by the officer before him. An S-rank mission. One which Naruto wanted to do alone. Naruto, you are probably the best officer I have seen in a long time. More than that, you are a good person, but you have a fatal flaw, said Jinjetsu seriously, as he placed the scroll back on the table. Lord Second, asked the confused general. Your past haunts your present. You once believed in your comrades and relied upon them, only to watch them die when facing dangerous odds. You hold yourself responsible for each of those deaths, and the guilt haunts you every day. Your past missions, and even the one in Osaka, is a proof of you trying to shoulder all the burden on your own. You are not all-powerful and have your limits, admonished the Mizukage, making the blonde-haired man lower his eyes. No matter how strong you are, don't try to shoulder everything or the burden will break you. More importantly, you are not alone. Naruto completely lowered his gaze, for he had no answer to that observation. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, they were true. There was a time when he had believed in his comrades only to watch them die one after another. That belief was shattered when he watched his brother die. Believe in us. He remembered those fateful words said to him by his comrades from the S program, one of them being his little brother on that fateful night. He had offered to stay behind and hold off the enemy. He would have died, but his sacrifice would have allowed his comrades to escape, including his little brother. However, they didn't leave him behind and chose to stay and fight. Now, they were all dead, and he was still alive. He still remembered the devastated families of his comrades. Most of them had been so young that their deaths enraged the entire village. He still remembered those hateful glares, those accusing stares. The villagers detested him for surviving and returning back home, while every shinobi under his command perished. He remembered the isolation and persecution to the point that he nearly used his own sword to end his shame. The Uzukage, however, had other plans and stopped him. Naruto. He looked up when the Mizukage called him, only to realize quite a few long moments had passed while he remembered his past. I am approving this mission. However, the 7 ninja swordsmen will complete this task as a group. That is an order, declared Jinjetsu calmly, as he placed his stamp over the scroll. Very well, Lord Second, accepted Naruto with a resigned nod. Do you have the exact location coordinates for this strike? I understand that this strike may very well cripple the Land of Lightning, maybe even end this war, questioned Jinjetsu, and sighed when Naruto shook his head. Not exactly, Lord Second. My comrades in the Umbu informed me that the enemy is operating in this area, but the exact location is something that the 7 of us would have to find out on our own, explained Naruto as he pointed towards quite a large operation area on the map across the Land of Lightning's borders. That's quite a large area that you need to scout. Would you like to take more forces with you? Asked the Kage. Negative. The moment we encounter this target, the most dangerous warriors from the Land of Lightning will try to stop us. They will already have a small army protecting him. A large force will get spotted easily, but a small squad can sneak in and do the task, after which it can evacuate quickly. A single shinobi would be even more easier to infiltrate, less costly to lose if discovered than an entire squad, hinted Naruto cheekily, earning a tiny smirk from the Kage. Stubborn brat. My order still stands. Either all 7 of you shall go on this mission, or it stands cancelled. Understood? Demanded the Mizukage, making Naruto sigh, but the boy did nod his consent. Yes, Lord Second. The objective of this mission is to make the enemy disappear without any traces pointing back to us. It would crack the Land of Lightning elites into petty factions as everybody fights to defend their power. Without backing from the elites, even the Kumogakure's military forces will be severely crippled. At that point, we will push in and crush them from the north, south, and east, explained Naruto seriously. He was surprised when the Mizukage stared at him for several long seconds. I'm glad you are not our enemy. Naruto got up from his chair to offer a salute and received a nod from the Mizukage. Wordlessly, he turned around and marched out of the office with his fist clenched shut to the point he drew blood. Tobirama sat before one of his peers in the man's office. Only this time they were devoid of any of their subordinates lingering around. It was one Kage facing another. Hokage, the war is not going well for your village. We just got news that the 11th Battalion suffered great casualties against the Wagakure and Sungakure forces. Kagami Uchiha died in battle, rendering the Uchiha clan leaderless once more, explained Jinjetsu gravely. If the Hokage was troubled by this latest development, Tobirama did not show it as he remained stoic. What do you need from me? Asked Tobirama directly. Jinjetsu nodded as he forwarded a well-drafted trade agreement sent to him from the daimyo of his nation. Tobirama read through the agreement before respectfully placing it back on the table. Rejected. Jinjetsu's eyebrows twitched at the audacity of this man. It would seem the Senju didn't understand or was foolish enough to ignore the gravity of the situation that his village was in. Do you know what you are doing, Hokage? Asked Jinjetsu with some irritation seeping into his voice. I do. My people may suffer, but they will die before they become anyone else's pawns. The will of fire is strong and has been passed down to the next generation. Shursui Uchiha shall lead the Uchiha clan, declared Tobirama confidently. A boy of 14? For someone well known to have grudge against the Uchiha, you seem to have quite a lot of faith in them, commented the Mizukage with a frown. Shursui may be young, but he carries my brother Hashirama's will. The Uchiha may have differences with the village, but they will defend their home. As long as a single loyal Uchiha remains, that front won't collapse. You can stop trying to put fear in me, for I will never lose faith in my people, rebuked Tobirama sternly. Jinjetsu didn't miss the fact that Tobirama had the same faith in his men just as Naruto had in his own. It was an admirable trait, if nothing else. Even if you threaten my life, my people will not bow. I have left behind a clear chain of command. Even if the current Hokage is swayed by sentiment, and tries to endanger the future of the village for the sake of one man. He will be sacked by the elite Jounin officers and elders of the village. A few may try to risk their lives and may die by following on their sentiment to rescue me, but nothing else will happen, said Tobarama coldly. Genjutsu had known this man was stone cold, but now that he saw what Tobarama was capable of, those doubts were now a reality. If the measures were existing, then Hiruzen Sarutobi won't make any overt move to rescue Tobarama. It would earn him the ire of the Senju clan, but the village would be safeguarded. Such a cold decision could only be put in place by a man like Tobarama. Threats don't make the land of fire tremble. If you truly desire to profit, form an alliance with us. That is the only way the future of our nations will be secure, not just in peace, but in war as well, proposed Tobarama. Are you proposing a military alliance? Questioned Genjutsu curiously. For a start, the land of fire remembers its friends, and we need a strong one like Kiri today. If you form an alliance with us, and if we win this war, we promise not just to divide the spoils equally, but establish trade, political and cultural relations with the land of water, which don't exist till this day, offered Tobarama. You are asking me to form an alliance without offering anything first, asked Genjutsu disappointedly. You mistake me, Mizukichi. I am not offering you an alliance, clarified Tobarama. Then what are you offering? Questioned Genjutsu, now truly curious about this man's intention. Friendship. For once, the Mizukichi didn't have an answer to an offer. He didn't know whether Tobarama was naive or playing a different game, but before Genjutsu could question the Hokage further, the door to his office received several urgent knocks. Irritated, the Mizukichi gave permission, allowing a lone Umbu to step in. Lord Second, urgent news. By the time Genjutsu and Tobarama reached the training grounds, almost half of the village had gathered over the place. The two Kages soon found the reason behind the commotion when they saw the 7 ninja swordsmen fully armed with each of them facing each other. What is going on? Asked Genjutsu loudly. Just a friendly battle, Lord Second, replied Zabuza with a feral grin, making Kisame laugh. He's right. This is just for fun, agreed Kisame, earning similar smiles from Amuri and Jinpachi. Your ideas of fun usually tend to go out of hand, Kisame, warned the Kage, making quite a few people around him laugh, even making Tobarama smirk. No serious harm shall be done, Lord Second. We'll make sure of that, promised Haku calmly. We all want to test our own powers, and thought it would be best to see how strong we are. What better way than to have a friendly spar with shinobi of our rank? Questioned Mangetsu, earning a nod from his father. What do you say, Naruto? Tobarama keenly observed the young Namikaze had been keeping eerily quiet even as everyone voiced their opinions around him. He still remembered the fact that Tsukumo Hatake, who was one of the operatives undercover in this village from Konoha, had managed to slip in the medical report regarding the shinobi. The fact that Naruto was directly related to the Senju and Namikaze clans had only alarmed Tobarama further, for it only solidified his suspicions about this boy being his own child. Tobarama had also not missed the fact that Naruto had Uchiha blood in his veins. He remembered hearing from Inoue Namikaze that one of her paternal ancestors had been a rebel Uchiha female who had defected from her clan as she fell in love with the Namikaze. Although the Uchiha clan killed their traitorous member for her actions, she and her Namikaze husband left behind a child who would one day become Inoue's father and whose daughter would someday give birth to the blonde man standing before Tobarama today. The Uchiha genes, while existing, were not strong in Naruto's body due to gap between generations, but it didn't change the fact that he was related to the two founding clans of Konoha directly, which if discovered would lead to a swift execution in Kirigakure or worse. It was why he had ordered Tsukumo to never let this secret become public, for Kirigakure would hunt down Naruto like a rabid animal and make him suffer for the treachery. He paid attention as his possible son gave a reassuring nod to the Mizukichi before turning towards his peers as his eyes turned red. Try to make this fun. Amiri Ringo only had a second to blink as Naruto appeared right in front of her in a dark flash. She screamed in agonizing pain as his fist connected against her chest. Crack! Tobarama was not the only one left speechless when the red-headed female Kunoichi was sent crashing several hundred feet away before she crashed against a nearby hill and went still. A few medical ninja rushed to her side before looking at the Mizukage and shaking their head. One blow? He took her out with just one. Jinjetsu felt that sensation when Naruto looked back at the remaining swordsmen who were now all united against him. In response, the Namikaze warrior unleashed his own killing intent, making several weaker ninjas and civilians drop unconscious. Mangetsu flinched when the overwhelming pressure unleashed by that killing intent fell upon him and his comrades. Everyone, he's probably an S-rank shinobi, commented Haku with gritted teeth as she tried to fight against the overwhelming power. Even if he's a Kage-level ninja, he can't survive if all of us attack him together, advised Mangetsu. Then what are we waiting for? Demanded Zabuza, as the remaining 5 swordsmen unleashed their weapons much to the excitement of the crowd. Tobarama narrowed his gaze when all 5 surviving swordsmen charged towards Naruto from various directions. Instead of quick counter moves, the Kiri general stayed rooted to his spot, but his eyes watched each of his approaching opponents keenly before he clasped his hands together. Ash release, hidden explosion. Mangetsu felt the change in the air and instantly signaled the others as all 5 of them performed the same set of hand seals in unison and at a rapid pace. Water style, water barrier. All 5 swordsmen released large chunks of water from their mouths around them, creating a water barrier, and just in time, as the very air around them was ignited, engulfing a small portion of the area on fire. The water barriers bore the brunt of the blast and protected their casters, but it also restricted their movement temporarily, a weakness which Naruto took advantage of as he appeared right behind Jinpachi's barrier and placed a tag on the recovering barrier. Sealing style, the greater void. Jinpachi gasped when the limited air inside his water barrier was instantly sucked away into the seal. He made desperate attempts to escape his new prison, but the same sealing tag kept him in place. He looked into those cold red eyes for a few long seconds before his vision started to blur. A firm hand pierced the barrier and grasped the struggling man's neck, choking what little air was left inside his body, rendering him unconscious. As the body hit the ground, Naruto turned back and saw the remaining 4 swordsmen staring at him with contempt and hidden fear in their eyes. "You still want to dance?" asked Naruto coldly, as he placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Tobarama was perhaps the only one in the crowd who was not shocked by the way the battle was turning out. He was not one to dismiss any opponent, but the people of Kiri and its shinobi had no idea about who they were dealing with. The Hokage could still remember the mangled corpse of the Two Tails all those years ago. This boy had been strong enough to murder a Biju when he was just 14. Now he was a man grown, a veteran of 2 wars. Only Kami knew how much power he had amassed in his mission to destroy the Land of Lightning for what they did to his family. Zabuza and Kisame both quickly performed a similar set of hand seals, unleashing their village's famous jutsu. Hidden Mist Jutsu. The mist started to spread quickly across the entire area and started to hamper the vision of many, including Naruto's. Undeterred, he grabbed the Tanto version of his sword and threw it in the eastern direction. Haku felt the weapon approaching through the whistling wind and dodged it with ease, but her eyes widened in horror when Naruto appeared right beside her as he grabbed the very Tanto she dodged a moment ago. Her painful scream echoed across the area a moment later. Mangetsu hastily dispersed the mist and was angered when he saw his oldest friend had already collapsed with a non-lethal wound across her back. Naruto had made sure to not inflict permanent damage, but had not shown any mercy either by also delivering a swift blow to his opponent's head, knocking her out. Kisame Zabuza. The remaining 3 swordsmen had murder in their eyes as they quickly performed a set of hand seals, as Naruto mirrored their every sign perfectly and with equal speed. Water style, water wall. Water style, water wall. Two monstrous waves of raging water were unleashed by the fighters, which clashed against each other with a resounding roar. Naruto had to instantly use his sword and Tanto together to block twin strikes from Zabuza and Kisame, who appeared beside him at alarming speed. His eyes narrowed when he saw Mangetsu in the air with his weapon aimed at him. Got you now. With both his hands and weapons engaged, he was left completely open to Mangetsu's attack, but the swordsman triumph didn't arrive as another 9 replicas of Naruto emerged from the water that had pulled up from the previous attack. The clones attacked each swordsman in a 3-man team, which forced them to release Naruto from the deadlock in order to save themselves from getting hit. Zabuza and Kisame were easily able to dispatch their opponents with a single swing of their blades, but their eyes widened in surprise when the real Naruto disappeared from their side in a flash. Mangetsu had known something was wrong the moment the 3 clones were so easily destroyed by a single swing of his sword. He got his doubts answered when Naruto appeared behind him and forced him to defend himself. An unearthly scream was unleashed as Muramasa clashed against Kabutawari. Naruto saw Mangetsu swing his blade horizontally at him and ducked, but was soon forced to jump away when Zabuza and Kisame again appeared beside Mangetsu's side. Jinjetsu didn't miss those cold red eyes glaring at the remaining 3 swordsmen for their defiance. In them, he saw anger so deep that it unnerved him a bit. His eyes widened when he felt the enormous build-up of chakra. He looked at Tobirama and was relieved to see the Hokage shared his feelings. "You don't want to dance anymore," Mangetsu warned Naruto, his voice sending chills down many people's hearts. Mangetsu had never seen a gaze as intense as the one currently burning in those red eyes. The anger and hate burning inside Naruto's heart. He could feel it growing stronger with each passing moment, ready to lash out. He saw Zabuza and Kisame were also not unaffected by the power of their opponent, but both were either brave or stupid enough to still hold their ground. When none of the 3 backed down, Naruto's gaze narrowed in contempt as he clasped his hands together once more. Then disappear. Tobirama and Jinjetsu's eyes widened in horror when they felt all the chakra that been infused into the very air itself. Fire and wind. This is bad, thought Tobirama worriedly, as he exchanged a nod with his counterpart Kage. They both rushed in, but it was too late. Ash release, particle annihilation. Kirigakure was engulfed in a bright flash as powerful as the scorching sun, rendering most people blind. The few strong enough to still see witnessed an explosion identical to a mini Baijidama spreading across the entire sky. It consumed the very air itself and mercilessly set it on fire. Tobirama didn't miss the fact that the explosion was not stopping, but only growing more and more larger. Naruto had set the very atmosphere on fire. Is this his version of Amaterasu? I can still feel that heat, even from this distance, thought Tobirama, his respect and wariness for this shinobi increasing even more than before. Thankfully, Naruto had staged that attack several kilometers high in the sky and completely away from the village and its citizens. He had no intentions of harming anyone, but this action delivered his intentions very clear to the people of Kirigakure. Naruto panted slightly as he unclasped his hands, bringing an end to blinding explosion, much to the relief of the people around him. His cold red eyes landed upon his last 3 opponents, who had all gone extremely pale. "Do you still want to dance?" Mangetsu's hands were shaking as he tried his best to maintain his grip over his sword. He saw his comrades were not doing much better after seeing what had just happened. He could have killed us all at any moment. Was he toying with us this entire time? Thought Mangetsu bitterly. For the first time in his life, he felt outclassed completely. "Stand down," he ordered in a firm and commanding tone. Neither Zabuza or Kisame had the will left to protest as they lowered their weapons, just as Mangetsu did the same. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the medical ninja had restored their remaining group members, and they too had seen a glimpse of Naruto's frightening power. They were all relieved when Naruto's red eyes transformed back into his natural blue ones, and he too placed his sword on his back. Wordlessly, he turned around and walked away, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Next day, Tobirama was not surprised when Naruto showed up at his door fully armed at midnight. Previously, the job of keeping an eye over him had been assigned to the Yambu, but it would seem the Mizukage had need of those resources. So instead, he sent one man powerful enough to keep Tobirama in check should he try something unsavory. The negotiations between both Kage were still going on and would take another week before Tobirama imagined Genjutsu would allow formal negotiations to begin with Konoha. He calmly stepped beside Naruto, who remained silent, as both of them simply observed the small lake in front of them. "You have become a very powerful shinobi," praised Tobirama honestly. Tobirama felt saddened when he saw Naruto remain silent and just observed the peaceful water in front of them. If the reports were true and if this boy was truly his son, then Tobirama had failed him. He was no stranger to war and misery. Having been born in the Clan Wars era had made him go through enough of that. He had lost family, loved ones, friends and comrades, but never once had he been truly alone. Even when Hashirama died, he had Mito and his nieces and nephews. He had the Senju clan supporting him and the entire village as well. This boy, on the other hand, lost everyone at a very young age. Revenge kept him going for the past 10 years, but even that was not enough to fill the hole in his heart. His actions were contradictory in nature. A part of his heart wanted to bond with the people of Kirigakure to reclaim what he lost. Even if never said it, he wanted friends, comrades. Most of all, he wanted a family. At the same time, he was a spy. It was why he had tried his best yesterday to push away the people of Kirigakure by trying to make them afraid of his power. He probably didn't have anyone left in Yuzu who cared for him or would welcome him if he ever returned. Maybe they had forgotten he even existed. On the other hand, someday Kirigakure would discover his truth. At that point, he would belong nowhere, as Yuzu would wash their hands off him. So would Konoha. He was truly alone. Do whatever it takes to return back to your home, Night-Aim. You have family waiting for you, suggested Naruto. I will. Why did you go that far during that battle? Questioned Tobirama seriously. I am about to take those men into a meat grinder of the worst kind. I wanted them to know that I was strong enough to handle anything that came our way, confessed Naruto, making Tobirama narrow his gaze. What is this mission? Asked Tobirama hesitantly. Naruto looked at him for a long moment, judging whether it was right to reveal it or not. In the end, he sighed and looked at the dark sky as he confirmed Tobirama's worst fears. I am going to execute the Land of Lightning's main royal family. Tobirama paled as he heard that, if fighting Kumogakure wasn't serious enough. This boy was talking about executing the most highly protected man and his entire family in the Land of Lightning. For that to happen, the 7 ninja swordsmen would have to go deep behind enemy lines and fight against one of the most fiercest warriors in the entire world. Even if they succeeded in their mission, the Land of Lightning would ensure they were all killed brutally for executing their daimyo. It's a suicide mission, realized Tobirama out loud, earning a nod from the boy beside him. That's my specialty, if you remember, retorted Naruto with a faint smirk. Tobirama clenched his fists. On one hand, he could see what effects this would have on the enemy if the mission was accomplished. It could possibly become the catalyst for bringing an end to this war. As a Kage, he would wholeheartedly back this move. But as this child's possible father, it's dangerous, cautioned Tobirama, hoping the boy would see reason and value his life for once. I have nothing left to lose, countered Naruto frankly. Tobirama saw the same ruthlessness in those eyes as the one which existed in his own heart. If only he could talk to Naruto about what he had learned from Tsukumo without losing what little trust they had between each other. How he wished Hashirama was here, for his elder brother would know how to break what they had discovered to this boy without making him an enemy. I have a request, said Naruto boldly. I'm listening, nodded Tobirama. Now he was truly curious, as Naruto had never asked him for anything before. Should I perish? You will pull Ino Yamanaka off her assignment in Kirigakure and take her back to her home, demanded Naruto sternly, earning a cold glance from the Hokage. She's a shinobi. Her presence here ensures that her home remains safe, refuted Tobarama, and flinched when Naruto's eyes turned red. I don't care. She's my friend, and I won't let her be used and thrown aside. If anything happens to her, then I will hold Konoha personally responsible. You don't want to be my enemy, Nidame, warned Naruto coldly. Is that a threat? Asked Tobarama sternly, as some of his own chakra flared. That's a promise. The tension between them increased more and more as both refused to blink and stared into each other's eyes. I don't take threats to Konoha lightly, Naruto, warned Tobarama, murder returning in his cold eyes. Keep my last remaining friend safe, or else be prepared to relearn why the Namikaze clan was feared. Tobarama remained silent as Naruto walked away after delivering that threat. If it was anyone else, Tobarama would have a plan to deal with them if they ever threatened the village. But when it came to his own possible child, he had no answer at the moment. The Uchiha's curse of evil lingers in his heart, elder brother. What should I do? Thought Tobarama worriedly. The more he learned about Naruto, the more he reminded Tobarama of a younger Madara. It was as if fate was playing a cruel joke on him. He who had